bring it up in this live.
So really quick.
Make up your fucking dumbass mind.
Yes, can we let grumpy old man speak?
You know what?
No, my nigga, we don't want to hear that. Hey, Breezaza, be quiet, my nigga. Be quiet. Be quiet. We're trying to move on with the conversation. Please, be quiet. I asked nicely.
This entire time,
be quiet, my nigga. Be quiet. You need to relax.
Like you
Let it
made
marinate.
This entire time, the topic has been about you.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
You made it about me, you fucking weirdo who I don't even know.
No, but Breezaza, you blame everybody else for your
account.
actions, my nigga. Like you blame me for Nick.
She's friends with me.
Bro, like you blaming everybody else for shit that people do. Bro, you try to blame me for another white man's actions. Like, come on.
I don't follow you, but you follow me.
That's what I'm saying. Like, come on, B.
Yeah, when she
gotta
said
grow up.
I said, "Oh
you
shit!"
Conservative Lynn, you
stay
fucking
off
weirdo.
the crack, Breezaza. Stay off the crack.
Hey, everybody. Hey, you know what? I'll tell you something. You may think I'm a weirdo, but everybody on this app knows what I look like, and I've never had to use AI filters, none of that shit. And I've never talked to a man off the app, whether he's married or not, and tried to have a hookup.
You're just European.
That wasn't me.
What do you look like?
She using TikTok as a date nut?
She said, "I'm conservative."
Take the filters off.
Turn your fucking camera on.
Take the filters off, Breezaza.
Bitch, I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Right? You gotta leave the filter on. That's not even you for real.
Everybody came up.
Yeah, everyone came up.
Hey, what's good, bro? What's good, my nigga? I mean, European. My fault. You know, man.
The European.
You already know. Man, what's good, black people? There's one. Oh shit! All the black people is in one section. All the Europeans is in another section. That's actually
is that her?
No, conservative Lynn is invading our space again.
Hi.
Let me get that jacket, bro.
Hey, what's good? You know what the difference between me and you, Breezaza? I don't have any filters on mine. How about you turn your filters off?
I think you
Bo,
did.
the only thing that I've seen
actually
is
did have
now.
filters on, by the way. And also, I don't have to do goddamn shit.
Yeah, those are filters we can all see.
You dumbass bitch that you just came on for 2
I will
seconds.
say,
thank you for the gift,
I
Bo.
will say this.
You came up on this.
I will say this.
Why am I doing this when people are dying?
All the white
you
people
don't have
are in
anything
one
else to do.
look, all the Europeans are in one whole square. All the black people are in the other one. That's so funny.
Lynn's hair is a lot healthier than yours.
I'm
about to change that.
You can see how healthy Lynn's hair is compared to yours.
Yeah, I literally just rolled out of bed.
Hey, Belle, you
I have
might
no
have to
makeup
come about
on,
that
no
boxing
filters, no nothing. Didn't even brush my hair.
Where did Bleach go?
And you're still ugly.
I don't know. He fell off. I didn't.
Conservative Lynn, and you're still
Bro,
ugly.
wait. I got an actual question here.
Hold on. I don't know what happened to Bleach.
Hey guys, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Hey guys, I don't know what
Bitch,
happened
you
to
didn't even
Bleach,
see
but
my body. Why
One
don't
second.
you
I don't
stand
know
up,
what
big
happened
body?
to Bleach,
I bet your bitch ass is built like a fucking pear. Stand up.
Hey, Bleach got dropped.
Yeah,
he said, I see that.
yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to address. I'm trying to figure out why he was dropped.
I didn't drop him. I don't know.
Hey, we need to bring Bleach back. I need to speak to him.
Hey, you can drop me. It's all good.
He's Jewish.
You can bring him back.
Appreciate you coming up.
Hey, Trey, request back up. I got some stuff to talk to you about too.
Now y'all dropping Jews. What are you doing?
Yeah, you can't drop the. Well, I mean, you can drop the Jews. I mean, but you know what I'm saying. Bleach is a different.
Belle, that was.
I'm sorry.
No Jew drops. Yeah, no Jew.
But wait, if we were gonna drop a Jew,
Wait, where did the other black man go? What happened?
Bleach.
You got echo, Bleach. Bleach, you got echo.
I was joking.
Y'all keep playing around. Y'all keep playing around with that J word. Y'all account gonna get snatched.
Shit, man. Hey, I was calling them homos all last night, and everybody else's account was getting snatched but mine. I'm happy about that.
Sorry, Bleach.
Calling them Jews and all of that. Judicials. Somebody start calling them judicials.
So Timu Trey, what you got? I don't know who keeps kicking.
Man, I went to the gym the other day and got like 405 on the squat rack, man. You know me.
Yeah, on the squat rack. That's not bad.
Feel me? Like
That's not bad. That's not bad.
5 sets of 5.
Wake me up when you hit 6 plates.
6 plates? Oh.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you're
the most I
not
did
good
is
at
5
lifting at all. I
plates.
feel like I could
5
lift
plates
more
and
than
2
you.
quarters.
The ghost of whatever. I feel like I could lift more than you. Just saying.
That's
You do every time you get off the couch.
Whatever you weigh, I can lift that probably
Salam
double,
alaikum.
maybe even triple. Like,
Salam
relax.
alaikum.
Relax. Relax.
Salam alaikum.
Durud.
I really do this.
Durud.
Oh
Salam
shit, I got
alaikum.
flags for calling Bleach a Jew.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam, my nigga.
Haykum Allah.
Alaikum salam, my nigga's
Wait, hold
crazy.
on a minute. How did he get flagged when I'm the one that said the dropping?
From Gaza. From Gaza. أنا من غزة. الله
That's
يكرمكم
wonderful. Welcome to the U.S.
I just no, girl.
What'd I say?
I said, welcome to the U.S.
Oh, perfect.
He just wants, it's like
550. I mean, with this. Trey, how much can you do on the leg press? I got 1,000 something on that. I think it's 1,025 on that. I'm good about that.
The last time I maxed out on leg
start
press.
talking about how much they can press.
Yeah, man. Come on, dog. You already know.
I can always tell you can't do shit.
I mean, better to be moving weight than be a weak ass nigga. I know that.
So
better to be moving weight than moving weight. If you know what I'm talking about.
I don't know who you are, but your entire lifts added up is my fucking like warm up,
my nigga. Feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying?
So pipe down. So
I sleep and do that.
Hey Trey.
Yes,
ma'am.
You know about Breezaza. She's the one that catfished our TP, remember?
Yeah. She blamed me because Nick was yelling at her ass. Like, what the hell?
Did I catfish anyone?
Yes, she did. Stop lying.
You know what? He's such a fucking goddamn Mormon little bitch. Listen, can I say
Mormon
that?
is
you can say what you gotta say.
You should not trust any single person on NAP, right? I never turned my. Can I finish my sentence, please? I never turned my camera on.
Before you finish that sentence, how many drinks you in this morning so far?
The earth is flat, by the way. But at least
I can hear it in your voice.
If you haven't had any drinks this morning, you probably haven't went to bed yet.
I wasn't able to sleep.
That was a spillover from last night, right? You're still drunk from last night, right? Let's just be for real.
Why are you being such
We'll have a fucking whole an AA meeting right now. Hi, my
I
name is
if I were you, I would refrain from calling Yada a bitch. I would just say.
No, but I am.
I'm gonna hit the gym now, low key.
Oh, see, there's that drink. I told you, Lens. Look, you can scroll back. I said, I'm surprised she hasn't went off camera to have a drink. That's so sad.
With the actual Coke in it.
Like, you're not proving anything to us.
So can I say something? Are we so
pathetic
that we're going to make fun of people who do have a problem?
Wait, you do have a problem? So you
people drink coffee in the morning.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Try coffee.
Hey,
you got dragged last night and haven't been to sleep?
No, she ain't been asleep. You ain't gonna lie and tell me. What's up, baby?
You need to say it coffee, okay? You gotta say it coffee.
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 I got my coffee.
Coffee. Get you some coffee. And pop.
Well, from what the chat says, she got dragged last night and she hasn't been to sleep yet. So,
she got dragged last night and I wasn't there for that.
I know, right?
I don't know how many times we got to be like.
This is not premium white.
Thank you. I keep telling them, but I don't know what's wrong with them.
Well, this is premium catfish behavior.
Yeah,
one of Breeza's friends.
We do have. You guys are looking at premium white. What are you talking about? We have a premium white on the panel.
Okay, if I can
just right? Yeah, that's right.
No.
I'm not premium. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
honestly, Bill, I don't know why the fuck you would put up with the fucking lives that you do go on, including this one where I'm getting dragged without like doing anything.
Don't take it seriously. They fuck around with me.
How would I not take it seriously?
No, she should low key because
around with me all the time.
Breeza be talking.
Bleach tells me I need to go to all.
Who the fuck was talking about you? The ghost of whatever the fuck.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
I'm gonna talk shit now.
What did I say? Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
You are fucking weird
Watch
ass
your mouth.
person.
Watch your mouth.
I'm not going to.
Watch your mouth.
She had some of that liquid courage. You better.
What
Saying I
the
told
fuck
you to
is
watch
this?
it.
Just keep in mind that's not her actual mouth. That's a filter.
That's
So, hey guys.
Fucking
So this is what happened.
Who the fuck are you, you weirdo who turned
you
your
keep
camera
saying that to
on
everybody.
with
Breeza,
a
why is
fucking
it that you come up here?
filter? She turned her
Yeah, I'm
camera
at
on
work.
But
with
why
a
do you
filter,
come up here talking
and
hash
now
shit
want
and
to
expect
pick-
everybody to
bitch,
be like?
My camera didn't
Shut up,
Hey,
Drake.
first of all, it was not a cam. No, hold on, Breeze.
So
You gotta be truthful.
Breezaza-
There was no
what?
filter. There was
So
no filter,
Breezaza-
Oh,
sweetheart.
there was a filter when she there was a blurry.
So then, how do you know that she was using a filter? Have you used the same
When's
filter,
that?
or are you using it now?
There's no filter there.
So
There's no
Bree
filter
got
there.
That's not a
That's not a
filter.
filter.
Bree.
She's just
That's not a
European.
Why is this
filter.
so blurry?
We're not using filters.
Hey, Linz,
Look,
how old
there's
are
no
you?
filter. No filter. It's just the sun.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you want me to notch it? Fine. Fuck it.
W that. Hey, that's Tony in the building. My nigga
Not
Tony.
using a filter.
There we go.
Feel me?
No makeup on. No filter.
Big Tony in the
That's
building.
Liz, that was
beautiful.
three
Really not that
numbers.
different.
We didn't
It's
ask for your
really not
area
that
code.
different.
What did you
But
sign,
somehow,
Liz?
why can I not
Are you-
see her? Shut the fuck
okay.
up, Kate.
Oh shit,
Why
she
can I not
crashing.
see
She
her
having a meltdown.
eyes or her nose or anything? Why is it blurry?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
It's not
It's your
blurry.
eyes,
It's called
because your eyes is
shadows.
you're drunk and high.
It's because you're drunk, bitch.
You're drunk and
She
off
said,
coke
"Why
at
can't
the
I
same
see
time."
straight?"
Come on.
Like
No,
your
I
sight
said,
is our
why can I
problem.
not see? Are we
How
kidding
can we
ourselves?
fix your sight
Bring
today,
your
ma'am?
face closer. Let's see your wrinkles,
Bring your
bitch.
face
Oh
Look how
God,
close I'm
bring it
right.
closer. This is scary.
Facts.
No, you're not doing it, are
Hey,
you?
this,
You're
this,
blurred.
this is
You're
a
fucking
this
having
is
a filter on.
crazy
You're
at
fucking
8 o'clock in
blind.
the morning.
I
This
don't
is
have
Dude,
a
your
It doesn't
camera's
matter.
dirty.
I turned my
Your
filter
camera's
off,
dirty.
and it is what it is.
You looking ashy though, my nigga.
It is.
You mean I look dry? You know what?
You look ashy. You looking mad ass. You need to put some lotion on, beef.
Yeah, no, I do. I do. I feel it. I feel
And
it.
you
Too.
European. You gotta do better.
I'm not.
No, babe, that's because alcohol sucks the moisture out of your skin. That's why you shouldn't drink so early in the morning.
Who's
Stay
drunk at
Not
8
European, by the
a.m.?
way. I am Middle
Charlie
Eastern.
Sheen.
That's okay.
Who's drunk at 8 a.m.?
That's even worse.
Oh my God, I am not
Did this
drunk
bitch
at
say
all. Like,
she's
what the
Middle
fuck? What?
Eastern? Did she
Why
say
am I?
she's
How do you know I
Middle
am?
Eastern?
You can tell by your accent.
Can you show us your liquor cabinet? I want to see.
You're either drunk or you're high. Or
I mean, like, this
I
is
know you got a liquor
diabolical at 8
cabinet.
o'clock in the morning. What's going on?
I know you got a liquor cabinet. Where's your liquor cabinet?
Wait,
I
how
don't.
are
I
you
wanna see it.
Iranian?
And that's enough.
Wait,
I know you got
how
some
are
Di
you
Serrano in
Iranian?
there. You
Got
got
it.
some Di
That's not
Serrano?
Iranian.
Got it.
This is
Serrano.
Serrano, weirdo.
Are you Middle Eastern
What is that?
for real?
You don't know what Di Serrano is?
No, I don't.
Oh my God, Bree, you need to go to
I got money.
Italy. They
Sorry.
got the best.
I got money. I don't know what Disonoro, whatever the fuck that is. I don't know. What it is.
You got money? What does that have to do with Disaronno?
I feel like that's a cheap liquor.
No, that shit's expensive. What are you talking
How
about?
expensive is it?
Wait a minute. What's your liquor of choice?
Honey, if it was cheap, you would be able to pronounce it.
Is that it?
What's your liquor of choice, Breezaza?
Wait, hold on. Is that the rule? If it's cheap, I can pronounce it?
What's your liquor of choice?
Pretty much.
Okay, you know what, Tom? I don't know
She about to
why
crash
I'm up
out.
here when people want to make fun of me. I have been.
Reason you make fun of everybody else and then expect not to be made fun
I
of.
just wanted
Come
to
on,
see
my
you
nigga, wake up.
I'm not making
Weirdo,
fun of you. I'm
okay?
trying to make friends with you. I just
Never
want
You
to
gotta
see
do
your
better.
liquor
No, Breezy, you
cabinet.
gotta do better. You gotta do better, man.
I want to
will
see your
make fun
liquor
of
cabinet.
every single goddamn Trump voter except
Watch
for
your
Bell.
mouth.
I like
Watch your
Bell.
mouth.
Bell is
Watch
cool.
your mouth. Watch your tone, as a matter of
What are you
fact.
gonna do?
Watch your
today? I'm
tone.
not gonna
Watch your
watch
tone.
Wait,
I'm gonna beat
how
you.
the fuck
I'm
am
gonna
I
beat your
supposed to watch
husband
my
up. I'm
mouth
gonna beat your
anyway?
husband up. How
What
about
you
that?
supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Take my
I'm gonna beat your
eyeballs out
husband
my
up.
head?
Who the fuck is even talking to you?
Who you talking
K50,
to?
do you want to make yourself relevant? I don't know
Who
who
she
the
talking
fuck you
to?
are.
Who she talking to?
I am
She's
talking
talking
to
Tatiana
I
like
don't
that.
want you to know who the fuck I
She's
am.
about to get chewed up.
Facts. Watch
I
your
don't
mouth.
want to know. I don't want you to know me. Please don't know me.
Live when you can't even
Promise
keep
me you'll
decorum.
never know
Yo,
me.
do better.
You
Hey,
can't
Bree's about
even
to
keep
cry. She
decorum.
crying.
Yeah,
Stop
because
crying, my nigga.
because my live is free speech and my live
Facts.
goes
Yeah,
every
okay.
which way. I can't control where my live goes, Breeza. The only thing that I can
No,
do is
listen
give
to
you
me.
advice.
Hold on, let the host speak.
The only thing I can do is give you advice, which I've tried to do, right? And you can take
And
it
what
up
am I
with
supposed
that.
to
Now
do
we
with
got
advice
multiple
now?
options here.
Do
Hold
better,
on, we
my
got
nigga.
multiple
I
options
told
here.
you.
We can go back to the conversation that we was having before without the personal
have done that
insults and
earlier.
attacks,
Nah,
or
fuck that.
Or
I mean,
what?
it's up to you. It's up to you, Breezy.
It's
Whatever
shaky
you
and
want.
What's the order?
Yeah, we
I'm
can
saying,
go back
or
and
we can
forth.
continue doing what we doing right now, where everybody throwing
Shit.
jabs, people turn on
Are
their
you
cameras,
saying
talking
it's
about
my
people looks,
fault?
people liquor cap. I'm not saying I
You
never
might
said
as
it
well
was your
keep
To
throwing
fault,
be
these
Breezy.
fair,
motherfucking
I
That's
was
not what
haymakers.
I'm
just
Fucking
saying.
turn them
actually
into
proving a
haymakers at
point
this
that she
point.
was catfishing. Also, we could go back to the conversation where Officer informed Breezy up there that that it actually is a criminal offense because it's a misdemeanor.
There you
Which
go.
one?
No, I
Educated.
kind of want to send her through a loop. So if Officer can explain the Kavanaugh stop to us, that's going to throw her through a loop.
You think that's gonna? What is the
Oh, the
Kavanaugh
Kavanaugh
stop?
She
Hold
about to
on, no,
melt
no, no,
down
no,
again.
no,
She
hold
about to
on.
melt down.
I want her to explain what the Kavanaugh stop is.
No. That's why I'm referring to Officer, because
No,
he's an
honey, you
officer.
brought it up. You explain it.
Okay, well, fine. If you want my rendition of it, the Supreme Court Justice, you know who he is, right? Justice Kavanaugh. He was admitted into the
What's the Kavanaugh
Supreme
stop?
Court the last, huh?
What's the Kavanaugh
He made
stop?
a rule. He made a ruling that said that he can stop y'all brown people based on y'all fucked up accent. That's what he said. And ever since then, motherfuckers like you have been getting pulled over. Not
Colombian
niggas like
woman?
me. Not niggas like me.
Facts.
He made a law that said if you look like a beaner, we're gonna stop you.
Pack them up.
That's but
He said pack 'em up
that's
is
why I
crazy.
didn't want to
That
say
word,
it.
Tom,
You
is
asked
that okay
me.
with you?
I was gonna let Officer explain it. So now I'm going back on mute so he can really explain it.
Excuse
She
me, is
wildin'.
that okay to use that word?
Yeah, stop cutting off black women. That's disrespectful.
Why are you offended? And black
Is
people
it
can't be
okay? My
racist.
husband's Mexican.
No, I don't care about none of that. He's not a black man. That's a white
True.
man.
But the
He's a white
word
man.
that she just used
Are you
is
trying to
not okay.
tokenize your?
Facts.
No,
She tried
the
to
word
tokenize a
that
Mexican
he
man.
just
That's
used
crazy.
is
See,
not
when I
okay.
always say beware the white
Mexican
liberal,
men.
this
I
is
can't
exactly
be
what I'm
racist.
talking about up
I
here.
date
The
Mexican
word
men.
that
I'm not
he
racist.
just used is derogatory.
Uh-oh, she cried. She melting down. She melting
What did you
down.
get dragged
See,
for
this is why I
earlier
tell y'all,
today?
watch out for these white liberals. Because see this right here, the whole
Bitch, I need
tokenizing thing, and
Ronan.
she's
I don't know
crashing
what the
out
fuck
and
you are.
all
I
that
need
stuff.
Ronan.
No, you're white.
Malcolm X warned us of this type. He
Yeah.
warned us. True.
Yo,
Yeah.
Oh my
Breezaza,
God.
Beware of
Breezaza.
the
Come
fox
on,
that
Breezer,
comes in the
lock in,
back
my nigga.
X
door.
Lock
called
in.
y'all. He called y'all sand ninjas.
He said,
Anybody from over there.
he said, beware of the fox that comes in the back door
Right.
and beware of the catfish on TikTok.
My part of the world.
With your foxy ass, huh?
To
No.
my part of the world, and he said he felt comfortable. He felt like
Breezaza. Remember what
live.
happened earlier today? You about to get dragged. You better not be racist. Remember, Dewan is the one you care about. You don't want her to.
But
You don't
back to
want her to hear about
officer.
this.
Back to officer. Fuck her. Back to
You gotta,
officer. Explain the Kavanaugh stop.
you gotta remember that. You gotta remember MLK told us the white liberal will consider negative peace
Who
over a
is this
positive
person
one
telling me
every
what I
time.
am? I'm lying badly, anxiously sleeping. Okay, just 1 second.
No. Get out the comments, my nigga. We up here talking now. Get out the comments. Get out the comments. Nah, bro. Man, nah. What the fuck? Hey, man. Hey, man. Calm down with that shit. Calm down with
Here's
that
the
shit.
thing. If Tom, I'm about
I
to leave.
will.
If
Hey,
it's
I
okay.
will call ICE. Calm down with that shit. All right.
He got them on speed dial. And they will show up in force for your ass.
I've already
And I'm
sent the
coming for
email
your
off.
liquor cabinet.
Hey, hold on. Ice makes everything go down so much smoother, right? That's what I was told.
Yes, but let me not do that. I had a bad joke. Never mind.
Ice does that.
Yeah,
Especially after jalapenos.
especially Renee. Good. But what I was gonna say was, the Kavanaugh stops. Who asked me about the Kavanaugh stops?
Breezaza did.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so it kind of just comports with. I mean, realistically, the issue is it kind of just follows the same thing Congress said years ago about this, that ICE can stop people based on their looks, but they have to just have something else with it. And Kavanaugh said the same thing. Like ICE can use their ethnicity or their language or like their job, but they just have to have other reasonable suspicion to couple with it. So what they're really doing is they're saying, well, you're Honduran, or at least we think you are, but you're also in a place in town where Hondurans typically work. And so they're using those two things together and they're stopping people. But it comes off as racial profiling.
It is, and I think that the part about that's why I said I really appreciate you bringing up the Kavanaugh stuff, because I think Kavanaugh is really annoyed at the fact that that's being used synonymously with him. Is that we're racially, like, the understanding of racial profiling is becoming synonymous with his name.
Are we? How do you racially profile a Honduran?
I guess you could do it many ways. I guess because of their accent. I don't know
Oh
if it's
my
a
God,
Honduran.
I
Breezaza,
would
if
say,
that's the
I would
case,
say,
if
I
that's
would
the
be a
case, then
great
you would
ICE
be
agent
gone.
because I'm a
It,
racist.
it,
Like,
because like, what are we talking about
by
here?
the way
Like, what
that
are we
they
talking about
dress,
because of someone's
their
accent? Do
sports
you know?
teams, if they like soccer, like that's how I would pick them up.
Right? Do you know how
Like,
stupid you sound?
No,
you
I'm
know,
not
Like
saying what I
football?
would do. I'm not saying that that's the right way
yeah.
of doing it. I'm just trying to suggest what
Stop it.
No, but do you say?
or what
Why would you
what
think
ICE
that that
agents would
would
do.
be used as a
How do you catch
tactic,
a
though?
Honduran? Let's Google it.
Hold on. I would say whether it's an ism or not, the issue with what ICE is doing is they are approaching people and they're asking them for their nationality at times, and whether or not you associate that nationality with more melanated people or not, they're running into an issue where they're approaching citizens, and citizens retain rights. So if you approach me and say, "Hey, are you from Ecuador?" and I say, "Well, yes, I am," and then you're like, "Well, I need your driver's license," a citizen's going to say, "Well, wait,
I don't have
I
to give it
think
to you.
you I think you need a little more to demand my you can ask, you're an officer, you can ask whatever you want as the law enforcement agency, but to force me to give it to you, I think you need more than my nationality because up
He needs
until
probable
5 minutes
cause.
ago we actually did hold that a cop or even a federal agent just couldn't demand your paper because of like where you hail from. Now, if they said, "Hey, we arrested Luis from here and we're not actually finding a record of you as being inside this home. Do you have that's a different investigative line." And that's what the Obama administration did. They would
Exactly.
say, well, we arrested 4 people from this house, but we see that you don't have a social security number. So who are you? You need to prove who you are now. That's reasonable. But when you walk up to a
But not
citizen and
just
they're
that.
pumping their
Hold on, but
gas,
not just that.
then they're going to probably resist you. And now we see ICE using force, and that's off-putting to the average American. Like just that interaction would be very off-putting to the average American. I think that's the issue.
Do immigrants have the same rights? Ooh, yada.
Yada, you have a
Yes.
diabolical echo. You have a
Wait,
diabolical
yeah.
echo.
What was it? What was the question? Just to be nice to each other. What was the question? Do
It was
immigrants
actually for
have the
officer.
same? Okay, well.
Yeah,
I
officer. Do immigrants have the same rights as citizens?
Not all of them. They have some rights, but
Yeah, they
not
have
as many
some
rights as
due
we do.
process, right, officer? Due process is definitely
It's
one.
limited due process, actually. It's not
Yeah,
full due process.
they retain. I mean, they do retain a part of the Fourth Amendment. I say a part because the immigration officer runs into an issue where if you're on the street investigating, then you kind of don't know, and so they can claim the Fourth Amendment. Now, if they're doing targeted enforcement, then you don't have any
Officer,
Fourth Amendment rights. Like they can definitely roll up on you, throw you in
you know what
handcuffs,
due
and
process
be like,
means in this
identify you.
context. But you know what due process means in this context, right, officer?
Yes,
In
they have
context of like
limited due
street
process.
enforcement, unlimited.
They have limited due process. That was actually a Supreme
Yes,
Court decision.
yes, correct. What is that? Backwards. Pump fuel. Oh, where'd you get that from? Is that a local thing? Is that
Oh
a local
yeah, I
brand?
gotta try that.
This shit right here, it literally says on the label, this is for max stimulant users only for serious workers. This shit is
I
fire.
like the ghost product.
Facts.
I was
My
gonna say I use Ghost. I was just saying yeah, I use Ghost. I love the Ghost
one of
Yeah,
powder.
my
ghost
bucked
products are
ups.
my favorite.
One of my bucked ups has 400 milligrams of caffeine. Shit's actually wild.
How much?
Although
It's 400 milligrams, 400 grams of
Yeah, this
caffeine.
has 400 milligrams of caffeine in it, but this also
Yeah.
this is an all-in-one pre-workout. So you have your beta
It's
blends, you have your
protein
amino
and
acids, you have your neuro blends, your energy, your
ooh,
glycos, your uptakes, your nitros, and your ATP blends. Like
Does it
all
make your
this.
Yeah.
skin itch?
Oh,
Hell
fuck
yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
Feel
Although
good
I don't
too.
like
Yeah,
that.
it does.
Oh my god.
although
I feel like Chicken
I
has
will
been dying to
never
talk
I will
about
never
this.
do ghost
Sorry,
powder before
I
I
gotta
ruck
go.
ever
I'm
again.
getting a call.
All
All
right,
right,
brother.
bro. Go. God
Yeah.
bless.
I'll never do
He
ghost
said
powder
that
before
shit's
I go
all
on a
the
ruck
time.
march ever again. I was jittery as shit
Yeah.
walking through the
Yeah,
woods.
honestly, I can't even drink Red Bull. Like, my heart, I feel like it's gonna come out of my chest. But
You know what's
Yeah, nah,
crazy,
you definitely
bruh?
gotta watch your heart on that.
Bro, I went to go qualify yesterday, Ghost, and I had already taken like my pre-workout because
anyway,
I got a
thank you
little
for
in the morning.
having me. 1 second, if you said
My hands were still shaking.
I bet
My
you
hands were
could drink
I
a
shaking off the
Red
wanna say
Bull
race.
if you
goodbye.
mix it with
Man, I know
vodka,
what you
though,
talk
right?
about, bro. I know
I
exactly what
bet
you mean.
you could down some Red Bulls if it's mixed with vodka, though. I
Oh,
bet.
Breeza, 100%.
Savage.
I'm not gonna
So
lie, I
thank you
probably
for
could
having
too,
me up,
though.
Tom. Thank you so much.
Breeza, don't melt down now. Come on
No,
now.
I'm not melting down. I have other issues and things to talk
Oh,
about.
you got another live to be at? Okay, my fault.
Yeah, it's about Iran, how people
Oh,
are dying there, you
oh
know?
shit. Are they really dying, or are you making that up? Serious question.
No, they're dying. Okay, anyway.
I don't
All
know
right,
about
off to
Iran. I'm
save
not
Iran.
Iranian.
See ya.
I'm black. What do you mean?
Oh, you're
Black
black
man in
this
America.
week. You're black.
What
Do
was
I
I?
still have a
The carpet right or
wait,
left?
do I still have a okay.
No, you don't have an echo. You don't have an echo.
Okay. Who's squirting a bottle?
Me, I'm doing my child's hair. Sorry, can you hear that?
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
My fault, my fault.
God damn. What's up, Trey?
Yo, what happened?
Hey,
Where'd
what's
everybody
good, Bleach?
go?
You know what I mean? How you doing, man? Another day, another dollar. You know what I'm saying? We got to go out here and get it. Feel me?
Facts. I'm gonna go get a whole bag today.
Man, I know that's right, brother. Hey, stay focused, stay alive, B. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say.
Hey man,
I
listen.
can't fucking wait.
I'm an
I
I'm an
can't
old.
wait till bitches like Breezy get their own motherfucking box. I am tired of this. I am white. Bitch, you about to have your own fucking box and I want you to check it, Breezy. It's called Middle Eastern, bitch.
You're fucking up. You're there. What is it? You're messing up the bloodline.
Yeah, you fucking up my white,
What did they say? Poison in the blood is
my white,
crazy.
But yeah,
it's just like her
yeah.
fucking up my fucking white privilege and shit. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, get your own box.
Listen, don't make fun of the camel rider.
Listen here. She filters in her white privilege. It's okay.
What's wrong with
I
the
just
Middle
want to tell
Eastern
you,
box, Renee? What's
Renee,
wrong?
I love the fuck out of
Belle, oh my
you.
God,
I
here you
love
go,
you
Belle.
in
It's a
real
joke
life.
because in 2030, Middle Eastern will be a
A
whole class
race?
on
Yeah,
the
I know.
census
I know.
of its own. Right, so
Latino's
it's a
gonna be on
joke.
there too. Latino's gonna be on
It's a
there.
joke, Belle. Because she's always screaming, I ain't white, I'm from Iran. Bitch, run back.
Renee, I love you. You gave me the best advice, and I had the best day yesterday. We'll talk about it later. Just, you're the best.
I caught a restriction.
Wait, how did you get a restriction and you just got up here?
That's
Because
not
white people can be
appropriate, Renee.
racist. So I got one for hate speech.
Come on, man.
I
Stop
told you,
spreading white
I'm oppressed.
supremacy.
I'm oppressed as a white person. I don't have freedom of speech anymore.
Oh, man.
The catfish got mad.
Lynn, be quiet. We don't want you to get clipped, too. We're going to have to go to
Renee,
protecting
you can
white
file
women
for
these
Right.
days.
reparations.
So long story short, I'm wilding out. I'm trapped in the house. I don't know where you guys live, but Minnesota, I think real feel is -40 right now.
Yeah, everybody's going to be in the same boat. Almost the whole
I
country
woke
is
up
going to
I'm
be.
cold.
so
Yeah,
proud
I'm
of
in
my son.
Virginia. I'm about to get waxed.
Yeah.
He went to
You
work
guys got to
today.
watch
My
out
son
for
even
ice,
went to
though.
work
It's
today.
negative. It's -19 out with the real feel of -37 currently. No, y'all, I'm not doing my hair. I'm
I
putting
was
on
gonna
body
have
spray.
this on my live, but Lynn's, I know that since you're in Virginia, I know Tbone is too. I don't know if he's there, but how do you feel about Spam Burger and what she just did over the weekend? I guess where
Oh God, douche
she
burger.
took I guess she stopped ice from
Yada, I got my
Yeah,
Tupac
she's trying to make.
Facilitating or doing anything in Virginia
Yeah,
now?
but you
It
know
said it's
what?
me
That's all
against the
right
world.
because ICE
You're gonna
just
have to call
purchased
me.
a
You want
warehouse
to
in
see it?
Because
Ashland
I
to
got
use as a detention center.
Y'all want to see
Oh,
it?
yes.
for real?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
My mirror's
Yeah,
foggy.
send me
Hold on.
that joint. I found that interesting. I was
Hold
like,
on.
damn, that's crazy. What are they doing to my home state, man? I should low key go back.
Gotta find a mirror.
Can
Hey,
she
I wonder if those ICE agents
can she
though. No,
stop
but
I
on a
can she
real,
stop ICE though, like
Hey,
legally?
guess how diabolical, now that you brought this up, listen how diabolical this is, right?
are they
Nationwide
even going to be out in the
protest.
streets
No,
today?
no, no, listen. Nationwide protest against ICE, and that 90% of America is shut down because of ICE. Wrong ICE. The left has bad messaging, and it's today. Get out of here.
Are they still protesting today in the cities?
Yes,
Because
today they're protesting
yeah,
ICE to
and
get
it's
out.
crazy.
It's no
It's
work, no
crazy
school,
because
no shopping,
being
and half the
outside,
fucking country shut
10
down already
minutes,
due to
you're
ICE.
done.
Get it? Due to ICE. It's shut down already.
Hey, officer, let me ask you a question. So, comparably, right, when it comes to like interactions per day, right, for police officers, ICE agents, do you think there's really much of a
Just gotta take it
difference
off. Hold on, Yada.
of like complaints and stuff like that?
No. I would just say that I think ICE is doing what the left said that cops were doing, but cops weren't really doing it, and that's why everybody's so jarred
Yeah,
by
but
what's
that's not.
happening.
But we know that's not true. We know what you just said is not true. We know that every ICE agent isn't doing that stuff. You might have one or
Sure.
two that are doing stuff wrong, like anywhere else. But you can't say that
No,
all the
Bleach,
ICE
it's
agents are
all
doing
of
that.
them. That's their
It's
policy.
not.
What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
it's not their policy.
It's their policy. That's what they're being
Their
trained to
policy
do.
has
So
not
how can you say it's
changed.
not?
It's
It
not.
has.
It's not. It's not. You guys
Okay, I mean,
whine. Listen,
just because you say
this is
it
what
so,
you do.
it just,
You whine about
no, this
somebody
is
who
not what I do.
You whine about somebody who got detained and they got detained for whatever reason for too long or whatever. But what you don't say,
You
none,
just
not
don't have
hold on,
any
not any
humanity.
of
You
you,
don't
See
care
it,
not
about
Yada?
no,
anybody
no, no,
else but
not
You
I
see
don't
it,
yourself.
care.
Yada?
I
That's
don't
all.
care. I don't
It's
care.
just
But
the,
not any of you.
Put it.
oh, that's
Hold
It's
on.
me
Joe.
But
against the
none of you,
world.
care
I
about
heard
the
the hell
amount
out of
of
that.
rapists they got off the streets, murderers, like you don't talk
You're
about any of
probably
those
one
people.
of them, though. You're probably one of them. That's why you're crying about those specific topics. You probably fit the bill. And it's just getting disgusting.
What?
Mm.
I'm saying we caught the
I got
criminals.
my Tupac shirt. I'm
You
about to
care
put on my
about
Air
everything
Force
else
Ones, and we
but.
about to go out here
I'm
stomping on
saying you're
ICE.
probably still one of them, right? You keep making us look to that, you know what I mean? The horizon when the threat is in our face. It's fucking you.
I bet
It's
you want
fucking you. You can say,
really?
clean your shit up, but
You
it's
want to
probably fucking you.
so you would
I
you
want
like
to
to
see
check?
your fucking hard drive. Motherfuckers like you,
Yeah, I'd like to
show
see
me your
yours.
hard drive, bitch.
I'll show
Show
you
me your
yours.
hard drive. That's what
Sure.
I want to see.
Yeah, I want
Not
to
your
see yours.
fucking papers. Motherfuckers like you, I want to see your fucking
I
hard
want to
drive, you
see.
sick bitch.
Yeah, I would show you my hard drive. I want to see yours. I also want to see you if you've ever been arrested because I haven't. Have you?
Mm.
Because
I
remember,
got my record. Motherfucker, I'm 40 and I'm
You're the
felony
one who
free.
complains
I
because you
deal with
drive
punk
around with
ass
no
bitches like you
insurance
every
and
day.
you complain when they pull you
What
over.
the problem is. That's what the problem
Right?
is. That's what the
Right?
Thank
problem
God
is.
every day I
You
ain't a
guys
middle-aged white
get
man. I
Don't
you
thank
you?
God
guys
Aren't you
get
the
thank
one?
God I ain't no
intimidated.
middle-aged white
You
man.
guys
Aren't
get
you the one?
intimidated.
Aren't you the
I
one
am the
who
one. I am the
drives
one
around
that's
with no
beat every
insurance
case that
or why the
motherfuckers have put
police
in
came
front of
into
me.
your
I've
home?
beat every case
Mm.
that's
Right?
anybody's put in front of me. Bring
Mm.
Uh-huh.
another one.
Uh-huh.
Bring another
Uh-huh.
one.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
You beat what case? Driving
You give me $300, Bleach, I'll dox myself to you. I'll show you. I'll send you my shit. Just send me $300, just
listen,
like I had to pay for my shit. You gonna pay for my
stop.
shit,
Listen,
and
Bleach,
I'll
stop
prove to
bleach,
you
thinking.
who I
bleach
Stop
am.
thinking
demon,
about that.
bleach demon from the comments we are reading by
Yeah.
Stephanie. I do say in quotations, you singular letter, the one that choked, misspelled choked out your, you
She
are
choked the
X
chick. She doesn't know what the
unconscious.
fuck she's talking about. Yeah. She's dumb. Yeah, she's
Oh,
done.
not her still
No,
going with
I
that.
mean,
Yeah,
He
this
also
is
I'll
had
what
get into
very
Stephanie
that.
does.
innocent
This is
I'll
what
get into
Stephanie
that.
does.
But no,
Stephanie has the
that's not
same
what
thing.
Stephanie is talking about.
Wait a minute.
Fuck Stephanie and those comments. Talk to me right now, right? Because we could put my
Yeah,
fucking
get out the
record
fucking
against
comments,
yours.
first of
I
all.
want to fucking
Sure.
see.
And
I
that,
want to see you put your record against mine.
we not
That's
about
what
to
the
use
fuck I
this
want to
moment to
see.
jump on
Fuck Stephanie and all
shit.
that shit.
Like,
I have
that's
no
I don't give a
record.
fuck
problem.
who
Yeah, I
said
don't
it. I
think-
don't
Arrest
care
you
nothing
That
about
don't
that.
like black people.
I have no record.
Put my record against yours. How many times you've been arrested? You fucking privileged bitch.
I lied. Actually, once.
I lied. Yeah,
Once.
show me your fucking record. That's what
I
I
had a
say about
DUI.
you punk motherfuckers.
I made a
Show
stupid
me
mistake
your.
and had a
I
DUI.
beat my DUI. I beat my DUI. I got all of my motherfucking test results. Let's put them
shit.
side to side. I
You know,
beat
it's
my
okay. I
DUI.
admit it.
Like
W
I
for winning
said,
in court.
bitch.
I
Any
admit.
motherfucking case that the day and I'm put in front of me, I don't
W for
want
winning
it.
in court.
I'll show you the other one I got.
Right,
The
but weren't
motherfucking
you?
organized retail theft.
Wow, you're a
You know
thief too?
what? I told you I beat that case, and you're about to get me a violation. So
I'm not
back
the
the
one
fuck
yelling
up
and
off of me.
screaming at you.
Hit my cash app. Hit my cash app,
I'm
and we
not
can
getting
talk
your
what's
cash
real.
app. You've gotten enough
Otherwise, you're
money.
just a
You
punk
have
ass
gotten enough
TikToker.
money off this app from people, and I've donated enough towards your bullshit. So no.
It's not even half of what other people has gotten. So mind your fucking business. You watching bitch. That's the only reason why people platform you is because you give them money too.
Wait a
Show
minute. Why
your
would I
bank
have to
statements.
pocket watch
How much
you?
money did you give Hog? How much money? Thousands. You done tricked away. You're a fucking trick. You're a fucking trick. That's all you are. You're a trick. You get played on.
Why would I? By the way,
You
first
tricking
of all,
on dick. You done sent
why would I
more
have to
money
pocket
to a
watch you
man
when
than
you
I
have no money?
have. You have sent more money to another man than I have. If facts just be facts, right?
Yeah, I've also.
How much money?
You know how much I've
how
donated
much money did Hog bend
to
you
charity.
over and take?
To charity.
Tell me, for charity. So you get. Oh, it's all for fun.
Yeah, it's all for tax
fun,
write-off. Absolutely,
ain't it?
100%. I need tax write-offs.
Like I said, I want to see your hard drive. Back to your
I
hard
need.
drive.
Listen, when you make as much money
Back
as
to
I
your
do, you
fucking
need
hard
tax
drive.
write-offs. So you can be generous.
Yeah.
You can be generous.
Today's not the day, Bleach.
I don't know what you're screaming and yelling about.
She said, "Find out, nigga."
Shit, I won more fucking money.
Cash app.
I
So
won
you
more
can
money in a
send me a
casino this year than
$300
you've made in
cash
your
app right
lifetime.
now, Bleach. Send me a $300 cash app right now so you can see my record.
Nah, it's okay. Like I said, you've gotten enough. There's other
because
people
it's
that
shit that you think that you
know,
know about my
there's real
struggles.
people.
Trust me, I'm proud
There's
today.
real
That my shit
people
is
who
so
need help.
clean. My shit
Not
is so
for
clean.
gas.
They know not to fuck with that nigga.
There's people that actually need
Come
help.
with it.
There's people that actually need help, like children, disabled people, people that have real
You know
problems.
what?
Not somebody
You
who's
know
just
what?
fucking lazy.
You know what? I'm not fucking lazy. I'm not fucking lazy. They know I put in work. I puts in the work on and off the clock. In the shadows, I put that work. I am that work. Bitch, don't play.
Then why do you have to ask for money? Then why do you have to ask for money? That's what I thought.
Because shit costs money. That's why I have to ask for money. Why'd you have to pay some money? Why are you tricking? Don't worry about what I'm collecting. Why are you spending?
Again.
Why are you spending? Again. You're the fucking spender. I'm the receiver. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You just keep spending and I'm going to keep receiving. And I ain't got a problem with it. I don't ever turn down shit but my collar. And I'm appreciative of every dollar. That's the difference between
no, you're
me.
not.
You don't.
You're
Yes,
so
I
full of
am.
shit. People give you money and then you talk about them. People are giving you money and then you talk shit about them. You're a fucking liar.
Who?
Tell them, Yada.
Who?
You know exactly who.
We gotta mute that though. We gotta mute that though. I'm not sure you can play music on TikTok like that. You need to chill out.
Actually, you can, but
Okay,
usually.
I've heard different. So until T-Bone says it's alright, let's respect the panel.
So
She's
where
just
were
a
we?
girl.
I'm sorry?
I said, so where were we?
Everybody go to. That's right, T.
Oh God.
You guys want to talk about how all the white women are divorcing their MAGA husbands? I think it's great.
Yeah, the host said the host said we're not doing the music. All right.
Hey, the host said we're not doing the music, all right? Okay, buddy.
Okay. Well, you can go sit in the seats. That's all right for now.
He did. He actually put it in the comments.
Yeah, all right, buddy, that nigga. Go sit in the seats.
So well, let me get this: MAGA women are divorcing their husbands.
All y'all divorcing each other.
Where are these stats at?
All right, here's a topic I do want to talk about. So the DHS memo for the entry in the residences. How are people feeling about that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
The whistleblower memo. I think it was for people that have removal orders that are signed by the immigration officers, the administrative warrants. ICE or DHS, not ICE, I should say, but DHS is saying that it allows them to enter people's residences without a search warrant.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
A United States citizen gets a warrant, right?
Correct.
Do the police officers have the right to go in with a warrant and serve it and arrest a citizen?
No, we would need a search warrant for the residence.
To enter into the residence, but not to go to the residence with the warrant, correct?
Right, yeah. We can show up like on your property. We just can't go into your house. Yeah. Correct.
Right. But if somebody answers the door and you ask for them again, if there's a subpoena warrant, whatever, you have to show some sort of ID.
If you have a warrant, so if we know who you are and we knock and you answer, we can physically grab you and pull you from the residence. Yeah.
Right.
What I'm saying is the ICE memo for what I'm reading, and I haven't read the full 28-page memorandum, but I've gotten to I'm on page 17. From what I'm reading is they're making the claim that as long as they have an administrative warrant, they can breach the residence itself and enter the actual building. And I just highly disagree. I don't even think that's. I don't know if that's even like legal.
Is it on DHS's website?
Yeah, you can look. So I typed in. Hold on. Yeah, it's. I can give it to you. Here, I'll just do this.
You just send it to me.
Yes,
so I can read it. I haven't seen it, so I don't want to speak on it if I haven't read it yet.
All right, it's in your inbox. But yeah, because typically, like we would require like a search warrant, even if we had a judicial warrant. Because the confusing thing is like people's arguments are like, well, ICE needs a judicial warrant, but like even if they have one for the actual person, they still need one for the resident.
She knows there's a difference between a body and a habeas warrant. Both of those are used for person versus a property warrant, which is a search warrant, which is used for phones, devices, electronics, dwellings, personal property. She knows that. That's why she left.
Yeah, unless the judge, like if a judge was to issue a habeas, the judge could always issue the permission of entry into the residence with that warrant, but that'd be up to a judge to tell you if he's in a couple the seizure of both the person and the access to the residence. Because like the issue is like if I enter your residence on a search warrant, like once I'm inside, it's like, okay, so can I search the house? Like it becomes an issue where it's like, no, the judge has to limit the scope of your search via the order. Like even
And
for the
if you get a
police.
search warrant for a property, it's not just the whole house from top to bottom. You have to lay out what you are looking for.
Right.
You have to
Correct.
lay out what you take.
And you still have to get permission most of the time, and the permission seemingly comes from ignorant people who don't know their rights. So yes, you do have the warrant to do certain things, but you only have a warrant really to just show up. That's what those warrants are for. But of course, they go be above and beyond what it is that the people in front of them don't know.
Yeah, and my other issue is that they're also saying that the interpretation by DHS is also that ICE can enter the homes of citizens as long as they have an administrative warrant for arrest by DHS as well. And I would,
Can you
I
put
would,
what
I
you're?
would.
They're
Can you put what you're?
entering, they're
Can you
also
put what you're reading on your
entering.
back? I'm just asking a question because you put what you're reading on your backdrop. Like I don't like the trust me bro syndrome. If you could put it on your backdrop, my eyes work very well. I
He's a
understand that you're an
5L.
officer, but I would like to read what it is that you're talking about simply
I'm,
He's
because
he's
you're
5L.
stuttering. You're stuttering between your sentences and they're not connected,
I'm
and I would like
reading.
to connect it. That's all.
Got it. I'm delivering the so far 17 pages I've read. If you want to look it up, I can send it to you. You can
No,
read it
you
on your
can't.
own.
You said you read 17 pages. Can you show me where it is on page 17 where you are? It's just a simple screen. Take a picture, screenshot, backdrop. Simple process.
Yeah, you can just look it up and read it. Like I'm not your secretary. Sorry.
Now I'm a secretary. You about to point up and so the burden of proof is supposed to be on you, sir.
Bleach Demon, you thought.
Here.
You thought.
I'll rephrase this. I don't give a fuck if you
Don't
believe me or
rephrase
not.
anything.
You can look it up.
You brought up a fact. In order to prove a fact to
That's
make sure
fine.
it's not a lie,
If you
you
want
have a
to,
right to
Google
prove
it.
what it is that
Google
you're
is
talking about.
You
Google is
spent the money,
free.
you're gonna spend it today.
But see,
Google is free.
but
Your thumbs work.
gorgeous.
You got
That's
it.
Now
just
Google is free.
arguing.
He wants to
But
lie.
that's.
He
Am
wants
I
to lie
lying?
No,
without
it's
any
not a
basis
lie.
of what he's
If
talking
it's
about.
but if you
It's a
feel
lie
like it's a
until it's proven
lie,
true. It's a lie until there's
okay,
a
well
basis,
prove.
and
No,
he's
no,
not
no.
even showing a
Okay,
basis.
well then
Okay,
prove
so
that
can
it's
you
a
drop in the
lie.
The earth
comments,
is
sir? You said I can go look it up.
You
So
the
drop in
earth
the
is
comments.
flat. There is no gravity.
Drop in the
Facts,
comments where I
facts,
can
facts,
Like what are we
facts.
talking
drop in the
about?
comments where I can go look it up. Instead of
All
just
right,
telling me you
bro.
can go look it up, how about you put in the comments where I can actually go look it up? Something tangible, please. Thank you.
Stephanie, I
Now
don't know
the
why
I mean,
issue
you
that
that's
say
we're
just a
running
that.
weird
into
way to ask
now.
I'm
for
not
information,
Canadian.
though. That's
I'm
just
not
a weird way
Canadian,
to ask for information because
and
if you think that he's a lie, you should be able to pull
I
up
don't
your
want to vote.
screenshot and say, "Here, motherfucker, here's where you got it fucked up." But all
Here,
you're doing is
motherfucker,
just
here's
trying to
where
be
you got it fucked
confrontational, and
up.
that's some
Okay,
bullshit.
nope. I'm asking for what a truth, not the lie. He
Well, you
said
need to learn how
evidence.
to ask for
For
it
I don't need to
for
because
learn how to
there's
do
my
the
nothing.
information.
for my
I'm a grown
There's
ass
the
lazy
woman.
information.
I
uneducated
How
can do
long
what I
is it
people,
going
want.
to take you to read 17 pages? How long is it going to take you to read 17 pages? How long? Tell us.
3 weeks.
ICE doesn't have the right to enter. They're told to use
That
that
was fucking
policy.
rude. That was
They're
fucking
told
rude.
they're told the policy don't come out
And
empty-handed.
then you put in a fake ass link that can't nobody click on that I got it literally. You're a liar.
You can't click on links on
He's a
TikTok, you
liar.
dumbass.
It is no reason.
Copy and paste
You
it.
had a specific name,
Copy
and
and
I
paste
asked you
This
to
it.
put the
is.
specific name of what you were talking about in the chat, and you didn't. You put a link that does
You
not
can
work.
lead a horse to water.
That
You
is a
can lead a horse
lie.
to water.
Okay,
But you'll
KP, I'm not
probably
even
still
talking to you.
stay
I know you want to
Listen,
thirsty.
insert
I
yourself so
don't
you
You
can
have to
care.
sound
copy
I
important,
don't
and
and
care.
that's
paste it.
great.
I
But I'm
said what
the
not
I
talking
said.
to
issue
you.
here
I'm asking
is
the
Yeah.
man to give
Oh,
me
this
the
is
information
embarrassing.
that he has stated. All he has to
That
do
he
is
sleeps
type
with
the
married
exact
men.
name of the letter that he read in the chat, so I can go read it.
the
But he dropped the link, and he didn't drop a fact. That's what I'm saying. You can say what you want. You can feel how you want. I don't care about your feelings.
what's
I'll
going to
got
happen.
it. I'll pay for it, T-Bone.
What's going to
What's
happen
happening
is the
Okay,
court.
I actually
is
could use
that
the link. I went and read
Stephanie
it.
is
So
going to find
officer,
some shit about a man. I'm sorry, Vince.
it's okay. It's something from Congressman Blumenthal regarding a whistleblower. Now, if you actually go
What's
look
the
at,
statistics about interpersonal violence when
can
men
you?
decide to use
Okay,
that method? Let's
all
read
right.
those statistics.
Okay.
I'd love
So
to. Hold
can
on,
I
let me get
finish
them.
with
Let me
officer,
pull them
please?
up.
Thanks. That's awesome. So if you actually look at Form 205, which they're talking about, it's an administrative warrant, but it's only given after a final removal order that's signed by a magistrate has been given. So it's a follow-up, right? So yes, it's an administrative warrant, but they've already gone through the process and they've already been told by the courts that they're supposed to be removed.
So they can be. So the issue that I have though is that they can be signed by judges, but they don't have to be signed by
No,
judges.
no. The removal. So the 205 is signed by a DHS official, but they can only put out that form after a final removal order has been signed by a judge.
That's not what I'm reading.
That's what I'm reading.
And what I'm reading, it says Form I-205 is an administrative warrant, meaning it is signed by DHS or Immigration and Customs
Mm-hmm.
Enforcement officer, not a judge. However, a judge can also order through I-205 the removal. So it seems like there's two avenues of approach here. And I guess the issue is if
Hold on.
ICE is if
I'll
ICE
look
is
at what I'm looking at, and I'll send it
no,
to you.
no, I don't. I don't disbelieve. No, I believe what you're saying. I'm saying there's looks like there's two avenues of approach. The issue I'm having is even if a judge says though remove this person, this would be similar to somebody saying, okay, so here's a good map on. If a judge says this person has a judicial warrant for felon in possession of a firearm, that doesn't also mean I can go into their house, and
Well,
that's where I think I'm having an issue.
Right. So okay. So Form I-205 is given only after a final removal order. Like, so everything's been adjudicated. There's a final removal order that's signed by a judge, and then they do Form I-205 to go and execute the final removal order. Does that make sense? It authorizes ICE to do so.
Here, I guess it is, here. I guess what I need to really look into then is, does a final removal order give DHS officials the authority to enter residences without search warrant coupling?
Well, so this is the thing. So the final removal order is given by the courts, right? So everything's been adjudicated. The administrative process is over. So what DHS then does is they use Form I-205 to execute and take somebody into custody that has already been adjudicated.
Right. So if they knock on the door and the person,
they've had their due process, their limited due process. They've had that. It's been adjudicated. It's done.
Yeah, no,
then now they just need to be sent.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing about any of that. If they go through the I-205, I recognize that is a mechanism. The thing that comes into conflict is if you go to a residence and you were like, I have a warrant for your arrest, and you can like see the person in the residence, and they're like, yeah, I'm not coming to the door, dude. If ICE kicks that door down, is that a breach because they do not have a search warrant to enter the residence? I think that's where the issue is.
I think it gets a little sticky, but I think when you have a warrant for somebody's arrest, right? Like, so for example, you have a warrant for somebody's arrest. They haven't gone through any sort of judicial process yet. The search, the arrest warrant is your original. That's the start of your due process, right? These people that have gone through the courts and they've already had their removal order signed by the judge. They've already gone through that process. Now it's just getting them and sending them and executing the removal.
If I was gonna be super, super, super charitable to DHS, I would argue that because they have a removal order, if it's administrative, I don't care, to be honest. If it's by the judge, I would make the argument that America has vacated them of all rights. They no longer have rights.
Correct.
So if it's strictly their property, we can enter. However, I would then say, in the same charitable light, if you go to a residence and the alien's inside, but it's owned by their abuela, and that person is a lawful resident or they are a citizen, you cannot kick their door down. That is still a citizen.
Right, but that person then has a civil claim against the government, right? But that doesn't negate the fact that they have the right to remove that person.
True. No, I'm not arguing about
No, but they can't. But it has to do with the fact that they can't enter the dwelling. That's where I'm hearing is officer is basically saying they don't have the right to enter. So basically, they have to wait outside until that person exits that house. They don't have a right to come in. They really don't.
Well, so what Blumenthal cites
your
in
point
his
is still
letter-
valid. They still have that right to remove him.
Right,
and the removal is not from the house; it's from the country.
Right, but
and that's where.
I think where officer, I think we can breach this pretty quickly. I think we can bridge this gap. So, Blumenthal cites the Fourth Amendment, right? In his letter, in terms of that's what's
Right.
being violated. But that's what's the limited due process part. That's where it's tied to. We talked about that earlier about how the Fourth Amendment gives them limited due process. They've already gone through that limited due process. Now it's just
But it's not about
executing.
them. It's about the dwelling that they're coming in. You're doing that thing again where you're going back to the immigrant and their rights and their process.
Actually, hold on, wait, no, I can't.
But
No, I can bridge this really quickly. So Lyons, who I think is our whistleblower, he whistleblows that the issue that he has is that the final removal. Okay, so yeah, my original assumption seems to be correct. So if there's a removal order signed by a judge, it actually does vacate the alien of all rights. They don't have a right.
Right.
So if it's strictly their residence, DHS can boot the door down and go get them. His issue is that the shift in policy seems to be towards removal orders that are based on administrative warrants only, and he says that that is not the proper process of vacating the right through magistrate. You have to go through the magistrate to vacate those rights. And I think I'd actually agree with that, because that's like saying the
But
police.
a removal order should. But see, this is the thing. The removal order itself. So look at it this way. So the whole thing with immigration is an administrative issue, right? So once it's adjudicated and the judge rules, hey, I'm putting this person up for removal, right? They're removed. They've gone through their process. At that point, when that judge signs that removal order, that's the finality there. So at that point, all you need to do at that point is then go and execute what the judge is saying, which is what Form I-205 does.
Yeah, I would agree. The only issue I have with doing it only on administrative and not judicial is if I boot your door down and drag you out administratively, and then a judge turns around and says, well, no, we're not deporting them, and here's why, then does that person have a claim to say, well, you violated my rights because I was not subject to actual removal?
But I don't think a judge is going to do that, because then you'd have to go back on the removal order. You literally signed something stating this person has gone through the process and you've
Not if
slated
they're
them for removal.
Not if they're administrative, they haven't. Those aren't judges. Those are just internal agents. If a magistrate signs it, I agree with you.
So again, the removal order has to be signed by the judge. The Form I-205 comes after that. This is after they've already gone through the process and the removal order has gone through court. So what ICE is doing is they're taking that removal
expedited
order
after ICE scans.
So what they're doing is they're taking the removal order that's signed by the judge, which is the finality of the case, and then they're doing the Form I-205 to execute the judge's removal order.
They're using expedited removal.
That's different.
After biometric data.
No,
they're taking their
removal is
biometric
different.
data and they're not even providing. Did you know at point of arrest, they're not even providing translators?
Expedited removal is different. Expedited removal is something that's going on before they have gone through that process.
Come up here. You have the audacity to come up here and advocate for people to be trafficked, face criminal prosecution without being charged with a crime.
That's not trafficking. What are you talking about? Deporting people is not trafficking people.
This is what happens when somebody looks at a legal process through the lens of feelings.
This is not a legal process. What ICE is doing is not a legal process, Lynn.
Everything they're doing is
Belle,
legal.
you're being disingenuous here because you're taking the process of administrative immigration law and conflating it with the current actions of ICE. I am talking about the current actions of ICE, which are neither lawful or legal.
Okay, whatever. That's your opinion.
That's my opinion. That's true.
Tell me how they're
That's the truth. It goes beyond their scope of duty. It goes beyond their scope of duty.
Opinion.
And has culpability of criminality.
You know
they're acting in a criminal capacity. You know they're not. But you're trying to hide it behind
they're not acting in a criminal
law.
Capacity.
And this is not a process of immigration.
We aren't even talking about ICE in terms of what we're talking about something very specific that Officer and I were talking about. Now, if you want to butt in here with your feelings, if you want to butt in here with your feelings, Steph,
ICE is entering private dwellings.
Oh God.
Entering private dwellings without signed search warrants.
Can I get the big box?
You know that's not legal. You know that's not lawful. You can try. You can sit here and try.
It's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, right?
Can someone read this and put me in the big box?
Wait, hold on a second, Steph. It's a
Because I'm
violation of the
driving.
Fourth
I
Amendment,
can't read it.
correct?
Can someone read that?
Well,
for me?
yeah. But
Okay,
it's
great.
also
So if they have limited due process underneath the Fourth Amendment and they've gone through that process, then that they no longer have that Fourth Amendment right. So yes, they can use that removal order
based on what?
Really
What
quick.
case?
based on the judge.
What precedent?
Really quick. Issued by federal agencies such as DHS or ICE, purporting to document their authority to arrest a person suspected of violating immigration laws. These administrative documents are not signed by a neutral magistrate or judge, but rather an immigration officer like ICE agent or an immigration judge. An ICE administrative warrant is not a judicial warrant. ICE administrative warrants do not give ICE officials authority to enter a place where there is reasonable expectation of privacy without consent. If this happens, state clearly you do not consent to them entering, but do not physically resist. If ICE officials have already entered, then ask them to leave and state you do not consent to a search. Here's an example. Provides an example. Whatever she's reading provides an example of administrative warrant below that.
Can you read the Fourth Amendment? Because I went back and reread it.
What was the point of this? I thought
You
this
should
was
read it
supposed to
word for
be
word.
right.
It says the right of the people. It doesn't say.
Lloyd, you in here? Sorry.
It says the right of the people. The right of people.
I mean, they don't have the right. I mean,
in the United
what
States,
she's talking about
the
is the
right of
removal
people
from the
have the
country,
right to
not
be
any
secure.
place that that person is at. That's what they're trying to do. They're using this broad sense of, they said removal, so that means I can remove you from wherever. Well, that's not the way the Constitution was written, and they are in violation of it. There's no way that you can escape this.
Absolutely. They're also
not
going,
supposed,
it's not
because
just houses.
a judge has to do that.
Yada. It's not
and
just
it's crazy.
Yada. It's not just houses. It's also workplaces. They're going. They'll go into the front,
churches,
the public space of
you know
a
what I mean?
business.
Anywhere.
They will go. They will enter
Anywhere.
through the
Okay,
front,
so-
a public space of the business, and then they will force themselves to unpublic,
So I'm going to read something.
non-public
I'm going to read something.
areas
Admir's
of
an
the private
immigrant.
property without a warrant.
Admir's an immigrant, so he might know. So I'm reading. Okay, so I'm reading. It says, Form I-205 warrant of removal and deportation is an administrative document issued by U.S. Immigration and Customs and signed by an immigration official rather than a judge, authorizing the direct removal of a non-citizen who has a final order of removal. So it is coupled, it seems, with the final order.
Yeah, but what I read, what I put up, did that not say that they do have authority to go in?
Can I have the big box, please? So this is the actual form I-205.
I hate that big box.
If you look at it, right? So if you look at the check marks, you have to have one of those things that applies, right? So it either has to be a U.S. District Court of Appeals, it has to be signed by a magistrate or judge, or somebody on the board, not DHS. So this is showing that in order for the form I-205 to be executed, it has to accompany one of these acts, right? Which means that they've gone through the judicial process and they have a final order of removal that has been executed by one of these entities. And so then form I-205 is just following up and enforcing the judge or the court's order. That's it. That's all it's doing. Which means that their Fourth Amendment right has been adjudicated and it's done.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that
About all
everybody's
persons. We're talking about all
right.
persons inside
Not just that
the home.
one person.
If a
The
homeowner
owner
is
of the
encroached
business?
upon, if a business is encroached upon, you're
That's
still not proving any legality here.
So let me ask
Right.
you,
You're
what do you mean I'm not proving any legality? I literally just brought up
You're
the
just
form.
talking about the removal of the person from the country lens, not the removal of that person from any dwelling that they are in. You need to get over it.
Hey, officer, I want to ask you a
the-
question real quick.
So for example,
If one of my friends, excuse me, if one of my friends came to my house and they had a warrant, could you kick my door in without a judge's approval, officer?
No, you cannot, and that was what I was going to state. So what she showed, what Lynn showed, what Lynn showed, it also on the corner down, they must specify an address. So if they go into that address and I live there, and let's just say that my cousin has a final ERO and they knock down my door, I have every right and any means to protect my family from them.
And it's
Right.
not
And so
just
this
come
is
back
so
and
this
sue the
is
state
Yeah,
later.
so
That's not our
So
obligation to go back and sue the state.
really
You have to
quick.
follow the laws.
The court case that I wanted to look. So okay, so the I-205 can only be issued once the final removal is given. However, United States v. Vertigo Arquidez of 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court held that the Fourth Amendment does not apply to searches by U.S. agents of property owned by non-resident aliens of foreign countries. However, the court indicated that aliens with substantial connection to the U.S., like residing here, are part of the people and they are protected.
Correct. If they can't get a hold of the property owner, they would never be able to swear out a warrant. At some point, certain federal agencies are just allowed to encroach. But ICE is not allowed to encroach when occupied people of the dwelling are present and do not consent.
So I bring up this court case because it seems that ICE is going to probably have a hard time with this though, because like I'm not disagreeing with like the removal of the alien from the country if they have a final removal order. I think that's perfectly fine. But it seems like SCOTUS has held, so really the administration have to challenge the precedent here. So it seems like they've held multiple court cases that whether they're here legally or not, they are part of the people. So you would still need to get a search warrant for their house, it would seem. Okay.
It's just weird that
That's interesting.
when you think that
It's clear
just
cut.
because
You can't.
they're like, hold on, I just don't understand why a person, how do you think that just because they've went through all steps of the process, that's still that their constitutional rights are still like not intact. I don't even know how to say it. Like, that's so frustrating that their humanity is just gone because the process has went through. Like, we still have to treat them like human beings. Like,
But
what
even
am
if
I
you're
missing?
like,
what did you just
even
say,
if you're
Yada?
for, excuse me, but even if you're
Like,
for
I'm
the
gonna fucking
removal,
smoke again because this shit is crazy.
oh my God. So even if you're for the removal of people that shouldn't
Yeah,
be in
fire
this
that shit up.
country, you still should be fighting for their
Fuck.
rights and their due process. Because next they're coming for yours. Like, I don't know
Hold
what
on,
the
but
fuck
they
is so hard
received.
about this.
But hold on, but we're
Like,
fighting.
just
We're talking about the same thing. They received their due process.
It's
What are you
all
talking about,
persons
Yada?
subject to
but
the
you still
law.
have rights. Just
No.
because
You have a right
went
to a
through due
translator.
process,
You have a
where
right
does
to a
your
bunch of
rights
shit.
end?
Hold on, okay,
Where
hold
You
on,
have a
show
Yada.
me
right to
that
your
these
medication.
wait. Show
You
me
have
that
a
their
right to be
rights have been
fed.
terminated.
Okay,
Show
so
me that
Yada.
their rights have been
So, but
terminated.
hold on.
But
If you're
they
gonna ask
probably
me,
get
let me
3
answer the
hots in a
fucking
Counsel.
question.
fucking cut.
If
Why
you're
aren't
being
they
held,
getting 3 hots?
if you're being held against your will and consent, you should have a right to legal counsel.
Okay,
If you are
so
claiming that somebody can be held against their will and consent and lose all aspect of their autonomy and agency, then you best provide them legal fucking counsel. I don't
okay,
care administrative. I don't care. I don't. I don't care what aspect. Executive branch, judicial branch, no branch. I don't give a fuck. If
okay.
you are
So you
holding
just
someone against their
Hey,
will and
bleaching the
consent,
queue.
if you're holding someone against their will and consent,
okay. So
you
here's
best
the problem
give
with
them
your
a right to
argument.
legal counsel.
That's great, but if they've already gotten their due process, like they went to court, they proved everything. The judge found that they do not
It
have
doesn't mean
If
that
any.
they're
they still
being
don't
Wait,
have
withheld
rights.
medical
hold
care,
on,
who is their
goddamn! Can we not
advocate?
have this fucking
They have no
conversation?
advocate,
Hold on,
Admir. If
Steph.
they're
That's your
That's
being
fellow
withheld
European.
medical care,
Let that
if
European
they are
man finish.
subject to brutality, who is their advocate?
Come on, Steph. You gotta let that European man finish. He let you finish. You gotta let that man finish.
Who's their advocate?
He about to tell you.
I'll
He about to tell you.
hold on. Steph, who would be my advocate if I commit a crime and I don't have money to pay for
One
an
will be
attorney?
appointed for you.
Great.
You will have
Same
an
thing goes.
advocate.
Great. Same thing goes with immigration. They do have public defenders as well. They
Yeah,
do
so
have
who's
people who
being
work for pro
appointed to
bono.
them? Who's
Come on.
being appointed to them when
Okay,
there's medical
so
neglect right
Question
okay,
now?
for
so
you. I got a
When
question
people
for
are
you, officer. Let
unaliving
me
in
ask you.
facilities due to medication, simple medication.
They need a legal advocate,
Okay.
Admir, and they
So
don't have
okay.
one.
So Renee, you're gonna have to
They're being
prove to me that they
separated from
were
their children.
Jesus fucking Christ.
She on go. She 20 for
Admin,
chill.
what
Steph,
do I
chill.
gotta
Hold
prove
on,
to
Renee.
you? That
Hold on,
people
Renee.
weren't
Y'all gotta
given
let
their
that man finish. Let that man answer y'all
medications, that people
questions,
had
bro.
heart attacks?
Damn.
Like, what do I gotta prove to you, Admir?
Okay,
Talk too much.
so here's the problem. So when I was in ICE detention, they can only hold you for 90 days. On the 89th day, they either got to deport you or they have to let you go. That's by law, right? Once you get there, if you cannot afford an attorney, there are numbers to local attorneys who have been assigned to do pro bono. They give you free phone calls all the time. Here in Aurora, Colorado, I spent 89 days. You can get them. You can call these attorneys, and they also have public defenders who specifically specialize in immigration. So they do have some voice.
So really quick. So I am looking. So okay. So the justices in prior cases leaned on the Fourth Amendment's person, houses, papers, and effects, and that no warrant shall issue without probable cause and judicial approval. Looks like they lean specifically on Johnson v. U.S. 1948, which seems the ruling reinforced that searches without judicial warrant are unreasonable under the Fourth Amendment. Reaffirmed, and then 2021, Canaliga versus Storm reaffirmed that exceptions like community caretaking, which could be an ICE defense, do not allow warrantless entry into a home, which would reinforce the other one of 1990, the Virgo case, which extended all of this to aliens and considering them still people since they're within the nation. So like it seems like I tried to look and it seems like the Supreme Court has never actually delineated a difference in illegal and legal aliens and having like separate property rights. They're just lumped as the people. Like all people are just the people. So my assertion earlier that I would believe that if your order for removal you've been vacated of rights is actually incorrect. I can't say that then because SCOTUS would just disagree, at least for now.
So let me understand what you're saying. So the SCOTUS ruled that even if they have their final EROs, that they still get their Fourth Amendment right
Rights
in
as a
their home.
human?
There's a separate because the SCOTUS wouldn't argue that the removal is illegal, but they would say that there's a separate due process for the reasonableness of entering a residence and that you have to still follow that pathway. That's all that's what I'm finding so far. I haven't read anything
And that's
different.
my point. Because even like Admir, like you said that you were in custody, and if they didn't do what they were going to do in 89 days, they got to kick you, right?
Yeah, that's the law. Yeah.
My point is, even if they said, okay, day 89, we are going to remove you. This is your final order. You got to get the fuck out of here. If you collapsed at that moment and had health issues, we are responsible. There's certain things that we have to do, regardless of this administrative issue. You're still a human being, and you have inalienable rights. It does not matter because you are on this land. I just don't understand it. It just pisses me off. That's
But this isn't the first time
The
that we've seen
Supreme
this.
Court,
Yeah, this
under
isn't.
the
So
Supreme
hold on a
Court, the
second. I'm gonna bring
definition of the
something.
people is anybody that's human. So all humans have the same rights.
So let me get the big
yes,
box real quick,
and
Chiba.
it's like, how despicable, Lynn. I love you. Don't be despicable. Don't be
I'm
despicable.
not
Don't
being
be a
despicable,
deplorable.
but
Please.
I'm looking at things. I'm not looking at things from morality. I'm looking at things from a legal standpoint, logical and legal.
But our legal system is based on morality, and you're missing it. That's why you're always
Well,
wrong.
it's subjective though.
Well,
It's
yeah. No, it's
subjective.
not.
Yeah,
It's only
because
subjective to
your
people that don't
morality could
have
be different than
humanity.
T-Bone's morality, right? So it all depends on who has the power to create the law based on their morality.
No, it's just your interpretation, and that goes to
No,
your
well,
own morality.
but that again,
hold on,
You're
that's
interpreting it.
subjective.
Yada, don't let her gaslight you. The law is the law. You can
I
change the law and
know.
your
I hate
morality,
it
but
when
the
she
law's
does
already
that.
written, and you can't fucking read the law
Damn.
that's written
Oh
right.
man, it's not that. Listen, laws are based off of what a majority of the people
We're
feel
gonna
is
make
right
you
or
a good
wrong.
person.
Once the law is written,
Lynn,
it is
we're gonna make you a
written. It is
good
no
person
longer
whether
based
you
off of
like it or
anything.
not.
It becomes
We did it
law.
with Dana J, and
Mm,
we're gonna do it with you.
Hey,
We
W
did it with
data, my
Dana
nigga.
J.
Word.
Like, really, we're gonna make you a good person because you're almost there. You just have to stop thinking that this word legal is the end all be all. You're still a fucking
we are a
person.
country that's based off of laws, right? That's what our country is based off of. It's not a country based off of morality, because morality again is subjective. Law is only subjective in
Jim
who
Crow was
interprets it.
legal.
So
Jim Crow was legal, and
morality
you would have
makes
fought for
law.
it.
Oh
Jim
God,
Crow
here you
was
go to
legal,
race.
What are
Here
we
and you
you
doing?
would
go
have
to
fought
No,
for
race.
it.
What are we
It
it's
was
fucking
not
doing here?
legal,
race.
and
It's
you would have fought
humanity.
for
Lynn,
those
You
laws. Do
can
you want me to
you can
read the
take race out
statutes,
of it
Lynn? I'll
and
read
just
the
talk about the
statutes.
you're about to give
inhumane
Renee a win,
treatment.
Lynn.
Do you
No,
want me to
Lynn, you
read
you're
can
the
about to
take
give me
race
a
out
statutes?
win
of
It was
it.
today.
legal and lawful. Do you want me
I
to read the
can't hear
statutes?
anything over anybody because Stephanie won't stop
Right.
talking. Renee, what were you saying?
Listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whichever one. I know you
You
were both
called
trying
us
to talk to
some
me at the same
fucking
time.
law morality bullshit, but laws are written off of moralities.
I'd like to say
So I
something.
don't
I
know what the fuck
understand
we're
that.
talking about.
I've been
No. I
waiting.
understand.
Right.
Okay, so
So you're
law.
gonna try that law has no feeling bullshit.
No.
Well, guess what?
It's not
Feelings
that.
change laws, so they do have feelings.
So law and morality they do have a relationship, right? But again, morality is so for example, you can have a law that's written, right? But two different, like the prosecution and the
Yes,
defense
it's
can
always
use
going
the
to be
same law.
yes,
They can use the
subjective
same
and
law,
use it
right? Based
right.
off of their
That's why
interpretation.
all laws are racist.
Oh
Exactly.
my
Thank you for
God,
proving my
Yada.
point. Because depending on no, fucking for real, you just admitted it. Because depending on that person is going to depend on how they use that law in their own fucking racist way of wielding it.
Hold on, that's
You're
not what she
fucking
said,
right.
Yada. That's not what she said.
And the only person that interprets
What the
law in
fuck?
this country is the Supreme Court. So there you go again with your personal biases. Saying,
She's got a phone call because now is my turn to talk.
No.
Jim Crow,
I'll be
Yada,
Renee. I
I'm
called
sorry.
this easy win. That was easy. I slid in there.
Jim Crow was lawful. Jim Crow was lawful. I can read the
Right.
statutes. I can read the
And tell the
statutes that
moral
required
of the
partitions in all public
right. We know that.
spaces. I can read what was lawful. And you must follow law and order,
Right.
right, Linz? You must follow law and order
And
because
not
that
even
was
that.
the
Renee, can I
law.
Even in
rotate you?
today's
It
time.
must have been followed, right? Right?
Hey,
Is that
Renee,
me?
can I rotate you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me pull up some
Appreciate
of the legal and lawful statutes.
Okay, so hold on, Steph. Let me ask you something. What is your contention? I don't. Are you saying that even after their final removal, that they should still stay here?
No.
Okay, so what is the
No.
contention? Because that's what I'm hearing.
The contention is when you
You
have
should execute a warrant
of
just like you
removal
do any other
is
warrant.
that's separate than your
You need a body
then
warrant,
your
a
then that
capias warrant,
person's
or a
right
property
for
warrant.
you not to enter somebody else's dwelling. Like just because they're in
Yeah, fuck 'em.
an illegal is in my house,
Yeah, fuck them.
ICE don't have they better find another beef. They don't have the right to kick in my door because they have a
Oh, I agree with
removal.
you on that. I agree with you on that.
Period. And that's what the fucking problem is.
Oh yeah, you ain't gonna get in an
I don't
argument with
care
me.
about your removal. You're going to respect my rights. My
No,
rights
I agree.
trump your removal.
I agree. But here's the
And that's
I mean, I
that's
agree
the
with that too,
contention.
though. I
And
agree with
she's
that
saying
too.
and she's saying no, fuck your rights. We got to order a removal.
Who's
That's
saying
not
that?
even
Steph is
said by
saying
a
that?
judge. That's even
who said that?
no fucking Linz.
That doesn't make sense though,
Lynn's wouldn't say
Admir.
that.
If you're agreeing with that, then you're agreeing that it's not against the law to harbor illegals.
I don't think you understand.
It's no.
I don't think you understand. Right.
It is
So
or
hold on.
it's not.
So here, I'll explain to you very simple.
Okay.
If I have a final order of removal, right, and the last known
It's
address that I
FBA.
have,
How the hell no?
goddamn, yada, and I,
Sorry.
for some whatever reason, the last address that I have puts your address, Belle. We're just friends, right? And I happen to come for dinner at your house, and they know that I'm going to be there, and they knock down your door. They didn't break the law because the last known address I
Yes,
gave
they
was
did.
your.
Yes, they fucking did. It
This
does
is
not matter
unbelievable.
because and no,
Yada,
it does
listen
not
to
matter.
him. He's
Then
agreeing
they
with
need.
you. Yada, listen, let him finish.
No,
He's agreeing
he's
with
not.
you. He's saying ICE is breaking the law.
Yada just wants
They
to
don't have the
talk.
right to kick in the door.
If they
He's
have
saying
the
they're breaking
have
judicial,
the right to
law.
kick.
if they have judicial warrant signed by a judge, yes, they do.
Oh,
Whether you
never
like
mind.
it or not.
That's what I thought.
If it's a signed warrant specifically on that address, yes, they can knock down and you can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually argue DHS probably has a really good argument to say, like, if the residence belongs solely to the immigrant that is ordered to be removed, then we can enter the home because they don't have any more rights. They don't belong here anymore. Like, I think they actually probably have a really strong argument for that. Now, they would lose if they said, like, well, he's there, but his mom owns the apartment. They'd be like, well, I don't give a fuck. You need to get a search warrant. You know what I mean?
Is T-Bone, are you here?
T-Bone sleep.
T-Bone might not be. What's up,
Oh,
though?
okay.
When the mods help you out?
Yes.
Oh, T-Bone is here. Okay, never mind.
So I have a question for the panel. Is law
Can
or
I have the
moral
big box?
compromise?
This was the law and statute.
Man, Steph, man.
This was the law and statute, verbatim. It shall be unlawful. You can read it. That was the law. And people were told the same thing that conservative lens is saying right now. Respect the law and order. Respect the law and order is what people were told.
I'm confused.
This was the statute. I can pull all of them up. I can pull all of them up.
Nobody cares.
These were the laws.
Yeah.
T-Bone, let me get a big screen, please.
And you would be saying if this was happening today, you'd be saying the same thing. It is. And you're saying follow the law.
Damn, Admir, what the fuck?
I know, so I'm gonna send you this.
Can I get a highlight?
It's incredible.
Yeah, so this is under Obama and all of that. They were doing the exact same thing. And this is a memo from them. So why are we all of a sudden? This is what I don't like about you fucking libtards.
If a law is unjust,
hold on, Steph. You guys are bitching about this shit now, right? But you did not want to bitch about it back then.
Because
you
they're
didn't bitch
phony,
about it back then.
they're phony people.
Man.
I would never disagree with Obama.
Yeah, if you're gonna stay consistent, at least say,
disagree with
okay,
that black
it's been
man.
happening. Yeah, it's been happening all along, not just under one man.
People in other countries, these are phony people.
Travel Casey, I just found out about this, and I'll tell that to RTP. I don't give a fuck about him or anybody else. The fuck? I'll tell them to his face. Fuck out of here.
Wait, I have a question because Admir, I brought this up earlier. I said the same shit was happening under Obama, even with due process, right? A lot of people did not see an immigration judge, and they said, no, it's still not the same thing.
Man, this started with Clinton Clinton started on.
You guys keep going back to Obama, Clinton, Bush.
Hold on. So I just want to say this.
You can go and pull up hundreds, thousands of articles where the ACLU, every organization, protested against what Obama was doing, and it got him to change his policies. It led to policy reform. It led to policy reform.
Chill. Let that man finish his sentences.
It led to policy reform.
Pro black, please. You were interrupted.
Yeah, I absolutely was. So I just want to make this very clear, right? If you believe that the law is a moral compass, you do not understand law, because it's very clear that law is a moral compromise. All right. This is basically the concept, right? That you don't overregulate society with that way you do not harm it. Okay. This is one thing that a lot of people do not understand. Now, when it comes to Bill Clinton, all right, let me look it up with the thing real quick. It's called the IIRIA, right? Uh, 1 second. The IRRIA. I just want to make sure that I say it properly, what the abbreviations are for.
96.
Okay.
T-Bone, can you get in the big screen, please?
The Immigration Reform Act.
Yeah, the Immigration Reform Act, right? That literally, right, gave the federal government power, right, to, without a migrant seeing the judge, to be expedited right away. Okay, so all of this shit that you guys are crying about, blame Clinton, right? Because these are the systems that he implemented, right, in order to get a lot of people, right, out of this country. And then what's been happening is, ever since then, all presidents have been using this legal act, right, in order to deport people at a higher rate. These are just the facts. Okay. Now, have they been using it differently? Yes, but they have all been operating under that specific act. These are the facts. So I be mad
It
at
used
Bill
to be at a
Clinton.
port of entry. That's
No,
incredible.
it was not
That's
just at a port
incredible.
of entry.
That's mainly where it
It
was
was
applied, and
not
you know
just at a
that by
port of
Customs
entry.
and Border Patrol at border
No, it
crossings,
wasn't.
and
No,
you
it
know
wasn't.
that, and you know that,
No, it wasn't.
or a border zone. But it didn't really apply to grandma who's been here for 55 years and has, 7 grandkids. It didn't apply to her.
When it came to interior enforcement, it expanded grounds for deportation, created new crimes like for non-citizens voting, and increased penalties for smuggling, right, and documented fraud. So there was also a lot of shit. Hold on, ma'am. There was a lot of shit that was also added when it came to the interior enforcement as well. It just wasn't the border.
I think it's incredible to deport people to places they've never been.
I do
Places they
think
haven't
that,
been for 40 years. Places they don't know the language. They don't know anybody there. I find it incredible that you would justify that somebody's experience
you're
on
making a
planet
moral
Earth should be
argument again.
subjugated to that by the hands of the state. Something
You're
against
making a
their will
moral
and
argument.
consent. Strip them away from their family.
You're making a moral
And life
argument.
virtually as they know it because you want to be the party of law and order. I find it incredible. I just
You are
don't
making
understand.
a moral
yeah,
argument.
I don't.
go ahead, Phil.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
understand
Phil.
why you would want to
Law
traffic
is
people.
about a legal
Why people are
compromise,
profiting
not about a
billions of
legal
dollars off
feeling.
of this, and you're trying to justify it to me right now that you lose your rights, in favor of this. I don't get it.
I haven't lost none of my rights as a premium black, for one. All right, for two.
Let's go.
Right, for two. Right. This bullshit that you liberals like to spew. Listen. This bullshit that you liberals like to spew, right, to black people that actually are operating 100% on their agency. Right, we're not going to fall for that nonsense. Right, you can do that with the black liberals on your side. I'm not going to fall for that shit, Stephanie. Right, like I 100% operate under my agency, my own liberation, and everything that I create on my own. And it's not easily going to be stripped away from people like me. Now, y'all motherfuckers on the left, yeah, y'all can lose that shit because y'all believe in this collectivist nonsense bullshit to where agency doesn't matter. And me coming from the goddamn motherfucking plantation of my family members, I understand how important agency is. Fuck all the collective bullshit. I'm not going to fall for that. Sorry, Cupcake.
Yeah, I think that the argument is that Congress should put statutes of limitations on like deportations. We can have that conversation. I think for now that we don't. I do think that we have a right to enforce our borders. I do think we have a right to enforce our laws. So I too would feel bad for people, and I don't agree with removing nonviolent people, especially people who've been working. But unfortunately, we have refused to address this issue for decades in this country. Now, I do want to say though on the entry to homes thing, I do think ICE actually has, because what they're doing, there's a tactic to what they're doing. They're forcing the issue, and in a way they can kind of do this. I actually do think that they have a really strong argument to say, like, well, hey, if this home belongs strictly to the alien, we have a right to go in because they don't have a right to be here anymore, which vacates them of their rights. They've been adjudicated because the form has to be coupled with the removal order. But again, I think they lose in court if it comes up. Well, what about citizens in the house? Well, then you need to get a warrant because the citizen themselves is also going to be subjected to the state's search and seizure. So I think that's where it's going to go. I think this is going to go up to SCOTUS. I think SCOTUS is going to rule that if the house belongs strictly to the alien, they can go inside. And then, I mean, I don't know. I think this is where this is going to end up. To be honest,
Officer, let me ask you this question: has the U.S. government asked nicely, right? Has the U.S. government not asked nicely that we will help you, we will give you financial aid, a free plane ride, and you can then try to come back into the country legally? Has not the U.S. government offered this?
that's the self deportations are all about.
Right. So either you self-deport, or we're going to get you out.
Yeah, and I mean, and I mean, again, I know that the Constitution. I read the court cases off a little bit ago. I know where the current standing is that illegal aliens are considered the people, but I mean, I think ICE is going to. I think they're just going to challenge that the administration. I wish that they would.
Wait.
I wish that they would do it up front and not
Hold
try to
on.
retroactively do this. But
Is anybody on the panel? Or is it just me?
it's just you.
Wait, what the fuck? The whole panel is gone.
No, everyone's on here.
That's just some of their souls floating away.
That's a good
Hey,
one.
he said, I can't see nobody.
The liberal souls.
Wait, no, seriously though, like, what the fuck is going on?
The liberals have lost their souls. But I did want to point something out though, Stephanie. You know, there's a lot of trafficking that does go on, you know, with at the border and with the cartel and all over the world, right? But like you making it seem like deportation is trafficking.
I'm like the only person up here. Real niggas stand up. You know what it is.
Trace European people.
Can y'all hear me? So you making it calling deportation trafficking? I find that to be a little
Mass deportation efforts by the Republican Party absolutely are.
No, they're not.
They're moving large people against their will and consent for profit.
Yada, appreciate you, Yada. Sorry, Steph, I have to cut you off.
That's a lie.
It's
Large
not
groups of people.
trafficking, and you're taking away from you know people who are really being trafficked by saying deportation.
Wait. She said they're being deported for profit.
How can't I get a thought out with somebody talking?
You find it offensive?
Yeah, I think it's a little offensive. You saying that this is trafficking, comparing it to like real people who are really being trafficked. Like, what are we doing?
Do you understand that trafficking has
the U.S.
several different
people,
forms?
We're not selling them,
and one is not more. They're just because you're talking about one doesn't mean you're dismissing another. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. You cannot compare the U.S., a government deporting illegals, as trafficking. We are not selling these people.
No,
we are
you're
not
strawmanning
them.
the argument.
We are not
You're
trafficking
the
them.
argument
We are not
here.
profiting off of deporting them. So what are you doing? No, we don't. We pay them to leave.
Wait, there's other people talking? All right, I'm going to request back up because I can't hear shit now. Oh, chill out.
Private businesses are absolutely creating profit, Belle. They're actually on the stock market.
I'm talking about the government. You are making it seem like deportation is trafficking. When you are trafficking people or
they're using contracts with private businesses to carry out this quote unquote operation.
It's not trafficking.
Yeah, I think if we're going to use the term, if we're going to use the term like in an emotional sense, like that's whatever. I don't think I can legally meet the definition. What I would say though is, I think that there's a conflict here, and I have the conflict as well, where I also want to enforce the laws of our country and the laws of our immigration policy, but also people who have been here for 30 years working and they're not being arrested. They're minding their business. I don't know if I even like care to remove them from the country. Like it is what it is. Um, I I think again the issue falls in the legislator. We have failed in this country for decades to comprehensively address the problem, and Republicans allowed that failure to happen again when we nuked the last border bill that we had on the table, so it could be a political talking point.
So I get what you're saying, officer, but like this is like I can give you two. I know people personally. Okay, back in 2010, 2011, they were both two sisters who came here illegally with their husbands. They had children. Okay, they were still illegal to the point where people had forgotten that they were illegal up until they got deported. Their kids, their oldest was first year of college. So imagine the kids were born here, and it took all those years, they still weren't able to get their papers, and they were both deported, both families. They left the kids here with family members. They went back, both couples went back, came back after 4 years. So it's been happening. This is not a new thing. And not only that, but they were from Newtown, Connecticut. They were rich as fuck to the point they were rich. They had money and they were still deported.
Right. We consistently deport more people than anybody else.
Yeah, I just think like with my framework, like I know what the law says, just like my framework, I just don't like if you're telling me that we're gonna go after the worst and the criminals, that are graping and schmurdering and gangbanging. You got no fight from me. Like I don't give a fuck how you do it. You know what I mean? But when you're telling me that you're locking people up on job sites because they've expired work visas, I just don't know if I care. And that's just me personally. I just don't know if I give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like if you're locking people up at their court hearings because they're trying to comply with the process, you're not going to convince me that I should care about those people. It's a waste of money.
In Chicago, it was ICE detaining a family of 4, a mom, a dad, and 2 kids. They had little backpacks on. They were on a family outing, and they were at the park in downtown Chicago, walking around.
Yeah, anecdotal. I'm sure you made the story up.
No, I'll show you the photos.
It's an anecdotal story. Nobody gives a fuck
And the whole
about
family
an
was
anecdotal
detained.
story. Nobody cares.
And
about
you
an
don't
anecdotal
care.
story.
And
No, I
you know
don't
you
care.
don't care.
I don't care about
We
an
know
anecdotal
you're
story. I don't care
soulless.
whether you took your meds today. I don't care.
Hey,
Your
Helldiver, can I
soul's
rotate you real
floated
quick?
away.
I haven't even had a
I
chance to
just want to
speak.
say,
I was actually
No,
being polite
Bell,
and holding decorum by not trying to overtalk anybody. I've actually been leaving comments in the comment section, attempting to communicate with y'all.
Got it.
Additionally,
Got it. Can I drop
additionally,
somebody? Can I drop somebody for Elliot Alford really quick? I guess he's an immigration attorney. I'm just curious what he has to say.
I'll tell you what, if I follow you, can I get a comeback at a later time?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, then I'll drop out voluntarily. But I'm saving the screenshot to
No,
explain something
no.
later.
Stay right there. No. Stay right there. You're new up here. I can drop. Go ahead. Stay right there, brother. You good?
All right. I got you, Ghost.
Appreciate you.
That's a real mod right there.
Hey guys, I'm just checking in. Yes, I am an immigration lawyer. So really, if you have
Okay,
questions,
can
I'm
you
just
tell
happy to
Bleach what to do in case his wife gets deported?
Are you kidding me?
Well, deportation is a process for
Hold
one.
on.
So it's
Hold
really
on. What
the
was that?
question is.
Hold on. Sorry. 1 second. What did you just say?
His wife is a citizen, Stephanie.
Hold on. This is funny. Listen, this
What
is
is
who
it?
she is.
Well,
Wait. This is who. Let me explain who she is. This is a one who advocated for my wife about me beating my wife, like bullshit. And then she says that. You're such a
Really?
two-faced, stupid bitch.
Really quick. So Elliot, I'll ask you the question. So the form that ICE is using, the India I-205, which they're coupling with, I believe they have to couple it with a final order removal signed by the magistrate. Are there court cases that would allow them to enter the homes of those people that are ordered for removal if the home is owned by those people ordered for removal? Or what court case would you lean on as an immigration attorney to cite that the entry into the home itself would be illegal without a search warrant?
Well, it's not an area that I actually deal with personally. This is constitutional law, it doesn't come up too much in my work. But long story short, probable cause is probably the standard for that kind of stuff.
Oh, wait, what do you do with immigration law?
Once people are in the process of deportation, I defend them. I'm not there when ICE is going into people's homes.
Okay.
I'm not involved.
Like if you're reviewing a case, okay, so I'll ask you a different question. So if you're like reviewing a case and ICE says, well, we kicked in his door because he had a I-205. The I-205s, do those have to be coupled with removal orders, or can they be administratively issued by strictly an immigration judge or an ICE agent, for example?
Okay, so I can answer the question a little bit. It's a federal misdemeanor to be in the United States without a valid visa. It's almost never enforced. So there is an argument that there's probable cause for violation of a crime of that federal misdemeanor. You can look it up for anyone who doesn't have a valid visa. Now, is that used in this way yet? I don't think so, and I don't think that is really answering your question directly. I think probably because there's something called prosecutorial discretion, and constitutional law deals a lot with prosecutorial discretion and how laws are prosecuted. So I think probably the safest avenue, if there's going to be a court challenge in the future, is for deportation orders to be in place and then probable cause based on those orders. But once again, you're talking about constitutional law, and that's not what your typical immigration lawyer deals with. A typical immigration lawyer, the only constitutional law they'll deal with is like a habeas corpus when someone's in custody to try to get them out of custody, not challenging these ICE raids. That's more just purely constitutional law. I get it. You associate with immigration law, but those are real constitutional law questions.
You wanted an immigration lawyer up here. Okay.
Well, if this is what you guys are curious about, then yeah, I mean, if that's the issue you're curious about. If you're curious about something else involving immigration law, feel free to ask me while I'm here for a second.
Yeah, so I maybe I can expand on it a little bit. So I form the I-205 form is something that's done after a removal order. You've gone through the process, right? They've gone through the administrative process, and the judge has signed off on a removal order. So then the I-205 is an administrative order that's done based off of the power of the removal order to then go in, right? So they've already been adjudicated. They've already been removed. The judge has signed off on it. And now the ICE just has to go pick the person up and enforce the removal order from the judge. I think that's the whole thing that Officer and I are kind of going back and forth with. And so,
Right, and so-
his question is, do they have the right to then go in and execute the removal order and pick somebody up from their last known residence on the court order?
Yes, and this is based off
Just
of
one second before you respond to that. I did just get that Cash App to drop Bleach, so you can either, because he dropped, I'll let it slide, and you can use that as credit, or you can get a refund, whichever one you desire. Go ahead.
Well, when someone has a final removal order, it's very clear they have
Okay,
no
wait,
valid visa.
really quick. Tasha put in the comments we are shifting that apparently to Lynn's.
What the fuck? She just came out.
Copy. Is if all of it is for Lynn's, then Lynn's would be gone for 25 minutes.
Incredible.
Jesus.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Apparently I
Fantastic.
missed something. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Mr. Helldiver, I want to give you the floor. You've been very patient. Please go ahead and get out all your thoughts.
Bleach Demon, time to pay up.
I was letting whatever that was, give a conclusion for now. Bookmarking. Can I have the big screen, please?
Somebody's got to bail her out.
Go ahead. I love making.
Remember about 3 or 5 minutes ago, maybe it was 10. I don't know. I'm doing time dilation. but the screen went differently for each of you individually as users of TikTok, and one of them posted a screenshot of all of them blanked out. I took a similar screenshot around the same time, and all of your icons were still visible, including mine. What I was trying to explain initially was that I said TikTok was messing with our functionality with regarding to maintain this live because of the subject matter we are bringing up, both with regards to etiquette and content, with validity of content. They're good enough for
Is
that.
it possible that my internet connection isn't the best, and that would be the answer to that?
As a sidebar question, I'd like to ask: where are you broadcasting from?
Virginia.
Oh, okay. So then that kind of partially explains it. I'm in New York. Signal bounces and shit, time dilations, delayed signal. So I take partial responsibility for the discord that had taken place. Now I'll give me a second. Y'all continue. I'm gonna switch the screenshot as a way of continuing my point.
Right. So as Linz was saying earlier, Elliot, that was where we were, because I'm sure you've probably read, this is your area, about the ICE memorandum that will allow them to enter residences. The argument was whether or not they'd be able to based on that final removal order. Bell, what are you
it's
doing?
a constitutional law
Wow,
question,
who's over
and
here taking a shit and not muting themselves? Crazy.
I am cooking. What are you talking about?
Man, it sounded like you was
cooking
flushing.
Were you cooking in the bathtub?
I'm in the sink. The sink.
Hey, bro, she was
The
cleaning her
sink.
collard greens in the tub, bro.
Right,
Oh my God.
yo,
No.
standing in the tub doing it too. Put your foot in there. Go ahead, Elliot.
It's nasty.
The last thing I'd want to do is to say something that's going to confuse the subject. So I'll say this: it's a constitutional law question about illegal searches and seizures based on probable cause. If someone has a final deportation order, for example, or even just it's very likely they don't have a valid visa, there is probable cause that they're guilty of a federal misdemeanor of being in the U.S. without a valid visa. So then the constitutional law question is, can you enter someone's home when you have probable cause that they're guilty of a crime? And there's constitutional law surrounding that. Obviously, warrant is the method normally. I would say just the idea that there's an administrative order based on a deportation order would not negate the constitutional law protections against illegal searches and seizures, which includes entering someone's residence without a warrant. But there's, if you see them inside, if you know that they're the owner, there can be ways around that. So that's the question. And if you're trying to answer that question, you would be looking at the exact same things as someone who is very clearly guilty of a crime, probably, and what is the legal standards for whether or not you can enter the home of somebody like that. So that's what you're looking at.
So is Title 8 violation, Section 1325 probable cause to basically put a final ERO?
So, like I said, there's a federal misdemeanor for being in the U.S. without a visa. Many people are guilty of
I mean,
this.
with all due respect, sir, that's not answering my question. Is Title 8, Section 1325 probable cause to get a final? Okay, great. So based on that alone, then this is where officer comes in, because now this turns into a constitutional. Because if you have a final ERO and the judge signs off on that warrant, then this is where the officer will come in and say, yes, they would have probable cause, they can enter your house legally. Correct,
Absolutely.
officer?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then I don't know why we're arguing all this time. Thank
The
you
reason
very much,
I think
Elliot.
the reason you're arguing is because they're not getting warrants. That's the reason you're arguing. It's one thing to say
I could
they
actually
would get a
interject.
warrant.
I actually could interject. I would like to have the big screen again, please.
So Elliot, while he's doing that, can you give me a case that you know of that has happened, that they've gone into people's houses and without a warrant?
What is this? What are we doing? What is this?
No,
What is this?
I like I said, it's not really my area. It's really a constitutional law question, and it's also fairly new. So I think you'd be hard pressed to find a case like this. But you could find it if you looked in criminal law, constitutional case law. You could find a case like this, I'm sure, of where there's very clear probable cause, and then police enter the home without a warrant.
Well, you could use
And
any private property.
sure. And you can find many things. If you want to answer this question, you can look into that issue. Probable cause entering a residence, constitutional law. You'll find a bunch of cases about it.
Okay, give me 1 second. What is this? What are we doing? Guy in the big screen. What's up? What is that?
That I created to represent my kind of view of the political spectrum as a comedic way of relating it to the game that I like to play, which is Helldivers. Now, I'm 55. I am from New York. I am a veteran of a foreign war, United States Navy.
Does this have anything to do with immigration?
Yes.
Because you're giving
If
us a
you let me-
PowerPoint presentation here.
I understand. And
Hear it? I think we should hear it.
Okay, I'll let it go.
Yeah, I'll pay $2. I'm really not fucking interested. Back to whatever it is we were talking about.
Yeah. So Elliot, so I think the argument now
Please get
becomes
big.
Yeah. So now the argument
You
now
guys
becomes
act
is the
as if you
feelings.
have something prophetic to say.
Steph,
Maybe he
don't
did.
do that. Hold on.
Maybe he did.
Jesus Christ, Steph. Okay, so as an attorney, you just answered my questions that kind of debunk the argument as far as the legality goes. Now we can argue feelings, right? I agree with Steph and all these other people when they say, well, they shouldn't do this. I agree, right? Compassion is there. But from the standpoint of legality, there's nothing that they're doing that's not the right way.
Well, constitutional law is super complex. So the judge, let's say if this goes to court, they're going to look at the prosecutorial discretion. They're going to look and see if there's racial profiling. They're going to look at all that because that's all part of constitutional law.
Right. Sorry, go ahead. No, I cut out. You go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
If there is a court in the future reviewing these practices and they determine that this is being prosecuted in a malicious way or a way that's biased in an impermissible way, then they can strike this process down. If they look at it instead as it's being used with a valid state interest and there's extenuating circumstances, and that justifies the search of homes when there's probable cause that someone who is almost certainly guilty of a crime, in this case the federal misdemeanor of not having a valid visa, and the court would determine that. But you see, officers should know, and this is to me the real issue, a lot of these ICE officers are not as careful about these consequences and the perception. And perception is actually part.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. If I miss your CA, I do apologize. Steph, you also got dropped for 25 minutes. I'm on my computer, so I can't see it properly. So if you put anything in, just put in the chat so that the mods can tell me too, so we can all like moderate that. My fault.
If you don't want to be public, you can DM me directly. My DMs I'll be checking them. Wait, so Elliot, really quick. So something that I think would fall within your realm here. So if you receive a case for removal, is your job to look for legal and constitutional inaccuracies so that you can't, similar to like if it was a criminal case for a criminal attorney, to challenge the government on the validity of the removal? Or are you simply present to make sure that the alien who is subject to removal is not sent to a country they can't be sent to? Because I'm a little bit confused. Because if I was so your job is to make sure that they're not being sent anywhere malicious.
Okay, so let me put it this way. and I can only speak with 99% certainty on this, is the only time you look at constitutional issues as a practicing immigration lawyer is if the immigrant is in custody for a long period of time, in which case you may look at constitutional law issues as a way of getting them out of custody. And that's called habeas corpus. You would file a habeas corpus action with a different
Right. No,
court.
right. No, I understand that. Well, I guess what I'm asking is, so if an alien says, well, hey, they told me they weren't for my arrest, but they breached my residence to detain me
Mhm.
without a judicial warrant to search the resident. Would that be an issue that you would bring up as a violation of their? Like, I guess I'm asking
Yeah,
you,
no.
as
The
far.
reason is that I can tell you I wouldn't,
But why they retain the right? According to
because
SCOTUS,
I'll
though,
tell
they
you why.
they
I'll tell you
retain the
why.
right of Fourth Amendment, though, right?
I'm happy to tell you why, okay? Because there would be no point, because they could reinitiate the removal proceedings the very same day or the next day, even if the current removal proceedings were vacated for some constitutional reason. They could simply reinitiate them the next day. So there's no point. It's not like a criminal case where you get it dismissed and all of a sudden everything's fine because the evidence is thrown out. The immigrant is still
Okay,
in the
Lynn's bail
country
was
illegally.
paid, so she's able to come back up.
So your gripe is mostly with
I'm a drop for Lynn's.
you would so you would
No, I was going to.
you
Oh
wouldn't
shit.
challenge it because you would fail in the objective, which is your main goal of winning the removal case. But I guess what I'm asking is, if you had read this though in the report, like, to your education as an attorney, do migrants, illegal or not, do they have a right to the Fourth Amendment from unlawful search and seizure of even their own residences because they're included as the people per the law? Or does your training say something different than that?
They have well, it's a great question. Immigrants have only procedural constitutional rights, not substantive due process rights. And so I would say they still do have a right to protection for unlawful search and seizure, though, because that's really a protection for that is more than just the person being searched. It goes against the state for their practices. So they would. But once again, you would only get to this issue for someone who's been in custody for a while and you're trying to get them out of custody. The reason why, like I just said, there's no point to getting a removal case dismissed because it can be reinitiated the very next day. So there's no point to trying to get.
Wait, hold on. Wait, they don't have substantive due. What do you mean they don't have substantive due process rights?
For example, they don't have a right to attorney. That's a substantive. I didn't say substantive due process. I said substantive constitutional rights. Immigrants that are not residents do not have substantive constitutional rights. They only have procedural constitutional rights. They're entitled to procedure. That's why there's deportation proceedings. That's why there's immigration court. But they don't have the substantive constitutional rights. They can be judged based on their country of origin. They could theoretically be judged based on other grounds that citizens can't be judged on. They don't have a right to an attorney. I'm not prepared to list all the rights that they don't have, but I know the rights they do have, which is for procedure.
But do you mean they don't have the right to their own attorney? Because clearly
No.
you are an attorney and you represent them. So at
No, I'm
some
talking about
point,
public defender. I'm talking about public
right,
defenders.
that's different. And you
That
have
is
to be
different.
careful because people hear these things and then they go off in left field. But what you actually meant is they don't have the right to have a paid lawyer by the state.
Right. Well, I think the way to do it is that everybody gets a court-appointed attorney in a criminal proceeding, but in a administrative or civil, it's different. You don't
Yeah,
have the right to an attorney.
this just doesn't sound right because, like, what the claim to be made right now would be, if they possess no substantive due process rights, then they're not included underneath personhood based on the constitutional interpretation. But we know that's
No. There's a difference between personhood and citizenship.
I didn't say they were citizens, but like personhood, and the affordability of those fundamental rights with personhoods attached, those are substantive due process, not procedural due process. Or I'm
Yeah,
sorry, those are
right.
substantive constitutional rights, not
But
procedural.
right, but just like what the Supreme Court justices stated, they have limited due process, right? Especially in an administrative or civil proceeding. It's not like a criminal proceeding, right? So it's different.
The process is different. For example, the best example I know about that is the expedited removal. Someone who's been in the country for less than 2 years is eligible for expedited removal. That's a different process, and I personally don't know of an example where those people even have private lawyers for that process.
Here's a better question I should probably ask. What is it that you do? Like, so like as an immigration attorney, like what is the objective whenever you receive a client? Like, what is your objective? Is it just to make sure that they don't go to a country that they don't originate from? Is it to make sure that
No,
they're actually
the
being removed
the
fairly?
cases take a long time. Okay, so I'm in Arizona. Deportation is a process. It's not an event. Okay, that's one thing that most people do not understand. Okay, deportation cases typically take around 5 years if someone's out of custody. If they got out on bond or they were never arrested, then there's an appeal you can do, which takes an additional 3 to 5 years. A lot of clients who are in deportation are in there for 10 years and they have a work permit and they're working and they're trying to figure out ways to improve themselves and maybe even get the government to agree to close their case. So they're applying for asylum. They're applying for other relief. 42B is a very common form of relief for people who have been here for more than 10 years. They have a family member who would experience extreme hardship if they were to have to leave the country. And this is a relief available to anyone who's being deported if they qualify. And this has been on the books for decades. So
Is that the WABA?
Wait,
The
hold on,
42B,
Admir.
is that the WABA?
no, that's called 42B. I would just Google 42B. It'll come right up.
Hey, Admir or Black Gestapo.
Huh.
It maybe well, I mean, a pro blacks here. Maybe I'm black pilled a little bit, but maybe I'm gaslighting myself. Am I off? Am I side eye right now?
Well, yeah, because you're going to race when it's different. We're talking about
No,
citizenship.
not that. No, not that. A Black Gestapo might know what I'm talking about here.
Why the hell would you ask me like I'm black?
Well, you're not. It does not do with race. What the fuck is happening right now?
You said pro black.
No, that's 50's name. 50's name is pro Black
No, what
Gestapo.
you're saying is, what are you feeling about him? You just don't feel like his job should even be relevant? Is that what you want to say?
No. What he's saying is he's in question. He's
Like
questioning the integrity. He's
what
questioning.
his
Hold on. He's questioning the integrity of him being an actual attorney when it comes to
no, he's an attorney. He's just a stewardess of the process. That's basically, you know what I mean. All anybody can do is make sure it's checks and balances of the system. Am I right, Elliot?
No, that's not what Officer Real Talk is coming from. He's questioning, right, if he's legitimate or not, because there's been a couple of questions that he has asked, and he feels like his questions have not been responded to properly, and he feels like
I think I know what the glitch here is. So
Yeah, I
and
mean,
this again goes to
maybe I'm
but
being unfair
no,
in
you're
my
not.
position.
You're not. It's so you're looking at things you're asking questions that are constitutionally sound, right? What he's telling you is he's an immigration attorney. He's not a constitutional attorney. He's not as versed in that because that's not what his area of expertise is. Because again, everybody's conflating the Constitution and immigration, right? Citizenship is different. So that would be your Constitution side, which would be for citizens. Immigration works differently. Constitution works differently when it comes to immigration.
But also, I think people get this notion that immigration law and constitutional law is the same,
But it's
and
not.
it's not. But that's where
Right.
people get it
What
fucked
is
up.
Because
what
everybody
is
thinks
immigration?
that the
Real quick.
Constitution is a blanket even layer across the board for
Well, what
everybody
is
here, and it's not.
Yes.
Liv
what
is
is
in the queue if
immigration
anybody wants to
law?
drop.
I'll drop.
Yeah, I
What
here.
is the Constitution built? Well, not what is immigration law built on? Where does the immigration law
Not
procedural
not
from
like a niggas.
Administrative.
procedural
I
from
would like
what?
to answer those questions. I mean, you
Thank
guys
you.
are very genuinely curious, but I'm just one person. I am a legitimate immigration attorney. I don't mind you questioning that, but immigration law is an administrative branch of law, okay, which means it's governed under the executive branch, not the Congress or the judicial branch. It can be reviewed by the judicial branch, and Congress can change the laws that underpin immigration law. But essentially, you have administrative judges, administrative courts, and administrators like USCIS who do applications. They're administering Congress's laws about immigration, and it's all done under the executive branch. So when you're a lawyer, you could be practicing in administrative court. That includes tax court, that includes immigration court, that includes social security court. Okay, these are all courts, but they're administrative courts. If something's going on in those courts, there's ways to bring it to other courts through constitutional challenges. So personally, I do not do that. The only time I could imagine doing that would be a habeas corpus, somebody in detention for a year. I feel like the process is not being fair.
And I think I'm arriving at the conclusion that I mean, I'm just an officer, right? But and maybe I'm having an unfair inquisition here. It would just be from my perspective that if I spoke to an attorney and I said, "Hey, if I gave you a case and there's rights violations within the case," and then you said, "Well, I don't know if these are rights violations because I don't deal with constitutional law," and my rebuttal is, "Well, but they have rights per SCOTUS." That would be, for me at least, if I was your client, I would have to ask for a new attorney because you don't know what rights I have to assert the rights I deserved in the process. And even if you felt as my attorney that you couldn't win the removal order, it's still kind of your job to assert that the process procedurally was followed. And if they're violating my rights, then I would argue that that process was not followed correctly. Now, I'm not saying you're not who you say you are. I'm just explaining why my inquisition started, because I'd asked a question initially, and then I kind of felt like I got gallivanted down a different pathway than what I really expected.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what
I can't. I
I can
can't
tell.
control your feelings, dude. But look, if you give me an example, I'm happy to answer it.
I gave you 3, and you didn't answer them at
Well,
all.
what I can tell you is that so law is very broad, right? So you have different specialties. So for him, he sticks to more an administrative law, which is your immigration, things like that. Just like somebody who specializes in family law is not going to be able to help you through bankruptcy law or things like that, right? Unless they go and research it and they can give you a legal opinion based off of it, right? Because they can legally do that. But what he's telling you is that in his scope of practice, right, which is what he's doing, that's immigration, that's administrative. What you're asking for is more of a constitutional framework, which is your basic rights, right? So what he's telling you is that under immigration, as long as they're not being detained for an unreasonable amount of time, because again, it's different for citizens as it is for immigrants. It's a different process. It's a different due process.
So Officer Real Talk, I just have a quick question for you. Do you have the, like, when it comes to
Hey,
immigration
Liv, you're
attorneys,
echoing.
when it comes to immigration attorneys, do you feel that they are supposed to be representing the immigrant, or are they supposed to be representing the federal government?
Well, if they are if they're hired or they're pro bono to the immigrant, I would figure they'd be representing the immigrant, no? Not the government? Because my argument would be, if both parties are in interest of the government, then this actually isn't really even a process. We're just all kind of glad handing you out of the country.
I represent immigrants only. I did never represent the government, just to be clear.
Right. And well, in my argument, well, I shouldn't call it an argument. I guess my line of thinking is if I went to a civil court and I argued that the IRS violated, I was violated by my government somehow when it came to my credit, or something happened to me. My credit, I feel that my credit was hit and it shouldn't have been. If my attorney said, well, I'm actually not for sure of the rights you have as a consumer around the ability to blah blah blah, I'd be like, okay, so what is the argument we're going to make in court? Now maybe immigration is different because their rights are limited. I'm probably willing to accept that. But again, though, I guess I'd have to argue, like, if you're not you, I should say, if we're looking at when I look at immigration stuff, I look for process and procedure, and then I also look for, did the government do the thing correctly? And if the government didn't do the thing correctly because they are violating their rights, which the system has agreed is an incorrect, makes the process incorrect on face. Now the government can always retry that process. I don't really care if they do. Then that'd be something that I'd be looking for as well if I was an immigration attorney. That's why I said maybe my thinking is wrong on what immigration attorneys do. That's why I asked the question, like what do you
Well,
do?
okay,
Because I could be wrong
yeah, but let me give you
in my
an
inquiry.
example
Yeah.
to kind of explain a little bit. Okay, let's say someone gets arrested, illegal search. You file a constitutional habeas corpus claim. The court agrees. They're released. Okay, for immigration, right? The very next day, they're arrested again and brought back into deportation proceedings. Okay, you could even sue the federal government for monetary damages for the unlawful period of arrest, and you could maybe get some money out of that. But the person is still, in this case, an undocumented immigrant who is subject to arrest by the U.S. government. So it might not be the best thing to do in that situation for that person. It might be, it might not be.
Here's an example. Okay, so when I looked at the Abrego case, the Abrego was represented by immigration people who specialize in immigration law. Those people were able to identify not just incorrect procedural issues, but they identified massive lapses in substantive constitutional processing, and they were able to perform execute a case not just at the federal level, but at the Supreme Court level that won him multiple victories and being
Yes.
retained and returned to America. Right. So, but if they had arrived and said, "Well, I'm not really sure," like I guess,
Well, but he
I
was
guess,
in custody, so
I guess what I'm saying is like, okay, here I know I know how to summarize this argument. I've been kind of thinking about it. As an attorney in whatever field you're in, ought you be specialized in the specific rights that are afforded to people that are going to bring you a case within that specific field of specialization?
Yes, and that's a great example. The Abrego case, because one of the things that came up in that case was vindictive prosecution. And this answers one of the other questions that was lingering out there, which is, even if someone doesn't have substantive constitutional rights, can you challenge the police actions? And you can't, because there's a general interest in keeping the state from doing things that violate the Constitution, even if the person that's being violated by those actions doesn't have substantive constitutional rights, such as vindictive prosecution. And that's happening in the Brago case.
All right. My inquiry is done. I thank the panel for giving me the space to trot my little horse down this pathway. I'm gonna go back on mute for a while. You guys are great.
That's all right. You just wanted to voir dire the witness. We got it.
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is, Elliot, is when people think of an attorney, immigration attorney, they automatically think that you can actually get a criminal based on immigration. And that's just not true. There is no such thing as a criminal immigration attorney, because that's the immigration is not in criminal in itself. It's based on administrative. And that's where people are not understanding, and they think that people can have the same rights as a citizen or even an LPR and all that, which is just not true.
Yeah, in some ways, it's actually like kiddie court. It's actually simpler and easier. Immigration court is simpler and easier than criminal court in a lot of ways.
It sounds like it's kind of like based off of like a civil court, like based off of preponderance, more likely, right?
Well, it's the same kind of precepts as Social Security court and tax court.
Got you. So I got a question for you, right? Because I think what the biggest issue that's happening right now, right, is that when it comes to the affordability, right, of immigration lawyers, right? That a lot of people do not have, let's say, that are immigrants, and I think this is probably what's creating a huge issue when it comes to people, let's say, looking at it from the moral perspective, is most immigrants possibly do not have the money to afford an immigration lawyer, so they will not benefit from that situation. Because I have seen people spending 30, 40, $50,000 on immigration attorneys.
$192,854.53 to be exact.
Golly. And I think that's probably where the issue is lying at, to where, let's say, now the people that do not have the currency, so to say, and can't afford themselves an immigration lawyer, they're kind of like, let's say, in a soup bowl of bullshit, because they simply don't have the money to get the outcomes that they want.
But that's with any form of law, 50. It's the same way in criminal, right? For example, if you have the money to hire your own attorney, then you're going to have a better defense. As to where if you get a public defender, they're going to spend, I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 minutes or so talking with the prosecutor and trying to get a plea deal, which is why 98% of them end up in those.
Yeah, but what the thing is like, for example, they don't. I don't even think they have a right to a public defender, right?
They don't.
Yeah, and I think that's and this is what I'm saying. Like,
Well, no, so that's not no. So in criminal court, like say
well,
an
I'm specifically
immigrant,
talking about immigrants, though. Sis.
right? But if an immigrant, say an illegal immigrant, commits a crime, then yes,
Sure, then
they
they
will
do.
get a public defender. Yes.
Yeah, but when it comes to, let's say, the deportation process, that doesn't exist, right?
Right, because it's not
Right.
a criminal, it's an
And then
administrative.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So I think, right, that puts immigrants in a real awkward situation, right? And I think, like, if the left would argue from that perspective, I think, you know what I mean, they might get, let's say, more of a healthier response when it comes to understanding, like, let's say, what their real issues are. But a lot of these people, man, they aren't benefiting at all, because they just simply don't have the money to afford an attorney.
Well, but okay, but say we did that on the flip side. Say we did that on the flip side. Say instead of charging them and putting them through a legal process, which immigration court is, say it wasn't administrative or civil anymore, and we just went straight to criminal. Sure, they'd get an attorney, but then the outcome is going to be more detrimental to them that way. See, so you have to be careful about how you want to overcome that.
Would it be more detrimental? Because, like, so say you get charged with this crime. I mean, I guess it would depend on what we set as, like, the punishment for said crime. We could set the punishment at, like, 30 days, we could set the punishment as something really small, right? Or 2 days even.
So immigration doesn't have punishment, though.
Yeah, we were speaking in hypotheticals.
Immigration law doesn't include a concept of punishment. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, yeah,
Like,
as it
if
is
it
now.
were a criminal offense.
I mean, I
and
would
they were
actually
to get
disagree
criminal.
in the sense that, I mean, I'm curious of you guys. Do you think someone who doesn't pay their taxes has a right to the government pay for their lawyer in their case with the IRS? I would say no.
No.
And that's the same situation as here. So I disagree
I
in
would
the
say
sense.
yes. I'm sorry, what? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Someone who clearly did not pay their taxes, you think the
Like,
government should
before there
pay
were
for them to have
taxes,
a lawyer?
sure. Before there were taxes, was that 1913? Did people have rights to representation?
People have never had rights to representation in administrative court or civil court.
I'm not talking about administrative or civil court. I'm talking about criminal court.
Criminal court,
Yeah,
yes.
but he's talking about administrative civil.
You know, I'm being specific. You said that if people like, for example, what was his name that went to jail for not paying taxes?
Wesley Snipes?
Wesley Snipes. Yeah, Wesley Snipes didn't pay his fucking taxes. I would argue that he still he should still be represented if he doesn't have the money to be able to.
But that was criminal.
Yeah,
that's how you know it's
that's what I'm
criminal, because
talking
he went
about.
to jail. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I'm talking
That's
about
what
the
I'm
actual financial side. Anyways, it was an example of administrative
I would
law
still
not
say
having
yes.
lawyers, right?
I would still say yes.
Okay.
Wait. I'm confused. If Can you provide an example in which you would not need an attorney to represent you against your government for taxes? Like, what do you talk? What would you be? Like, what would be your example?
So really quick, Wesley Snipes, he got charged with felonies, and it was conspiracy to commit fraud when it comes to tax. So tax fraud is different.
Yeah, but he would deserve an attorney, right? Because he's being charged by the government, so he'd be
Right.
like,
Well, he was being charged with a felony, so it was a criminal proceeding.
It
So
was criminal.
therefore,
Yeah.
right.
Are we arguing about if the government like tries to like garnish your wages?
No. So with Wesley Snipes, right? He didn't get thrown in jail for not paying taxes. That was just the original act, right? What he got in trouble for was conspiracy to commit fraud.
No.
In order to evade paying taxes.
No. I hear that. Well, I'm going back to Elliot's example where he was like, "Well, do you think the government owes you an attorney? If they're going to garnish your wages, then I would guess you have to hire your own attorney."
I hear you. And these are, but the point of my example was to give you guys a way of thinking about immigration law differently. It was just sort of food for thought, okay? Because it's essentially tax violations are the same as immigration violations because they're both administrative law with administrative courts. It was simply an example to give you a new perspective to think about immigration law, and that was the only point of me bringing that up.
Both should be represented.
There's something that's
well. I appreciate the discussion, guys. I've been in the parking lot at the gym. You know, I'm just trying to help and participate. That's all.
Have a good one. I appreciate it.
Yeah, get him up out of here. I came off mute now.
Yeah, who the hell are you? Go home.
Yeah, me too, Elliot. I've been sitting going to the gym. Me too, bro.
Wait, what's going on? Why y'all so hostile to our chat?
Thank you, Elliot. It was a very nice conversation. I like the fact that you kept it respectful, even though some people did not.
And people are sitting here
Nobody
saying,
was
well,
hostile to that
have a
man.
right to.
Hold on.
Nobody was hostile to that man.
Well,
You were.
No.
I a little bit.
I absolutely was not hostile.
It doesn't make sense. I'm not talking to you, officer.
Not you, officer.
Good Lord. Okay.
I
So
know
I'm
you're
just
not talking
wondering
about
why
me
you're
because I
being
didn't say anything.
hostile towards an immigration lawyer who is helping illegals that you want to keep in this country. Live.
Wait a second. Who's being hostile? Who's hostile?
Bill, he doesn't know their rights.
We
What
want
are
to
you
get a new
talking
one.
about?
We don't. We need a new
Bill, how
attorney.
was I? 1 second. You're not gonna label the black man as hostile. How was I hostile, Bill?
I was talking in general.
No, because you said you weren't talking to officer. Lynn's and 50 was on his side. Unicorn didn't say much. Admir didn't say much. And so the only other person left on the panel, Tbone didn't say anything, is me. So Bell, by process of elimination, how was I hostile, Bell?
Because you said yes. Go ahead and just leave. Go ahead.
Go ahead and just leave then. Because like at the end of the day, I was about to push back, and he knew it, and he ran like a bitch.
He did not run from you, Liv.
Yeah,
Stop
come
it.
on, Liv.
You're giving
He ran
yourself
like a
way
bitch.
too much credit there. You really are. Stop it.
I am. I came off of mute.
No, he was up here for a while. He was talking to us. He was answering questions and things.
I got up in the
Hey, hold up, Liv. But you might be here for at least 10 minutes. Didn't say a damn thing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You was over here procrastinating, trying to create an argument, and then when you heard that he was going,
I'm rolling up a J, bro. That's why I really wanted to talk.
Sir, as
early in the morning. What are you talking about?
As a professional smoker, it doesn't take 10 minutes to roll up a J, sir.
Well, no, it's because I was first of all, brushing my teeth, washing my face, just woke
I
up.
would like to see what your J look like. It probably has like a pot belly on it, like a whale and shit, bro.
No, hell no. Watch, I'm about to.
I need to see the evidence. Take a picture and send it to my phone because I definitely got some questions now. Yeah, 10 minutes to roll a J is crazy work, bro.
I did want to talk about something that was said earlier about how most illegals don't have the money to pay for a lawyer. Some of them don't get lawyers and they just end up just getting deported. Y'all forgetting that a lot of them have family here and the family picks up the bill. Okay.
Listen, man, we don't care about that.
Why don't you? Well,
I don't care about
you're
that.
preaching you want to keep them here. Well, why don't you care?
Well, because ultimately the issue isn't even immigration attorneys or representation. The issue is the way the court is set up. and how long it takes for the process to happen. The problem that I have with this immigration crisis is that it's been manufactured by the right. That we had bills to be able to expand judges and invest in the processing of these individuals so that they could receive due process and be removed out of this country. If that is what conservatives and Republicans want, and you guys voted against that type of bill. Now you can't sit here and say that, oh, it's about representation. I don't give a fuck about that.
Hold on, Liv. I disagree because if
We
you ask
voted
any
against blanket
attorney,
amnesty.
no,
That's
no,
what we voted
hold on,
against.
Liv.
Well, you're about to
But
get it
Dark
now
Liv,
because
if
this
you
Trump
Liv,
administration.
no, that's not
You're about
true
to get
because if
my
you
guess
ask
because
any
of the Trump
attorney,
administration.
Liv, if you ask any attorney like Rolo, Law of the Wild, Pinky, and all of them who deal with this stuff will tell you that Langford bill would have hurt the immigration more than it would have helped
But
because
I
it would
said it
go
was a
against
conservative
everything
bill.
that you guys believe.
Listen to what I'm saying. Is that the problem is the amount of time it takes for these people to go through the court process, right? That the conservative bill, I wouldn't agree with this. I'm giving the conservative argument that it would have removed undocumented people or people that
No,
were
it
hitting
wouldn't
illegal
have. That's the
trash.
problem. So the way that the Langford bill worked, and it's any Democratic bill that has been put forward or any bipartisan bill,
That wasn't a
anything that a
Democratic
Democrat
bill.
has touched,
That wasn't a
the
Democratic
whole
bill.
problem that we have
Yeah, that wasn't a Democratic bill though. First,
is
we can't move forward.
it was
It was
co-written by a
written.
Democrat.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
Democrats
Yes,
just
it
rubber
was.
stamped it.
The Langford bill
Democrats
was a
only rubber
bipartisan
stamped it.
bill.
The Democrats only
Point
rubber
out
stamped
the
it.
I just want to point out the length that it took Liv to roll up
No, I just ripped my.
a nice little
I
thing
just
over
rolled up
there.
my. I just ripped my
I
goddamn
would just
backwood.
like to kindly say that you should be deported from smoking that good
I
stuff.
just listen. I just ripped my backwood. I'm very upset about it right now.
Yeah, that's very problematic there, sir.
I know. I'm very disappointed right now.
Yeah, you need to do better, my boy.
I know. I know.
God
But
damn, I
listen,
want
I
my
mean,
shit.
ultimately though, like, look, you guys can make these arguments for immigration all you want, but ultimately, you just given the undocumented people in this country a pathway towards full amnesty, and you're costing the U.S. taxpayer because of these human rights violations the trillions of dollars in the long run. Trump administration isn't going to be long standing at all.
What did he just say?
Hey, Liv, human rights do not supersede our federal government and our laws, bro. Sorry, but that's just not how it works.
Only
Sure.
for liberals.
So
But again, I'm
hold on.
talking
Let me
about
ask Liv a
international.
question.
Well, it's
Liv, let me ask you a
international law, right? Is what
Liv,
I'm
let me
talking
ask you a
about.
question, bro.
Yeah.
If how do I ask? Okay, so if you believe that there's all of these constitutional rights that are being violated, let's say Minnesota, Colorado, and all of these states, right?
Well, I'll list them for you really quick.
Sure.
This administration is violating people's First, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth,
Okay.
Eighth, 10th, and 14th Amendments.
Okay, I agree with you, right?
Okay.
But here's my question. Then why isn't the state of those said people not doing anything about it? Because the state
They
has
are.
the right to protect the people and all this. So why isn't the
Course.
state doing anything to protect the people?
They are in a lot of cases. They're suing. They're bringing up lawsuits.
They are bringing up lawsuits.
Hold on, Haley, but they're not. That's the problem in Minnesota.
They are.
You don't have a single lawsuit
Minnesota
as of right
filed a
now.
joint lawsuit.
Who?
Minnesota and Illinois just filed
What does
joint
that say
lawsuits.
about the Langford immigration bill?
Well, wait a minute.
It's
What was my
bipartisan.
argument for the Langford bill?
You were talking about the bill that conservatives voted against, right? And I told you it was bipartisan. You said it wasn't. This is literally bipartisan.
1 second. Bell, you didn't hear what I said. I said it was written. It was essentially written and rubber stamped by Democrats. I understand from your worldview, you would try to look at that as a W, but Democrats just gave them the floor to write and draft whatever bill Republicans wanted, and that they would stamp it and write off on it.
No, it wasn't. No, that's not how that worked.
Listen. It's okay. We all know this to be true. You're not going to see. I think you've been off of the app for too long.
No, I haven't really. No,
We
Liv,
can't-
I haven't
it's
really.
okay.
Just like
It's
with the
okay. We
Homestead
all
Act
know
and just
that
like
this
with
is
ice
true.
cream, I'm telling you, you
okay.
said that the Langford bill was not bipartisan.
Yes, and
It
why
absolutely
did I say
was.
that? Hey, why did I say that? Because I also said Democrats rubber stamped it. What does that mean? Let's use our critical thinking skills here, conservative Lynn.
They didn't just rubber stamp it; they co-wrote it.
Nope. They
Along with the
represented.
Democrat from Connecticut. It absolutely was co-written. Number one.
They gave them the floor to write and draft it
This is
however
just
they
crazy,
wanted.
Liv. This is just crazy.
Oh
You
my
literally just
gosh.
got
I
proved
know.
wrong in
I know. You
real
listen to the word.
time. Now you can sit
You
here and
listen
try
to
to
the
twist
word.
it, but at the end of the day,
I'm
you
not
said
done
it
with
was
it.
not a bipartisan bill. It absolutely is a bipartisan bill.
It's always the Democrats in Connecticut.
Oh no. Conservative Liz was wrong. Oh no.
Your projection, deflection, and blame shifting is not going to work here with me, Liv.
Listen, those words are cool. What do they mean?
This motherfucking thing don't work. So, Liv, so if that's your stance, then let me ask you this. So with the HR 4405, which is the Epstein Act, then it was introduced by the Republicans, correct? And not, Ro Khanna and them,
I mean,
right?
it took 5 Republicans to get that bill to pass, right?
No, it took Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. No, sir.
It took
It
5
was
Republicans.
introduced by Thomas Massey and was co-sponsored by Ro Khanna. So by
Yeah,
your
wait a
account,
second.
the Democrats didn't even
Listen.
want to be there. They just gave him the floor, right?
Listen, no, what I'm at with the
No.
Judgment
Let's not.
Transparency
Hold
Bill,
on,
didn't.
dog. Don't. Hold
I'm
on, dog.
asking a
Hold
question
on.
because I don't know.
But hold on. But how do you not know?
Well, because
Because
I'm
I'm going
asking a
with your same
question.
argument that you just said as far as the
No,
Langford
it's
bill.
not because I'm asking a question about that bill.
Okay, what's your question?
My question about that bill is that did it take 4 or 5 Republicans to
No, it
pass?
did not. No, it
No,
did
you're
not.
talking
You
about
the
voting. We're
vote.
talking about the drafting of the bill.
Yeah,
I mean,
drafting
no,
and
I don't
voting is
disagree.
a
Well,
totally different bill.
I wouldn't make that argument.
Drafting and
But
voting
you
is
just
different.
did.
So if it's co-written, co-sponsored, whatever the case is, right? If it's
Why did
a
I say that about the
bipartisan
Langford
bill,
bill?
if
I mean, I
it's
still would make the same argument that they rubber stamped it. But I mean, I don't think
they didn't
Democrats
just
would have stopped.
they didn't just
Democrats
rubber
wouldn't have
stamp
stopped
it. They
that bill.
co-wrote it.
Yeah,
You
the
understand
Democrats
what
wouldn't have stopped that bill.
co-writing means, right? You
Yeah, I
Liv,
understand
do.
come
what
on,
when
man.
it's co-written, what that means, right, Liv?
I do,
It
Lynn.
means that
Are
both
you okay? Are
parties
y'all okay?
drafted the bill.
Okay.
So therefore,
Y'all
it is
okay?
a bipartisan drafted bill. You said
But
it was
it's a
conservatives and
conservative.
conservatives only.
One second.
Now, my pushback
The
with it,
Langford bill is a conservative bill. Yes.
it was
No,
bipartisan. It was
bipartisan.
drafted bipartisanly.
No. Conservative
Murphy
and
and
party are
Langford.
2 different things.
Oh my
Langford and
fucking
Hold on.
God.
1
Murphy.
Here we
second.
go with the pretzel.
Oh, 1
Look,
second. It's
the
not.
bottom
It's not.
line
You
is
guys are
this
just not.
anything that
Listen.
a Democrat
No.
touches when it comes to immigration reform
Wait. Hold
or
on. 1
any
second.
sort of
1
bill
second, Lynn.
is
Liz,
that
I know.
you want to have blanket
I know.
amnesty,
Now
and
you
that's
have to
what the
adjust your
Republicans
argument.
are never going to agree
Wait.
to.
Listen.
That means that
Listen.
nobody is
There is
screened
a
or vetted. They're
difference.
just
I get
automatically
it. I
okay
get
from
it,
this
Lynn.
point
Lynn, I
forward. We're
get
not
it. Don't
going
make me
through
get
that.
my microphone, Lynn. Stop. I get it. You didn't understand the words that I used when I say that the Langford bill was a conservative bill. Okay? On its face, it's a conservative bill. You're arguing about party. I'm arguing of the ideology of the bill.
Oh, yeah, that's why, like, there were more progressive Democrats that
The
voted
fuck?
against it, saying it was too conservative for them. Like
Yeah,
Bernie
like the fuck,
Sanders, for
like
Liv.
instance.
y'all are, like y'all are not conceptualizing that there is a difference between being conservative and a party.
You
Okay,
can't be serious, right,
Jesus
Liv?
fucking
Are you?
Christ,
Hold on. Are
man,
you gaslighting this
Let
morning,
me get
Liv?
in for a
Jesus
second.
Christ.
How is it
Yeah,
a
he's
conservative
gaslighting
bill
this
when you
morning.
had? How is it a conservative bill when Chris Murphy played a big role in writing it?
Okay, that's a person. We're talking about the ideology.
Because he did some conservative shit, Bell. That's the
Yeah, like
point.
what
That
the
was
fuck are we
conservative of
talking about
him to
right
do.
now?
Like I personally thought the bill was too conservative. I understand why
How's that
Congress would pass it
possible,
because they have to
though?
make bipartisan
How's
legislation.
that
Me
possible?
personally, I was like, this is fucking conservative as hell. I don't really
Yeah.
like it, but if it's something we got to get done, I understand how bipartisan legislation
Okay,
works.
well, hold on, Haley. So let's break it down. How is that too conservative? What exactly was in Langford bill that makes you think that it was too conservative?
I thought it gave a lot of power to Border Patrol agents that I didn't personally like.
Okay, where did it say that it was going to give power to the border agents?
Wait, but how is that a
I mean, I'd have to
Hold
go
on,
conservative
hold
find
on,
it.
bill?
It's
Bell.
been a
Hold
while
on,
since I read
Bell.
it.
Bell, hold on a
At
second.
the time, I remember thinking that it gave power to them. Hold on.
Hold
You
on.
want me to find
Actually,
like
it
the
didn't.
page
It didn't
or the
give power to
actual?
the border
Hold on.
agents. The fuck?
The hell is that?
Hell, what the hell are you doing?
The hell?
I am cooking. Y'all leave me alone. I'm washing the chicken. The fuck?
Bro, you've been cooking
Whoa,
for
whoa,
like
whoa,
3 hours. Bro, you've been cooking for like 3 hours though.
Yeah, I cook. Like I'll cook today, enough for tomorrow. What's going on?
Okay, really quick. Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut. He is the senator that co-wrote this bill. He has a great voting record. He's there most of the time, and he votes mainly progressive. So he's not conservative at all. He
Wait a
champions Planned
minute. He was the
Parenthood and
one that
things
would
like
have
that
rubber
and the
stamped
like.
it.
So what are you talking about? Are
Well,
you saying he's a
that would just go
conservative
to my
Democrat?
point. Thank you. Yes, thank
In
you.
this bill he was, but Admiral, I want to answer your
In this
question.
bill,
It gave them
Liv's
it gave them
saying,
power
you
to like
guys are saying
refuse people
consistently
on
that
asylum claims.
he
It did
votes mostly
like
with
go look it up. It
conservatives,
gave
and he
BTA
These
on
have been
doesn't.
one
power.
of the
He
ones that
votes
I would
mostly with
argue.
the
This is
Democrats, so
fine.
therefore,
Listen,
no,
we don't
he's
care.
not conservative.
Listen, we don't care. Listen, we don't. Well, I don't care. Right? Is that what I argued? Is that Democrats rubber stamp that bill? He is a prime. Thank you for proving my point. That he would have been one that would have rubber stamped that bill. Though he may have disagreed with the bill, he still went along with that conservative bill because they wanted to pass legislation in regards to the border because conservatives were crying and Republicans themselves as a whole were crying. Like I don't understand. You just proved my goddamn point.
I didn't prove you. You don't even know what your point was. Liv, what was your
I
point?
do know what my point
No,
What
was.
was your point?
Hold on. The thing with Chris Murphy is during that time when this was drafted, okay, don't forget a lot of Republican states were sending illegals to sanctuary states like Connecticut, like New York, and maybe not in Connecticut, but we were having a lot of illegals from New York coming to Connecticut. So his ass really wanted to do something. Well, I can't stand him. I vote against this man all the time. I hate him. He needs to go
That's
bye
cool.
bye.
But you agreed with this policy
Damn.
because it was conservative, right? That's what Liv's point is. Like this policy
Who agreed
specifically.
with the
I did not
policy?
agree with this policy. I didn't like this policy. What are you talking about?
You understand that
What was
any
wrong with the
bill that
bill?
has been put forth by Democrats or bipartisanly has always included blanket amnesty for all people that are already here, which means they go through no vetting process at all. And they
we
get
should
to
start
stay
vetting.
here, and it's for everything going forward.
Personally.
No Republican is going to agree to that.
Yeah,
Hey,
well,
Liv,
that's fine. Look, at the end of the day, Republicans are on their way out the door, right?
Hey, Liv.
And so, like, their problem, they like you guys have your own
Is
problems
that
right
what you
now.
have to tell yourself because we hold like everything?
No,
Is that what you're trying to say?
because you haven't because you
You've been saying that. You said that 2 years ago, Liv.
Listen. What I said 2 years ago is that Donald Trump will be a detriment to this American country, and he is. Right? There's no way you can even look at him enacting a law from 1798 to allow for federal agents to go into the interior of America and harass American citizens. Think that the people that got him over the hump, is the Hispanic vote, and the 20% of the black vote is going to be able to get him in or get any other Republican elected in 2028.
It did just fine for Barack Obama when he was doing it. When
Yeah,
he was
listen,
when
so
he
Barack Obama-
arrested 121 people doing the exact same thing that you're
The
trying to say
reality
ICE
is
is
this,
doing
though.
now.
The reality is this, though. I don't care about Barack Obama because what he did was uphold the Constitution. Right? Well, I think a better argument would be for you, right? It's what Bush did when he deported 10 million people, twice as many as Barack Obama, or Clinton, who deported 12 million people. Right, Linz? You need to start. Like, I think that you should take a step back when I'm on the panel because you're not doing well at this right now. You're throwing shit at the wall and it's not landing. Right? And though I may disagree with Barack Obama.
Can I have the big box, please? I'll do it again for the third time now, Liv. For the third time now, Liv, I will get in the big box and prove you wrong yet again.
I'm sorry, but I think she's cooking you, Liv.
She's not.
Oh, hold
She's
on.
not.
Let me redo it here.
Not. Right? Because she's not. She's just ignoring what I'm saying.
So this is the Democratic platform when it comes to immigration.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read that? What does it say? They want amnesty.
Wait a minute.
They want amnesty.
Wait a second. One second. Linz,
Where does the bill say amnesty? The cat wants to know where the bill said amnesty, where we could find that
blanket
in the bill.
amnesty for all people
Where
that are
can we find
already
that?
here. It's in the bill.
Where can we find this?
Hold on. I don't want amnesty, Liv. I don't want amnesty.
I'm saying as a leftist, I want amnesty.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
this is the
but the
whole point.
problem is this. But the problem is this, right? That the progressives they like to talk so much, but they didn't create a counter bill, right, for this specific bill, meaning that they didn't do a
Wait a
goddamn thing.
second.
But
There was
no, no,
7 different bills
y'all,
presented when Biden was in
y'all
office.
had propositions, but y'all did not create a specific bill to
Okay.
actually counter this bill. So you guys were
Yes,
very
because
well
This
Republicans
positioned
this
wouldn't
was
to
the
agree.
get
counter
this
bill.
shit
This was the
done.
counter bill to HR2. It was the
Mhm.
bipartisan. Like HR2 was extremely restrictive, right? They saw that and then they came together and put parts of it. Like this was the counter. This was the
HR2
That
was
was
bipartisan.
not
not,
even.
no. HR2 was not bipartisan, right?
That's my
HR2
point.
passed the House and it sat in Senate in committee buried. Now,
Yeah.
what you guys did is you guys offered a second bill to that, right? Which was wild, absolutely wild. It said absolutely no more money goes towards building any sort of wall, blanket amnesty, blah, 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 blah. That wasn't going to get passed through, but that was the solution. That was exactly what they wanted. And then when it came to the Langford bill, and you guys finally recognized that there was actually an issue at the border, because before that, you guys were blind, right? So then all of a sudden, because you're coming up to an election, it's like, oh shit, yeah, we do have a problem at the border. Oh, these damn Republicans don't want to vote it in. They're not going to vote that gives amnesty to over 11 million people unvetted, ever. It'll be dead on arrival every single time.
Where the hell does it say amnesty to 11 million unvetted? What the fuck are we talking about?
It's in the bill. It's in every
So
single
tell me
bill that
where-
is put forth by the Democrats, including the Langford
The
bill.
Langford Act or like a Democrat bill? What are we talking about?
In all of them, anytime a Democrat
Langford
wants
Act, it says 11
anything
million
with
unvetted
immigration,
immigrants are
even in
getting
the
amnesty a
Langford
day.
bill,
What
it's
the hell are
giving
we
them
doing?
amnesty.
Come on, Lynn. Stop lying to people.
I'm not lying. I read the fucking bill.
Okay, so wait a second. You're accusing her of lying about that. Prove her wrong. Show the proof.
You can't prove it. I can't prove that it's not in there. You want to go through page by page and read every page. That's the only way you prove it's not in there. I'm not reading. I'm not putting up every page. You have to show where it is, that it would give 11 million unvetted people amnesty.
Y'all did not create a legitimate bill, right, that was in complete opposition when it comes to the Langford bill. If y'all really wanted what y'all wanted, y'all should have sat the fuck down and created a bill directly in 100% opposition to that bill that was actually qualified. But you guys knew that you guys do not have the power in this situation to actually create that influence. Let alone did you
I'm
try.
sorry, can I get the big
It was a whole messaging concept, right, on the things that y'all wanted, but y'all were not capable of getting everything that y'all wanted because you knew you weren't going to get it.
It's Langford, Lang, right? I'm still haven't had coffee this morning.
We gotta get some coffee, Liv.
Okay, with
I know. It's fucking it's minus 30 right now outside. Like I'm not going.
See, you gotta have your own coffee machine.
It's at I have it in the classroom. The Langford bill does not include blanket amnesty. Sorry, but look, and
You need to
ultimately,
learn how to spell, Liv.
I know, but I had told y'all I spelled it wrong before. I knew it was wrong, but I just thought about it after I had typed it in, and I was like, "That's not right."
I'm bad at spelling too. I'm horrible.
Yeah, but listen. But my whole point is this, though, right? Is that when you talk about the 11 million undocumented people, those are people that were fabricated by the Trump administration. We know that because of a Cato Institute study that aligns that Donald Trump in his first term was horrible when it came to undocumented migrant, which are migration, we all call illegal migration, right? And so, to a tune of like 63% by the end of 2020 in his presidency, he had restricted non-migrant visas. This is legal migration in the United States, by a tune of 11 million, right? And then green cards by a tune of 418,000. That's where you get that 11 million from. So if Donald Trump can remove this legal process, making these people illegal, and then enact a law from 1798 to allow for ICE and federal agents to go into the interior of America to deport these individuals, right? I would argue that he's going off of a problem that he created. And I'd love for a conservative, since we're here to debate now, let's stop going over semantics, because I find that shit to be pedantic, right? Let's actually have a debate here. I know 50 is up here. Enjoyed the debating with my bro. I do. But like, let's move forward and stop trying to talk about it. Stop this semantic bullshit now, right? So can somebody address that? That the Trump administration in their first term was unqualified, or not unqualified, were horrible when it came to undocumented migration. Where they were successful is restricting legal migration into this country. And when you restrict that legal migration, it's damn near a one-to-one correlation with illegal migration. To simplify it, if you're just coming back, Lens, if Donald Trump gives amnesty to Venezuelans, right, in his first term, and then in his second term enacts a law from 1789, right, and then revokes the TPS status of those Venezuelan migrants, he would have made those people illegal, and then allowed ICE to go into the interior of America and capture those people off of a problem that he created. Let's address that.
Let's address it, Liv. How long is TPS for, Liv?
Listen, it was extended under Biden.
No, that's not what I asked you.
Listen, TPS is going from president. What I understand, what I understand is that I'm answering your question very directly. I'm answering your question very directly and very specifically.
No, you're not.
What I know is that I know what I know.
I don't care what you know. Answer my
Yeah, but
question.
you're
How
asking me a
long-
question,
what's
so
the
obviously you
timeframe?
care about what I know. You're not doing well at
because you're pivoting.
I'm not pivoting at all.
How long is the
I'm not pivoting at all.
How
It's
long is
dependent on the
TPS
president. It's dependent on the president.
It's not dependent on the president.
I'm
That's
sorry,
a
it
lie.
is
You
dependent
can't
on
have
the-
this.
I'm sorry,
You
it's
cannot
dependent
have
on
this
the
debate.
president.
You cannot have this debate.
Okay,
Because
did Donald
it is
Trump? I'm
not.
sorry. Really quick question for you. Did
Yeah,
Donald
answer
Trump
my
give
question
give
first.
did
Answer my
Donald Trump
question
give
first,
a
Liv.
TPS status? I did.
Yes, he did.
Donald? Okay. Did
It's called a
Biden
TPS,
extend that
maximum
TPS
of
status?
18
I'm sorry. One
months,
second.
Liv.
When that
Maximum of
TPS when
18
that
months,
TPS
Liv.
status? Why don't you want to engage now? You
Because
jumped
you're
into
not
this fucking
well,
fire.
one, because you
You
don't want to
jumped
answer
into
the
this.
question and
You
you just want to
jumped into this
overtalk.
fire.
I can do the same thing. I can
I'm
talk
not.
faster
I'm not
than you.
over talking. I'm answering
I
your
can
question
talk
very
louder than
directly.
you.
I'm
So
answering
tell
your
me,
question very
how
directly.
long? Okay.
I'm
So
answering your question
so
for
answer
very
it.
directly. I'm
No, you're
answering your
not.
question,
No,
and
you're
you're
not.
over talking me.
No, you're not. Answer my
Yes, I
question.
am answering your question.
Okay, let me reset it. How long is TPS for? What's the length? Go ahead and Google it up. I know. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. I was looking for my lighter.
No, you're
So
good.
listen, all I know, what I
Just
know is
answer my
that
question,
Donald
Liv.
Trump,
No, just answer
Donald
my
Trump,
question. Answer my
Donald
question,
Trump.
Liv. Answer my question, Liv. I can
So
do this all
Donald
day. I
Trump,
can overtalk you
listen,
and I
man,
can
I'm
interrupt you.
trying to answer your question, but
Just
you
answer
can't
my question,
overtalk
Liv.
me. Like if you're answering me, right? It
Okay, Liv.
depends.
How? No, it does not.
It
It does
does.
not depend.
It does depend.
I'm asking you, how
Listen, man, you
long
know
is
I
TPS
Admir, you
for?
know I know how long TPS is. This is why I don't
Then
understand why
just
we're
answer
going
it.
into this.
Just answer
Okay,
it.
it's 6, 12, or 18 months. It depends.
Great. How long did Trump give him?
18
How many
months.
months? Great. After that 18
Biden
months, did
extended
they?
it.
Okay,
Biden
great.
extended it.
Okay, he extended it for how long?
Now my question for you, I answered your question. Now, does the president have the ability to extend TPS status?
Yes.
Okay, so when I say it's dependent on the president, that would be accurate, right?
Does the president
Okay,
also
great.
have the
Thank you.
right to
Thank you for the
revoke?
concession. Now
Hold on.
listen,
Yeah.
you're
How,
not
no, no,
equipped
no,
for
no, no,
this,
no,
bro.
no, no,
Like,
no,
look,
no, no, no. Hold
you
on.
may
How
go
can the
in.
president?
There
Can
are
the
levels to
president
this debate
listen?
shit, right?
But you
And you
can't. But
can
this
do
isn't a debate
the
because you just keep going
stonewalling.
back and
You
forth.
can do all of those things, but
Listen.
ultimately, I was still right. As I said, it was dependent on the president.
Great.
Because when it was
Can the
last under,
president revoke that?
and
Can the
this just
president
goes to
revoke
the point. If
TPS?
you want to be,
Can
if you
the
want me to be very
president
specific,
revoke TPS?
I can be very specific.
Can the president revoke TPS? Yes or
Yes,
no?
I'm telling you that.
Okay.
I'm
Thank you
telling
for
you that, but that's
conceding.
not
Thank
my
you for
argument.
conceding. What's your
But
problem?
again,
What's your
that's not
argument?
my argument.
That was your whole argument.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That was
No,
your
it's
whole
not,
argument
because
because
you're not
you're
addressing the
claiming
first half of my argument.
you
What I
are
gave in
claiming
regards to TPS status
Jesus.
was a very simple breakdown of the overarching argument of the 11 million people that Lynn mentioned in the Langford bill.
Can
That
you show me
11
that
million
those?
people. Hold on.
Can you show me?
Those 11 million. Yes, I can show you the study from
Yeah, pull it up
the
on your.
Cato
Yeah, pull it
Institute.
up. No.
Okay, yes,
Cato
I
is
can
just
show
a
you the study from
source.
the Cato Institute. My
Where did they
original
get their
argument,
primary
you're not
source?
doing well at this, because look, I know you want to try to show out, and I know you got a battery in your back. That's fine, right? I know you're a house without a home,
Listen,
right?
no.
I get it, man. Look,
Yeah.
what I'm specifically saying is that the
Listen,
Trump administration,
but you're
that
not.
the Trump administration, what I'm specifically saying is that the Trump administration, in their first term, was horrible when it came to undocumented migration, which I will call illegal migration, right? Where they were successful is legal migration and restricting legal migration into this country. When conservatives and Republicans throw around that 11 million number, it comes from the Trump administration in his first term by November 2020, restricting 11 million non-migrant visas, right? And
Can you
418,000
show me?
green cards and permanent
Can you
residents.
pull up
Now
that
look,
from a primary source? Can you
Yes,
pull up
and
that
so
from a private
I'm
source?
discussing that when you remove those status and then run on 4 years of saying that there are 11 million illegals in this country that Democrats want to give amnesty to, those 11 million people had their non-migrant visas and green cards revoked or inhibited, right? Making them undocumented today. Then
Okay,
Donald Trump
so
enacted the Alien Enemies Act
great. Can
for
you
a
pull up your
law
primary
from
source?
from from 1798 to allow for ICE to go into the interior of America and go after the people that in his first term he made illegal. And I made that very succinct in pointing out that he gave TPS status to Venezuelan migrants, and then that TPS status was extended under Biden as it should have, and then he revoked it, making those people illegal, and then sending ICE after those people. I would argue that is a problem that he manufactured. Now engage in that.
Okay, so argument that you have, fucking, hold on. Okay, there we go. So your argument is that he created a problem, then solved it, correct? That's your argument?
I'm sorry, this is a debate. I'm going to ask you to steel man my argument.
It's not Stillman argument. My argument is that does the president have the right to grant them a TPS and then also deny them or revoke it? Yes or no? It's that simple.
Wait a second.
Wait, just because somebody
That's
can do
literally
something
my argument.
doesn't mean they should.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
the president has the right to do a lot of things. They could do martial law. Should they do martial law? No.
Yeah, and that's
But
the
I
whole.
can't
But
argue your
admin,
feelings. I'm arguing
steel
your
man my whole
arguing
argument.
facts.
And if you don't know what
I
steel
just
man
did.
means, I'll tell you.
I just did.
Admin, steel man means that you tell me
But I
what my
just did.
argument is. That's
But
all
I
I'm
just
asking you to
did.
do.
Yeah, but I
Tell
just
me what
did.
my argument is.
Yeah, your argument is your feelings that he shouldn't.
No,
I
that's
don't
not
care
my
about your
argument.
feelings. Yeah, I don't care about
That's
your
not my
feelings.
argument.
Hey, yo, Liv, with
That
all
is
due
your
respect,
argument.
can I still man your argument and
Steel man my
see if it's
argument,
just
Shawnee.
somebody not listening?
Yeah,
That your
steel man my
argument
argument.
that Donald Trump has created an environment in which there are more people who are here undocumented that can be removed. The reality is that he's created an environment to where he is not actually decreasing the amount of people who are coming over, but creating more people that are here illegally because of things like getting rid of the TPS.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
Somebody,
you.
Okay,
okay.
great. But I've been
What
asking
does
for
the
your
T stand
source,
for
Liv.
in TPS?
Temporary. It's not
Right, which
Thank you
permanent.
means
for
it's for a
thank you
certain
so
amount of
much.
months, right?
Can we figure out what
Listen,
an
this is
amnesty
just all
is?
semantics.
Where was
Look,
that amnesty part?
listen. 1 second,
Can somebody help me out with that?
Shawnee, don't bite on that shit. Because listen, this is just semantics. Like I'm beyond this semantic bullshit, right?
But it's not
Like
semantics.
engage in
Yeah,
the merit
Matt,
of the debate.
temporary
It's not
protected
semantics.
status
Yes, and listen, we've
given by the
already
executive.
established.
Hold on a
But
second.
Lens, we've
Temporary
already
protected status.
established.
Hold on.
We have
Temporary.
already
Hold
established
on.
that it is temporary.
Live. Temporary protected status is given
Yes.
by the executive branch to a certain amount of people for a certain amount of time, which means that it expires, which would either require them to extend it or revoke it based off of the conditions in which they gave it in the first place. So if those conditions change, then there's no more reason to have that
Right.
protected status if the conditions of the original temporary protective status changes. So that is not something that Trump manufactured.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It
Because we're talking about
absolutely is
Venezuela. Because I can here, let me help you out. Because I can ground that position as well. Is that the Trump administration put unlevied sanctions, right, on Venezuela, destabilizing their economy and increasing the amount of Venezuelan migrants coming into this country. That economic crisis hasn't changed in Venezuela. Matter of fact, it's only gotten worse
Probably
with
getting
Maduro
worse.
in office. And
It's
they
going to
have
get a
gone
lot
in,
worse.
and this
We're
Trump
gonna...
administration has literally gone in and stole that goddamn president after revoking their TPS status. So they don't even have a safe home to go to that they were granted that temporary protected status in the first place. Now look, when I tell y'all that I'm up here to debate for real and I'm over the semantic bullshit, have an honest conversation with about your fucking president. and about the
Liv,
man
it's
that you
gonna be
voted
so
for.
bad. It's gonna be so bad because, like, even if, like, hypothetically, even if this all turns out good and we turn Venezuela into this democratic safe haven beauty, like during the transition, people fucking flee because they don't know what's gonna happen. It's a rough transition. We're gonna get so many fucking immigrants around the world from Venezuela, although we already have from South America in general because of this shit. And then they're gonna fucking be like, "Oh no, the immigrants are invading again. We need fashion." It's fucked.
Yeah,
I've
correction.
always had this
Not
question.
not
I've always had
immigrants.
a question, and
Illegal
I was,
immigrants.
and I wanted
Illegal.
to ask this. I did want to ask this question, Liv. What happens if Maduro is found innocent or his case is dismissed? What do we do
We're gonna
then?
be embarrassed on a world stage. They better
Oh,
not fucking
absolutely
He's gonna
think
be
that, but
embarrassed.
found
they probably
innocent?
will.
You really think he's
Like,
gonna be found
Yeah,
innocent? Like,
well,
he's
I mean,
still
first of all,
Listen,
what are
well,
the
he's gonna get
Do you
really
even know what the
expensive
charges
attorneys, and
are,
I don't
Bell?
know. They found. Look at Letitia James's case. 3 failed indictments. This is a joke of a fucking DOJ. They don't know their shit. They're dumb. Like they're
They
inexperienced
lost the case.
and equipped.
They lost the assault case for the sandwich guy. Like, what are we talking about? In terms
Like
of
we used to have a
incompetency in the DOJ,
99%
this
conviction,
is peak.
98% conviction rate. It's going down to like 80 at this point.
Now, Bell, do you know what charges he has?
I said I don't care.
See, but then okay, so then why would you say do you really think that he could be found not guilty if you don't even know what the charges are or care about what the charges are?
After everything the
How
U.S.
can you
just
even
did-
say that
He
thing?
didn't do anything
After
here. That's the issue.
everything the
Like he
U.S.
didn't
did.
do anything
Am I
here.
gonna? All right, yeah, I'm mute. Go ahead.
Hey, I would like to respond to Liv because I was like really listening to his argument, right? The problem is that, TPS doesn't give asylum benefits, right, Liv? And it doesn't necessarily create a gateway to citizenship. So I can see where your argument is that, through the policy that it can create these issues. But at the same time, these people do have the time to pursue asylum or adjust their status, right, within that time frame. And that's the individual's choice, right, within the existing law that we're operating at. So I cannot necessarily sit here and, let's say, blame the administration entirely when responsibility is going to have to be shifted at the same time to the recipients of TPS, right? So it's like, if they're not doing the things that they necessarily need to do, right, in the process of, right, let's say, having these protections, then I would have to make the argument that then that's also their fault because they didn't use the
I'm so
necessary tools
glad.
that they needed.
I'm so glad you were listening. Because listen, that is actually a caveat I leave open in this debate. Okay, because here's the question: if a federal agency or state agency bars somebody from actually going about this the right way, for example, persuade or coerce a bunch of undocumented migrants to get on a bus, traffic them to Martha's Vineyard, and then they miss their court proceedings because they were trafficked across the country, right? Would that mean that they weren't doing things the right way? I would argue no. Okay. The other part is that this Trump administration is taking undocumented people from their court hearings, doing it the right way, where they're looking to do it the right way. And so we can't even because it's not being counted right now. We can just look at the actions of this administration and see that even when people want to do things the right way, they're getting snatched out of their court hearings. This administration is going into schools and churches, abducting parents, separating families from people who want to do it the right way, who are doing it the right way. And this was a point that was made by conservative Lens and Admir and Bell that unfortunately, I think Admir's had somewhere over $200,000. Now you're talking about people that came from economic catastrophe caused by the United States government on Venezuela, crippling their economy, making it unsafe for them to stay there, unsafe for them to have money, who came here. And this president saw the impact. Donald Trump himself saw the impact that his policies had on Venezuelan migrants and granted them TPS status in the first place, and then made it harder for them to seek any form of visa or permanent residence in this country. I would argue that's hypocrisy at its finest.
That's not true.
So I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, where does the individual's agency lie at within this situation? If we're going to make
Absolutely.
this argument, right? Like, Like, where does their personhood exist at this point? Like,
Absolutely.
are they like an infant? Is that what you're declaring them
Well,
to be? Like,
what we're arguing, what we're arguing is that the impact of the state and federal governments on these individuals, right? That's the that's the point. That's the crux of this argument.
No, I get your argument, but at the end of the day, my point is like, where does their
Okay,
agency lie?
absolutely.
Let's say, right? Let's say, for example, right? Like, I could agree, right, to a certain point with you that, policies do have an impact. I 100% agree, right? But at the same time, right, wouldn't you say that it's still the responsibility of the person that, let's say, is a recipient of TPS, right, to still figure out a way, right, in order to make sure that if things do happen or if they do go backwards, right, that they're actually putting in things that will secure them at the same time, such as seeking asylum, going through that shit. And I'm sure, right, there is, people being picked up by, let's say, when they're in the courts and etc. But, when it comes to TPS, there's certain things that they don't have protections once it's done with.
Yeah,
I would actually, I would,
So let me
hold on,
respond to 50 real
this
quick.
isn't a hard. This isn't a hard thing. If the executive branch is saying that somebody's granted TPS status for whatever the conditions are that they're granted TPS, like an entire population of people, right? Then for you to turn around and have TPS status and then apply for asylum, the executive branch is already acknowledging that the conditions are there for you to have refugee status under TPS. So that asylum would be granted, and that gives you a pathway to citizenship.
Okay, but again, you're not tracking. We're past that
People that
already.
are on TPS status
Yeah,
don't
we're
want
not.
to
You're
go the
not
extra
tracking.
mile to get asylum.
You're not tracking. You're not tracking. Try again. But listen, to your point, 50, and I'll make this an analogy, right? Is that your argument is lying on? Hold on a second. Yeah.
We have some rogue mods, out of control mods. Don't be broke. Pay the $5 if you want to snipe him.
Wait, he wasn't
He
muted.
said, "Hold on."
Just said,
Nobody
hold
muted
on a
him.
Yeah, I was trying to
second.
say
Nobody muted
we're
him.
good. Well, no, we're good. We're good.
Yeah. So again,
Go
I don't
ahead,
think you're
Grumpy. Go
tracking.
ahead and read what the attorney sent to you.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that you're, Lynn. I don't think you're tracking this conversation. So I would try to listen a little bit
Yeah,
more.
I'm absolutely tracking the conversation.
Okay. Still man, my argument.
Yeah, what you're saying is
No, I'm
that,
sorry. Still man, 50's argument.
oh my God, I know what 50 is saying. I know what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Still
I'm not a
man, both
child.
of our arguments then.
Liv, I'm not a child.
If that's the case, still man, both of our arguments.
Oh my God. Well, first of all, I don't have to do one fucking thing that you're asking
You're in
me
a
to do.
debate. If
You
you
can
don't know,
tell
that's
by
fine.
what, okay, you can tell by what I said when we're talking about TPS status. TPS status is granted by the executive branch. The reason why TPS status is granted by the executive branch is because they are acknowledging that the conditions within the country already exist to give refugee status underneath TPS. So what somebody with TPS needs to do is that they can convert and they can ask for asylum. The executive branch has already acknowledged that the conditions exist for that to occur. They just actually have to file the paperwork. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. It's not like just somebody's on TPS that they're stuck on TPS and there's no way around it. So they're completely beholden to what the president says when it comes to TPS. When they are here under TPS status, they have the ability to use other vehicles within the immigration courts to get a different type of status and not be beholden to TPS. Dummy.
Okay, but also, okay, great. Okay, now you say dummy. Now I'm going to prove you wrong again, and then we're going to go back to 50 because you can't end someone's TPS status early. It's a violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Now look, back to 50. Now 50, I think that the issue, go ahead and look that up, Linz. It's okay. Go ahead, go back to your cave. It's all right. You've done better at times. I just think you've been off of the app and you're a little slow to get going. Look, 50, to go back to your point, I would argue that these things, as you already know, and as we were talking about with the immigration attorney, big W to Katie in the chat too, I see you. What you're arguing is that these things would have to go through a court process. right? And
You know what the
this court
difference between
process
you and I
takes
is, Liv? You know what the
time.
difference between you and I is? If your power went out and your chat GPT went away, you'd be up here on fucking mute because you couldn't come up with your own argument. I can lose power. I can lose service, all of that shit, and I can still come up with a coherent argument that you can't
If
do.
I lose power, I don't have service because Trump killed our service bill. Now we don't have high speed Wi-Fi where I live. So if I lose
Unicorn,
power,
did,
I will not be up here.
Unicorn, is Trump
Unicorn, did we ever find that amnesty?
Is it
No, we did
Trump
not
Did we ever
find
find
the
an amnesty
11
in the
million
wheel?
unvetted immigrants getting amnesty.
I
One
just want
at
to
a
be very clear
time.
here.
One at a time,
I want to
please.
be very clear. 1 second, Bill. I want to be very clear here, Lance. I'm sitting here smoking a J and about to eat some breakfast. I don't need ChatGPT to cook you in an argument. Okay?
Sometimes I use ChatGPT just to look for stuff
And
real
at
quick.
the end of the
I don't
day,
think it's like
ChatGPT is
bad.
only a tool. You would have to have the query. Now, look, and this is going into a level of IT and computer usage that you may not know. But look, the ChatGPT is nothing but a tool, right? Right? It's how you use that tool, right? That matters. A sword is just a piece of metal unless you know how to wield it, right? So these arguments like just simply fall flat on their face when in this. But now let's to get back to 50. 50, I think that when you end to answer your point, because this was actually your point, Lynn just like jumped in there and got, intellectually pow, right? But to the point to you is that if you end someone's TPS status early as they're seeking asylum or some form of permanent residency, I would argue that that is the hypocrisy and that Donald Trump is creating and manufacturing a problem and then saying that he has the solution to a problem that he created. That's not presidential. That's not putting America first. That's coercive. He's lying to the American people. Can we agree?
I'm gonna indulge in this whole situation with you a little bit, but I have to have a couple of clarifying questions here, right? To let's say to even come to the concept of agreeing, right? One of my main questions is this: what legal mechanism would allow someone in removal proceedings, right, to obtain citizenship directly from an immigration judge?
An immigration judge doesn't
No. I'm
one who
asking Liv the
authorizes it.
question. I'm
Oh,
You said
asking
what?
Liv. I
I
said,
watched the Twitter live with Laura
holy
Loomer,
shit,
and
man.
it was either Dean or Parker, and she said the 11 million unvetted thing, and then Dean or Parker were like, "Well, where can we find that at?" And there was no answer. Laura Loomer, did you get this from Laura Loomer, Linz?
I can show you the 11 million. I could actually, hold on. I can show you.
Does it say amnesty to unvetted immigrants?
Hold on one second. I'm going to show y'all.
Let's see what Liv has for the class.
Since it's so quiet, can everyone
Can I get the big
please
screen?
tap
Bill,
the
make me the big
screen?
screen.
Okay, 1 second. Everyone, please tap the screen, gift the host, gift the panel, share the live, everyone. Gift the host, okay? Tap, tap, tap. Thank you. You're on the big
It's
screen.
just more Republican. It's just more Republican propaganda. Here, I'll read this to you guys. President Trump entered the White House, and this is his first term, by the way. President Trump entered the White House with the goal of reducing legal migration by 63%. Trump was wildly successful in reducing legal migration. By November 2020, the Trump administration reduced the number of green cards issued to people abroad by at least 418,000, right? It's people abroad. The 11 million comes here, right? And the number of non-migrant visas by at least 11,178,668 during his first term through November 2020. That 11 million number comes from the amount of visas that Donald Trump restricted here in this country, because there are quotas in regards to how many people can be let into this country. And since this falls under the executive branch, he made those people undocumented and illegal. And so when we look at this playing out into the court system, we can see that it's almost like he's halting the courts. He's depriving people of opportunities to become citizens and then calling them illegal and going back to 1798 to have a law put into place to go into the interior of America. Like literally what we have right now. And I'd love to hear the perspective of the conservatives, because this is what you voted for, as you say, smaller government. You have a
Yes.
sitting president that has deployed the U.S. military and federal agents to the interior of America on U.S. soil against U.S. citizens and undocumented migrants and permanent residents to attune to enacting so much violence that these individuals have even shot 16 people. 16 people since he's been in office, and one most recently a white woman in the face, Renee Good.
T-Bone, can you get big, please? Yeah.
So, but Liv, so we're moving in multiple different levels right here, right? I want to ask you the question again, right? What legal mechanism, right, allows someone in the removal proceedings to obtain citizenship, right, directly from an immigration judge?
Is there one?
Real quick, the Langford himself pushed back on this claim that we allowed asylum for all of these unvetted immigrants, that there was mass asylum. Langford himself has publicly stated that this is false. Langford himself.
I would actually argue that there isn't no direct proceedings for that right now, Liv. Right? So when it comes to that aspect of it, right, I would say that this, in order to, let's say, move things better to your guys' benefit, you guys might want to look into actually creating a specific law for that, if that makes sense, right? But as of now, right, that doesn't exist. So it's just like either way, right? I would say that's like a gray area within this situation to where I would actually argue similar to, let's say, like when it came to the 13th Amendment and how black codes was actually implemented, that this similar situation is actually happening with immigration, if that makes sense. It's just opposite, backward. It's not on the states, but it's like on the federal government. You get what I'm saying?
No, but I don't. But I think that becomes the issue. Like, we don't care at this point. Well, at least I don't, as a person that lies on the left, because we knew what this Trump administration was going to do. We knew that. We knew that. We told y'all this months ago. We told y'all this 2 years ago, 3 years ago. You're gonna have these things happen, and so it doesn't matter about what our side needs to do, because the right is falling on the sword protecting a pedo. And so we're going to be able to do anything we want, right? When it comes to after this presidency, if democracy still stands, then we'll pass whatever piece of legislation, right, that we want, and we'll get it all done, and we'll fix the issues that Republicans have caused. Democrats have always done that,
But
right?
Liv, I can't blame that on either side, because I would argue, like, literally when I asked you that question, nobody really had a response for that, right? Because it doesn't exist. So it's just like I can't sit here and say that it's, let's say, one political side. I just think that there's either a reason, right, on why this hasn't been implemented, right, or that people haven't just discovered this loophole at this point.
Yeah,
Wait, can I ask 50? What was your question? I didn't hear it.
So my question, right, was basically what legal mechanism allows someone in removal proceedings to obtain citizenship directly from an immigration judge?
You only can get the only thing you can do is get a stay to produce. And I believe it's the
Yeah,
only
to
thing you can do
protect,
is
to
get a
block
stay.
that blocks the
Yeah.
deportation.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
but
so
we wouldn't want.
that's the only, like, legally, that's the only thing one has, but that wouldn't grant you citizenship. It would just grant you a stay on being deported, like in the
Now,
case of Kilmore and Brenda
if you're in fear
Garcia.
for your life to
But
return to
like,
your
but
original country, they should grant the stay. The issue with expedited removal, well, the way he's using it is
well,
they're
he's not
supposed to be
using
like, I'm in
expedited
fear for my life, and
removal.
that would grant them the stay. He's not. We're
But
skipping
uniform,
that, and
he's
he's
not.
expediting removal people that are in fear for their life, and that there are exceptions
But
to expedited
he's not
removal that he's
using.
not following.
He's not using expedited removal. He's using the Alien Enemies Act.
For everyone, I thought
Yes.
that was only for whatever.
No. He's applying that to all immigration, right?
That's fucking insane. I know he's
Yeah,
making
that's
legal
why ICE is
immigrants
on the interior of
illegal to
America.
increase his numbers for head in a bed. I know that he's deporting illegal.
Yeah, no, he's
He is
not.
taking legal immigrants. There's so many cases of legal immigrants, like that CO in Cumberland County, Georgia. CO had the right to work here. He had his I-9. They fucking took this man, this poor man. He is an immigrant, but he had every legal right to be here. And he's telling them. And then the CO sergeant, I don't know, the cop sergeant gets on TV like, we ran him through and through our systems. Like, you have to When you get a government
Isn't
job, like
Liam
it's very,
legal?
very like you get ran through the system. They're not hiring unless you ICE. ICE is hiring undocumented people that are not passing toxology reports, but normal government jobs do not, right? And obviously this man was legal. They took him. This is not the first case. Like the man the other day with his child, that man was here legally on an asylum claim. He had no deportation orders with the 5-year-old.
Yep.
And they, instead of calling CYF or allowing the child to be with the neighbor, which the parent has the right, or not the neighbor, the person in the household who said, can I please take the child? They said no. Like the parent, as long as the parent agrees to that, that person is allowed to take the child until CYF gets there to determine if the child should stay permanently or if they're going to take the child to another home or whatever the case. But what I'm saying is they're taking legal immigrants. They are
Yeah, but
taking
like I
legal
think
immigrants to increase the number because we only have 14 million undocumented. They can't find them all. So they have to make
Unicorn.
legal ones illegal and take the legal ones.
Fuck,
but
fuck that
again, let me
legal
just
and
say this
illegal
real quick.
shit. They gotta
Out
go ahead, Liv.
Yeah, T-Bone, are you here? 'Cause I'm about to hop down. I just proved my point that
Yeah.
like I just wanted to make sure, got to make sure people know that they got to stay in their caves. You feel me?
Where did Lance go? I wanted to see the 11 million unvetted.
That's source.
Yeah,
That source, the Cato Institute. Yeah, that source, the Cato
She
Institute.
just be lying.
They're funny as
And
hell
so
because he
it was
said
the
it was under Trump.
Administrative Procedure Act. That was the thing that hurt, and then the Cato Institute that really hurt, right? And then not tracking the conversation over and over. Got to do better. Got to do better.
I think 50 was
But also,
tracking, but
yeah. So, T-Bone, you said
Yo.
off of what you sent me yesterday. Let me ask you a question. If a patient receives medical malpractice, right?
I think 50's in
And,
queue. Bring him back.
and
He said he got a
doctors,
text and he got dropped.
yeah. And
Awesome,
doctors,
thank you.
you have the medical institution, and the patient gets malpractice. The patient sues for malpractice and wins. That means all doctors, because they're a part of that system, deserve malpractice settlements for malpractice. Would you agree?
Not necessarily. No.
Exactly.
But the problem with that is still the classification issue. So you can make the distinction between the person who had the experience, the cause for the lawsuit of malpractice versus the people who didn't. You see what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
And so when we look at, you just apply that same thing. When you look at white inmates, they would have created and called, white people as a whole would have created and caused that. They wouldn't be ones that would also be subjugated by the system that they call. Like white people holding white people accountable isn't racist to white people.
But so let's just expand this a little. I gotta put this Call of Duty down. If I am making a claim to reparations based off of specifically oppression, that would be one thing. But it isn't just based off of oppression, right? Slavery is one of those things. And so if you are categorized as a slave, or if your ancestors were slaves in any way, shape, or form, you deserve reparations for that. Everybody would agree with that statement. The problem is when that follow-up statement is that existence is still here today, which gives segue for those white people based off of that classification to say that they were also that they are also slaves. Now, the way that I've been doing this, right?
But pause right there, though.
Which makes the most sense to me, huh?
But pause right there, though. Right? Is
Yeah.
that the system that you're discussing is racism, right? The system that would oppress and harm white people will be classism, right? And so I wouldn't
Yes.
deny that white people would have a claim towards classism, but I wouldn't conflate classism and racism, right? That black people are in that system because of race, right? Which is far different than white people being in that system. The ones that, let's just remove the people that are being held accountable on both sides, right? People that actually did the nefarious crime. You're talking about those white people that couldn't afford an officer. I mean, not an officer, but a lawyer. You're talking about those white people that couldn't afford representation or whatever it was. That lived in impoverished communities and were profiled because of their class, right? Those white people would have a case against rich white people about the oppression that those white people feel, but black people would have a claim against all white society. You can't conflate capitalism, classism, and then like white supremacy and racism. There's an intersectionality here. But
The only thing with that is the way that I have been using it is I take it back to indentured servitude, which wasn't specifically subject to black people until a certain point in time, right? With the natives and black people, this would have been late 1600s going into early 1700s. So because that system was not subject to just one group of people, there would be no claim to reparations for that individual time. Now, with that
but hold
being
on. But
said,
there would
the
be though,
same thing
because
would be said.
but
Go ahead.
wait, but it would be because one could
How?
argue that indentured servitude specifically targeted poor white. You weren't rich in Europe coming over and like as you're sitting in your castle and your servants are feeding you undercooked ham, saying, you know what, I'm going to be an indentured servant in America and go on an adventure. Right? It wasn't the rich that were actually going as indentured servants; it was the poor, and the poor were going because the rich were hoarding the wealth and resources of the land. Right? And
Yes.
so that would be a claim against classism for white people, whereas when it was done and enslavement was done to black people, it was done based on race. All I'm saying is
Yes,
that
but
the argument
what I'm
lies.
saying is so there needs to be a separation of that reparations being specifically to black people. We know that reparations can be dished out regardless of it being indicative of race, right? You've had the J people, you've had Japanese individuals, right? So you can get reparations regardless of it. It doesn't have to specifically be a race thing. So with that being established, right? If we are making this claim, question becomes, do you think that based off of what you just stated that those white people during that time would also have a claim to reparations?
On the basis of class, right?
T-Bone.
Like I
I
think
would disagree with that.
that yeah, on the basis of class, absolutely, but not on the basis of race. Like the argument for black people is that on the basis of race, this country enacted policies. Reparations goes to a federal, or state or governmental agency, right? And so on the basis of race, black people, not even black people, non-white people, because my argument for reparations is that I'm black first, but ultimately I understand that the Chinese Exclusionary Act existed. I understand that the 14th Amendment was meant for all non-white people, not that like FBA type, right? And so I would argue that the government, the United States government, which was white people, right, is owed reparations to black people, right, because of race-based policies that negatively impacted black people to benefit white people. And I would argue that those poor, and this is my argument um, for anyways, can't think of the word. I can't think of the word right now. It just
Can I
left me.
stop in for a second? So this is why I think that, reparations should go to
Oh, I
descendants.
remember now.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
remember now. I
Go ahead.
remember now. So again, I would argue this is why white people are poor and stupid, because the vast majority of them are poor and stupid, and so it makes more sense for those poor white people to align with black and brown people and talk about the atrocities that the government did in Appalachia, rather than those people in Appalachia that predominantly vote red align themselves with the people that are stealing their wealth, right? And with the people on the left, the queer people, the black people, the indigenous people, and the brown people, right? Because they are owed reparations by the United States government because capitalism devastated their community, not white supremacy and racism.
I,
Are you saying
oh,
so?
go
Wait,
ahead. Go
Lynn,
ahead, Bill.
are you saying that when it comes to Donald Trump, that white people deserve reparations? You're actually agreeing with him now? Okay.
Listen. I think that is more beneficial,
Oh my
right?
God.
I argue, and this has been a position of mine for like a year and a half, right? That I can always reconcile the differences between black and brown people, right? I always can, and I would argue that when it comes to white people, I don't mind, like in the Rainbow Coalition, those poor, racist white people aligning with the voices of black and brown people to hold this government accountable for the atrocities that is done to citizens, right? That we can find things that we agree upon more so, right, than things that we disagree on, right? And this makes more sense for those poor, lower class white people because they don't have power when it comes to those rich people. That is power in the people. The things that I can't reconcile, the thing that I won't reconcile outside of reparations is with the federal government. Like, there's no point in reconciling with the institution that's looking to disenfranchise you. And the fact that white people as a whole would much rather do that than liberate themselves is fundamentally a part of the problem.
So
Can I pop in? Can I
Oh,
pop
go
in?
ahead,
No,
Bell, because you've been cut off.
so that's why when we talk about reparations, I always stand hard on descendants of slavery and people who went through Jim Crow. That's it. Because the left wants to widen it out, and now you're gonna have white people thinking that they need reparations too. I don't understand what you're doing. I'm not getting
Yeah.
this.
So
Y'all
so
want?
again,
Are
so
you
again,
y'all
this becomes
trying
the
to get reparations for white
but this
people?
becomes the problem
Got you.
is that we all live in this country together.
Oh my
And
god.
that if we put and if we build up the roads in Chicago, that benefits black and white people. That regardless of if it's a brown community, white people drive through that community, right? That when we're talking about having clean water, white people drink out of the same faucets and pipes that black and brown people do. And so a
Money. I'm
rising
talking
tide
about the
raises all
money.
ships. And so to say that, like, outside of the financial pieces, depending on what racial demographic you're in or what class group that you're in, when we're talking about investing in education, investing in healthcare, investing in housing, right? Those things
Yeah.
are a net benefit to America as a whole,
Okay.
regardless of race.
Okay.
Reparations don't take away from white people.
Okay, but you're thinking of reparations as a collective, not as on an individual level, right? So you're not preaching that everyone gets a check. Is that what you're saying? I'm
I'm,
talking
I'm
about the
arguing.
no,
I'm
I'm talking
arguing
about
that
what
those.
I'm saying is the money aspect.
Okay,
The
listen, I don't
money.
care about that because at
Wouldn't
the
matter.
end of the day, I understand that in the 80s and 90s, there were African people, Nigerian people here that were over policed and arrested in New York. I would argue that that the federal government passing the 1994 crime bill would have racially oppressed them as well,
This isn't
right? And so what I would argue is for a scaffolded form of reparations in regards to the financial pieces. But that's only talking about, but that's only talking about compensation, and that would be dependent on one's lineage and one's ties to this land, a bunch of other things. But when I'm talking about reparations as a whole, right? Just look at the other pieces, the restitution, right? When you look at the investment in infrastructure, non-repetition, right? That these things would benefit black and brown people and poor lower class white people. And let's just be very clear that the
I
Trump
just
administration, Bill, let's be very clear that the Trump administration is giving white men a check. She's literally giving them
yeah,
reparations as we
I
speak.
have an issue with that. I have an issue with that, and that's why I'm trying to understand your perspective on it. Right? Are you saying that white people too should be getting a check? Because that is full stop for me. That doesn't make
I'm
sense.
not,
They
listen,
didn't go
Bill.
through slavery. They didn't go through Jim Crow. They participated in it.
Yeah, I think white people should align themselves to abolish capitalism. That's what I think. I
So
think capitalism
yes, now
is a
now
system of
now
oppression.
tagging off of that point, right? Capitalism at base is supposed to be blind, right? Meaning that any and all people that can participate in it are the ones who
False.
benefit from this. This is why we have.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it
It's
is.
not. It's not. What created
What
capital?
are
How
you
was
talking?
capitalism created?
I don't know the specifics of how
So,
capitalism was
okay,
created.
so
But
so so in Europe, so in Africa, you had several different kingdoms, Swahili states that had different forms of government. Agrarian societies, communal societies, indigenous people had communal societies, white people had feudalism. They had feudalism and the
yes,
manor system. Okay? And so what you had was an age of enlightenment in white America where you had the Renaissance and you had Reformation, the splitting of the Catholic Church. Okay? What this caused is the end, as well as the bubonic plague. This caused an end to to feudalism and the manor system. Okay? And brought about an age of exploration. This is all important because Europeans were setting out into Africa and setting out into the Americas and then began to enslave black and brown people. This is the birth of mercantile capitalism. Mercantilism is where you go in and take the resources from a place, send it back to the mother country, and the mother country reforms it, does something. For example, it takes cotton and cash crops, and then they bring back to the
No,
mother country and they sell it across the
I
world.
don't. Yeah, I'm
So
not disagreeing with how capitalism
is
can be
that
utilized to,
no?
but
What
what
I'm
I'm
saying
saying
is
is
that it. No, what I'm saying is if that is the birth of capitalism, right? It would be the birth. It would function on disenfranchising black and brown people, non-white people, to the benefit of white people, and that would be the function of capitalism. It couldn't be race blind. It is rooted in white supremacy and racism.
Well, you could say that it's rooted in white supremacy in that facet, yes. But the other portion of what I'm talking about is you essentially work labor for monetary value that you can then use within that system, right? Everybody is subject to doing that same thing. There is no tier within that system. Meaning, if I wanted to go out and create YouTube videos, and for whatever reason that labor caused for people to donate to me so much that I became a millionaire, that's just capitalism being capitalism. When I say that it's blind, there is a person who has the same type of skill set as me, but unfortunately he does not have the same amount of money to be able to get the monitors, get the microphone, or there may be a person that's blind, right? So that blind person wouldn't be able to see the screen in the same way. Capitalism does not care. That's what I mean when I say capitalism is blind,
But I would
if that
actually
makes sense.
disagree.
So,
Yeah, I would disagree. I would say that I would just
but why?
argue
But if
segregation.
that's the case, why do we have social safety nets? If capitalism worked for everybody, then we wouldn't need these social safety nets.
Well, I'm arguing that capitalism functions to uplift white people and to keep down black and brown people.
No, no.
Right? Like
Can I ask
the
you a
prime.
question? Is it possible that capitalism is weaponized to be used that way, or is that its sole function?
That's its whole function, right? Because when we look at the economic, there's a longitudinal study I can point out that looks at adolescent youth between black people and white people, and took a poor, lower class white person, a group of white children, adolescents, and monitored them over 20 years, and they compared them to middle class and affluent black children, and there was more socioeconomic upward mobility of the poor, lower class white person to level off to either be equal or further off than the affluent black person, right? And so what I'm arguing about capitalism is that its innate function is to uplift white people. The only time that we've seen black and brown people have an opportunity somewhat is post 1965 and the implementation of civil rights. Because prior to that, black people, during the time of segregation, were forced to pay into that tax system to uplift white America, right? And today there's a de facto, again, de facto and de jure, is that within capitalism, the more money you have, the more power and influence you have. And when you've had
Yes.
200 years, when you've had 200 years of gaining power and influence within a country, you hold the power within that country. And the
Yes,
last
but
point
then
I'm going to make is that white people are about to be gifted $100 trillion in economic wealth from the silent and boomer generation. They would hold the power within capitalism, not black and brown people.
yes, but this goes to your point of the people being. You brought an analogy up one time about the homeless population, and it was something like, can a homeless person be something? Um, can a homeless person
Can a
be?
rich person, can a poor person be classes to a rich person? Or I'm sorry, or can a
Yes,
rich
it was.
person experience poverty while being
Yes,
rich?
that right. The and kind of tying into that, right, is like, in the same sense, it's the people who have that power that weaponize that system, right? You also bring racism up before, where you talked about if black people were the ones who had that power to be able to institute that oppression to white people, that could be a quote unquote form of racism. Never seen it. That's not how this system was implemented. But if any white person was to make a claim that there's a possibility of black people being racist, we would have to go back to the start of this, and this would have to be in the opposite way. I agree
Well,
with that statement, right?
well, and that would be that, but that would be dependent on, and this is just a deeper sociological conversation about contracts and agreed torn norms, mores, taboos, so on and so forth that provide social cohesion, right? And this interconnectivity of these functional systems create the hierarchy. And so, like when we're talking about your analogy of the white slave in prison today, would they be due reparations? Right? There's an intersectionality there within white people that a felon is poorer than a rich and affluent white person, right? But nonetheless, a white felon has more opportunities than a black felon when all of the variables are the same, right? And
Yes,
so in that
but I don't think that that
intersectionality,
felon would have a claim to reparations. That's my only thing. If and trying to bring it all together, right? If capitalism is a system that's blind, which I still agree with, right? Anybody would be subject to that same treatment, regardless of whether you're black, white, Hispanic, you name it. White people weaponizing that system might get that, but
you
capitalism
would have
at
conceded that point
base is
already,
supposed to be
actually,
that
though.
way.
You would have conceded
No,
that point already. You would have, right? Because
which
you
point?
already said capital. Well, because you said capitalism holds power. The people that have money in
No, no,
capitalism
no. The
hold the
people who
power.
created capitalism weaponized that system for its power, and within history, we can see that. I agree with that. I don't
Well,
agree
no,
that
no.
capitalism, in and of
Well,
itself,
but you also agree that Christopher Columbus was poor, and this is why he had to go to was it Spain? I always get his countries mixed up, but I think he went to Italy, and he came from Spain, or he was in Spain and he went to Italy because they wouldn't fund his projects. He was poor, but yet people regard
yes.
him as one of the most affluent individuals after he quote unquote discovered America after people had already been living here. Right? It wasn't the rich that were coming to America. It was the poor.
Lunch is over, so I'm gonna
And
drop
so
down,
when we're
y'all.
talking about and so
I
when
know.
we're talking about who benefits from the system, like the fact that white people fucked up and created capitalism that exploits white people is their fault. They created that flawed system, right? Just because you create a gun and shoot yourself in the face doesn't mean you're owed reparations. And so there's an argument to be made that for white people that classism has always harmed them. But when we're talking about the function of capitalism, it has always been to disparage black and brown people and hold power amongst white people, regardless of the class of a black person. We can look at the richest black people. Oprah experiences racism, still called a nigga. LeBron, still
Yes.
called a nigga. And so for white people, you could be rich and white, but you'll never be a nigga. The worst you could be is a felon.
See, well, I feel like one of the biggest things when it comes to reparation is trying to fix the generational wealth gap, right? And trying to put white people in there so that they get reparations. I feel like what
I'm not
the
saying that, Bill.
generational wealth gap. That's what I'm getting from you,
No,
man.
Bill, what I'm arguing, it makes more sense because white people already have economic mobility because they're
Why
white.
give them
It
more?
makes 1 second, Bill. It makes more sense for them to align themselves with black and brown people to abolish capitalism because we can't, as black people, receive reparations and still live within capitalism because capitalism is going to absorb the wealth that was given to black people over time, right? We would have to abolish capitalism in order for black people to truly be able to receive reparations, right?
No, I
And
feel
that
like
would just be a net benefit to white people. So it makes more sense for those poor, lower class white people in Appalachia. It makes more sense for those poor, lower class white people that fought in the Civil War. It makes more sense for those poor, lower class white people that excluded black people from those unions to align themselves with black and brown people because capitalism would stop harming them.
I'm sorry, just real quick. I don't think that there's a reason to have that conversation then because now I feel like we're shifting it. If the whole idea is to abolish capitalism, I don't think that there would need to be a claim for reparations because socialism or Marxism would fix that issue regardless.
yeah, I'm
So
talking
it
about
wouldn't
just
matter
reparations.
whether we got monetary capital or not. That wouldn't matter. The reason that I
How would it
feel that we
fix it,
have a claim
T-Bone?
to reparations, I'm sorry. Just let me finish this point. The reason that I think we have a claim to reparations is through that capitalism, right? There was a barrier that was created for our people to where we cannot participate in that system in the same way that white people did. Because of that oppression and those roadblocks, there should be monetary value that is dispersed to the black community, whether that's through the community or through payment, checks, of whatever way you want to dish it out would not matter, right? But that's
I
still
would
operating
actually,
within capitalism.
I would
Before,
actually disagree.
yeah, let's not
Oh,
get
what
too
up,
far.
Marque?
Let's not. What up, brother? Well, let's not get too far because, like, if we're looking at socialism and capitalism, um, and and we're talking about the abolishment of capitalism specifically, right? How would the restitution repair be done within socialism or communism. You see what I'm saying? Because it's very specific. The specific requirements for reparations restitution is the repair. It makes no sense to go into a different system without the repair being the immediate thing
Yes,
You
addressed.
have to get
but
the
I also
But the
think
reparations.
that
repair,
one
but the
second, because I'm about to.
repairs that would be
Reparations
done
would
would
have
be
to be
for our
paid
benefit
first.
in
There's only one
capitalism.
mic. I can't hear everyone.
Yeah, the repair that would be done for our people would be in the sense, or the only benefit that we would get from that would be capitalism. That would be the only thing that we can actualize on. Everything
But
else could still be in the social side of things. The apology,
but
the promise that it'll never happen, all of that could be social. But the
I
monetary
disagree.
value,
But I disagree with the
what?
presupposition of T-Bone. I disagree with the presupposition because I don't believe black people are solely owed reparations because of capitalism, right? I would argue that black people at the state, local municipalities, as well as the federal government, watched as the state and federal government passed laws, policies, and procedures that did harm to black people. And we need to repair the impact of those laws, policies, and procedures. And so I don't just say that we're owed reparations by the federal government, but we're also owed reparations because of Jim Crow, because of those black codes, pig laws, vagrancy laws, because of the law, each and every law passed during segregation, and that we need to look at each one of these, right? And the impact, right? And resolve those individual issues as a collective nation, right? Because we can't just have reparations in California and not reparations in Alabama, right? That until as black people we are all free, none of us are free, right?
But look, why not have it be that why I feel like we should the reparation should be taken care of first, right? Reparation, restitution, descendants of slavery, whoever went through Jim Crow, no white people, and then tackle the issue with capitalism.
Wait,
To me, it
you
seems
can do
like,
both simultaneously.
Yeah, they're not
but you
mutually
can't though,
exclusive.
because the way that he wants to do it,
You
it
can.
white people would be getting reparations, and I
No,
feel like
they're
that's
not getting having your material conditions met is not reparations. Reparations is very specific to the people who've been harmed.
Thank you.
So I say YN trust funds for all. I don't care if they have more money for a couple hundred
Wait, I
years
know this voice.
because under socialism, you're still
Yeah, you
allowed
do.
private land and property. And so hell yeah, ball the F out. I want to
We
see the
that?
aunties in Bottega. I want to see the uncles, they're grilling in Bottega sandals.
Yeah, she
I
aired this
want
bad boy out yesterday.
But you're not
YN trust
understanding though.
funds.
But
See,
one of the
Also, hi,
biggest
Liv.
issue. Wait, but
Is
we
this
dad.
is this
One.
wait,
Yes,
Bam
You
yes,
Bam.
already
sir.
know.
But we dad. One of the biggest.
my
One of. Oh
nigga.
my God. One of the biggest issues is the wealth gap.
Yeah,
Listen,
That's why
listen.
And
that's why under socialism,
but
you are
it's so you're never
allowed.
gonna fix the wealth
Belle,
gap
Belle,
if
they're
you're
gonna have
also
more
giving
money
white
than
people more
you. Belle, don't
money.
worry. Don't worry. With the YN trust funds, right? Because it's lifelong, it's gonna be $1 million plus dollar deposits, right? Yearly, right? And they're gonna be able to access this yearly. They're also gonna get a little chunk of land. They're gonna have more money than the white people. I hate to say it. That's what I want to see. I want to see niggas being wealthy.
Yeah, but
I don't
that's that.
care.
But I
I
agree
want to
with
see the little
you.
black babies going to school with Telfar backpacks,
actually
Okay,
want to
so
right?
I
expose you
agree
and
with
T
you
Bone
on
and
that. That's
FB
what I'm saying. You
to
want to fix
this guy.
the biggest thing is to fix the wealth gap. And if you're giving money to both,
I'm not
even
giving
white
money to both
people,
though. Everybody else
really,
is just getting
can
universal
I
health
finish
care,
my
material conditions
all right,
met. They're not
whatever.
getting the extra money.
you said you wanted to speak on your thing or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Liv, I'm sick of
Hey,
you.
hey.
You look like Rio a little bit.
It look like Rio. Well, maybe Rio will end up being like him one day. Honestly, I could see it. But this guy, he actually has a book called "The Myth of Black Spending Power," and capitalism only gets people so far, right? Funding. I'm not saying it's not a real thing, but what I am saying is it's controlled if you don't have the actual control over resources. So this guy has actually helped me move my mindset of understanding the myth of this thing, because people just isolate reparations, restitution to sometimes a finite dollar amount, when actually it's the control over your environment, like hospitals,
Exactly.
banking, schooling, all these things that make up your own community, right? So his name is Dr. Jared Ball, and he has an open challenge. And people have been, if they think capitalism specifically is a way to get out of an oppression, a common question is, well, how much does it cost to get out of that oppression? Well, he doesn't even ask that. He just shows the trap of it,
Yeah.
right? And this is why we understand poor white people, just like what Liv was saying, should be on board with stopping classism against them, right? This is the reason why there was the Rainbow Coalition, White Panther Party. Those people understood that concept. Bacon's Rebellion before he turned on everyone, right? Poor white people we know are competent enough to get this, right? But there has to be a split. So before we even address them, because they're going to be just fine, truth be told. When we're talking about the myth of black spending power, I appreciate his study put together specifically so people understand that not only is it a myth, but if you can debunk him, if you can prove him wrong, he's all ears. And this is a mountain of a man's study to debunk, right? So if people are on board with that and are like, well, this is where capitalism does play a role, I want to hear it. I'm interested in it because what he has going on is at a high level debunking the concepts that we once held as far as what money does, because it's leading more to what does resource do. One good example that I it just holds true. We already pay into society. We pay our taxes. We go to work. We do extra activities like buying stuff from private corporations, right? Amazon, Walmart, all these things. You're paying into society already. So society should already be working for you in return. If your water goes out and it's not because you didn't pay the bill, then that means, right, you should have it repaired and it shouldn't cost you. That's why you have landlords, property managers, stuff like that. You already paid into it. So yeah, I see what you said, T-Bone, but I'm interested in elaborating that they can't disprove that.
No, yeah, this right here just proves that this is the spending power. This is
Who's
they
spending
take
power?
that number and then multiply it. This is how they get that number. So white people right now 119 trillion. So you hear all them dumbass conservatives like fuck. I'm not trying to name names, but y'all get what I'm saying.
No, name
White people have
names. It's cool.
$6.5 trillion of spending power. We're wasting our money, but this is the mountain that we're competing against. And to go to other
Yeah,
people's point, capital is how you gain more capital, right? So
yeah, and
there's
it's
no
not a
way
comparison at that point,
this is going to
right?
be able to compete. But this is also like kind of going to the point of what I'm saying, because that this margin right here, right? This difference is where that issue comes into play. This is another reason why we have big issues within our community as far as the prison system, and obviously racism has a part to play in that. But this is like one of the biggest issues with us is that we don't have that wealth currently. And so that claim to reparations is also based off of this. Now, if we're working off of a system that is socialism or Marxism, none of this matters. These numbers, these disparities, doesn't it? What does this have to do with anything then? Because we're switching the entire system of operation that we're
Well,
operating off of.
Because of
well,
the
that's
resource
true.
allocation.
But I would also argue that things don't happen like tomorrow. We're not going to wake up in communism. Tomorrow we're not going to wake up in
Yes.
socialism.
Yeah,
That
successive
these things are
approximation.
progressive, right? And so if you give the people, the proletariat, the lumpen proletariat, the weapons to fight against classism, right? Ultimately, there are more middle and lower class people than there are rich people, right? And so I would argue that the problem is that poor people don't have, just in general, regardless of race, don't have the tools equipped to go against the rich, right?
That's
Because the
100%
rich
accurate.
folks, and so if you were to get money out of politics, for example, right, that would shift one of the tools that the people would be able to go against. Corporations wouldn't be able to lobby politicians, right? And that if you were to provide housing, equitable housing for all those within the United States, right, that you would levy off and give more power to the people. Now, look, it may be black people go and garner 25% of this land and be overrepresented, but ultimately all of the land goes to benefit the people. So Like, if you're really good at growing fucking trees of apples and shit, do that. You know what I mean? And you're going to be able to have the housing and infrastructure and all those things into place. But we have to talk about the impact of the policies that made those things not achievable. For me, what I like, and this is just me going into a progressive form of what this society would look like, I would say like Star Trek communism or Star Trek socialism.
Okay. I mean, and just to be clear, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. My question becomes to bring it back to what I was talking about before. If I use this to debunk um, that premise that I brought to you, is it adequate enough?
Mm-mm.
I
Because
don't
again,
I don't see a proper rebuttal to it though. That's the thing.
it is. I gave it to you in the beginning.
From a white person's perspective, or
No,
from
just
because
apply it to another. Just apply it to another institution, the medical field. Right? Is
mm-hmm.
that if a patient in the medical field is I don't know, has the gall still stuck in their wound, right? And they don't take it out and it gets infected and they lose their leg. They sue for malpractice, right? Because doctors are a part of that medical system. They don't get the benefits of malpractice, right? Because they're in the position of
Right.
power within the medical system. Similarly, that when we talk about the judicial system, white people don't get reparations for being in the judicial system, right? That they created, right? And at the end of the day, yeah, the caveat, the only thing that makes this different is that more times than not, white people that are in that system are being held accountable for crimes that they actually committed. And so white people being held accountable is an oppression.
So if
White
so
people being
if
held accountable because they're poor is oppression.
So if women specifically, for example, went into that hospital, same situation happened, malpractice, they
Mhm.
would have a claim to reparations for all women, right? In the sense that any woman that goes into that hospital now will have their medical expenses paid for at a certain percentage, right? That would be a claim that they could make, correct? If there were specifically if there were
Isn't that the claim
policies
that
that were
black?
created.
But isn't that the claim that black women make?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can't. I guess
but
what I
that's
want to
also
point
the claim.
out,
So then, essentially, we're pretty much saying the same thing. It's
and
just
that's the
in a different
problem.
angle. Because
So
Yeah,
I'm
like,
but
what
you're
I'm
I,
just
saying
giving
is that
benefit.
if
I got to point something out. So when
Mhm.
we're talking about
yeah,
reparations, restitution, other people, frankly, who are not like in a legislative way, legal, law binding way, dehumanized, they can't fit in the same category. They like women as a whole being specifically this malpractice, the mistreatment. I'm not saying they don't hold rights to combat against that, but restitution reparations is a complete like separate thing
Yeah,
from when you're talking about all women.
yeah, no, I think that,
yes,
but
and
the argument being made is that black women deserve repair. Nobody disagrees. Like the way we look at and teach medicine, like I'm saying that all of that be achieved, right? That if we were to achieve that, we would increase the amount of health care all women receive,
Hmm.
right?
Yes.
And so, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that yes, there needs to be some very direct and specific repair for black women, right? But if you benefit one black woman, you benefit all black women, right?
That's the
Because if
plan.
you
Yeah.
lift up the conditions, I mean, and I'm talking about like I'm talking as an individual, but I'm talking about like from the hospital level to the county to the municipality, all the way up to the state, and then all the way up to the nation, right?
Hmm.
That if we were to in tandem move in that way, that we would benefit all women.
yes, but what I'm saying is to make it
Man,
analogous
get
is that men would
Waka's
not have a
nigger ass out
claim
of here.
to, huh? What happened?
I said, get Waka's nigger ass out of here.
Oh my
I
goodness.
said it.
To make it analogous, though, what I would be saying is that those men in the scenario that were brought, they do not have a claim to any type of reparation based off of malpractice because now it's under a system where women and men are subject to that same treatment. The only difference is that there's going to be in particular people that weaponize that system, and there's malpractice that happens because of that. Thus, you should be frustrated with that one individual and that claim to reparations should be going to that one doctor that committed malpractice. So that's what I'm saying here. The only dot that has not been connected yet is as far as the classification of slavery, right? So slavery being a thing for black people in 1860, 100% of that population was black. We know this to be a factual statement, right? This is why we have a claim to reparations. If we categorize those white individuals to be the same categorization or classification of a slave in today's time, with that being the prison system, how does that work?
Well, this is why I
Unless we
disagree
are
with
saying
that.
that slavery
I,
is a different
but
type
I
of slavery.
I'm sorry.
yes, that's what I'm
Like
saying.
I've
I would
heard
argue
both of
that
you
it
Okay.
guys. To
is.
me, it seems like y'all trying to get
Yeah, it's
reparations
a
for white people, and it's weird.
No,
no,
that's not. That's not true.
Bill. You have a dry cleaning business, right?
Yeah, I do.
Do you dry clean black people's clothes?
Absolutely.
Do you dry clean white people's clothes?
Absolutely.
If more white people and more black people, if more black people had more money to spend with you, would that benefit you?
Absolutely. But
Okay,
again,
and then if you had more money, would you spend amongst the people you hang around, which are probably predominantly white people? So if
yeah.
black people spend more money with you and you spend more money with the people around you, which are white people, right? Then you would benefit white people because black people benefited you. And
Well, I
so
don't
what
think
I'm
that she would
arguing,
get
Bill, is that
more money. I think that she would get the same amount
I'm
because the
just
claim
breaking
to
it down for you.
reparations that I make is
No,
taking that
I'm not.
money
I'm
from
making it
those
so Bill can
individuals.
understand. I'm
Oh,
not.
gotcha. Okay.
But it's Barney style. We on a different, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
just don't.
what I'm saying
My
is that
only
Bill, a
issue is
rising
this:
tide
if
would
you
raise all ships,
can you
right?
just make me understand this? Because the only thing that I'm not getting is my biggest thing when it comes to reparations is fixing the generational wealth gap. Right now, if we're
Okay.
also going to give money to white people, the whole point of fixing the generational wealth gap is so that they can get over that hurdle, get to where
Okay.
let's say
Bill,
rich white people are,
The
right? But
generational
if we're
wealth gap
feeding
between
white people more
the great
money, it's
wealth
just going to
transfer,
continue the cycle.
Bill, the great wealth transfer is about to, in the next 10 to 15 years, transfer. T-Bone, have you heard of this?
No.
The great wealth, you can look it up right now. Like the great wealth transfer is going to transfer between 100 to 120 trillion dollars in wealth to white America from the silent and boomer generation. There are fewer Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, white people than there are the silent and boomer generation, right? And so that money is going to be given to people in their 40s and under, okay? And this money was accrued because of segregation. It was accrued because of 100 years of Jim Crow and segregation. How the fuck do you levy off $100 trillion if you're black in America?
By getting reparations on an individual level, only black people, no white people.
Okay,
At
and
least
so
it's a first
that's
step, and then
$100
their children,
trillion,
and then their
Bill. Bill,
children.
that's a
I
hundred
get what you're saying, but
trillion dollars of wealth
I
about
get
to be
it, but
gifted to white people. That is land. That is land. That is resources. That is wealth.
absolutely, I get what you're saying, but if black people get the reparations and then their children, and you work the money, you can at least get to get close to those numbers
You
with the
can't
white people.
have a first world society and second class citizens.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
The
I
gap you're
don't.
asking
To
someone
me, it
to
seems like you're
fill in
saying
your
make white people
confusion,
richer.
yeah, look,
Live.
honestly, the gap in your confusion requires you to do your own study more. I don't know how someone can gap your confusion to catch you up to the conversation.
Liv, if you're still in here, I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure that I'm deconstructing it correctly, which I believe I am. It's just the angle that I'm going is a little different than what he would do it. We still come to the same point. So
I wanted to give you some
I
more
guess we could
resources.
transition this to a conversation about whether reparations should be paid. I know Gidget said something about it, so I'm gonna let her get in on this after you play this.
Okay, no, go ahead and let her go because I was just going to show you some people that would maybe help you out with the resources.
Uh, let me know the names. Hold on. Let me. Okay.
Yeah, so one of them, so when you see this on TikTok or YouTube, I highly recommend this group of people, right? Research Rebels. This is one of the brothers right there, extremely bright man. Teaching on the move. He has another profile as well where he goes into the Library of Congress and he shows these documents, right? Resources, and it's not just chattel slavery based. It's he's well rounded, right? I think he's an actual teacher. They interviewed Jared Ball, Dr. Jared Ball. Like they're the reasons why I was even exposed to him. Tika, sometimes you'll see me in her live, and just going over the actual tangible history, concrete history, like the stuff you can touch, receive, understand, and be resourceful on. And this is the book I was telling you about that I'm going through, The Myth of Propaganda of Black Buying Power. And it's interesting, man. There's a lot of interesting perspectives in there that I know you'll be able to pull from, because the concept in of itself is we're already in a society we paid for. And if we're not getting what we've paid for, essentially it's theft, right? So when it comes
Yes.
to resources, I know you're big on it, and it's important, right? Tika, teaching on the move. There's another brother by the name of Shaka. Um, I am EVO. Like all these cats, they're very well read. The Don Dada, our historic foundation. All these cats, the stuff that you're looking at, they have not only gone over that stuff with other people because they mainly focus on like lineage. Um, they'll debunk people who try to claim indigeneity and stuff like that, but to the Americas. But when you're talking about finances, that's why I pointed him out, because he's an excellent resource, and I mean, I haven't even gone through half of his catalog, and it takes a lot to chew on it and understand. So that's why I wanted to point out to you.
Got you.
Oh, BGP. What happened to Liv? Liv, you still in here?
Nah, I think he
Well, it
bounced.
looks like he's gone, but Gidget wanted to go.
Yeah, sorry. So with the reparations, I don't think it's going to happen. Not saying that it's not deserved. I don't think it's going to happen. I do think like if it were, it should be for the Black veterans of World War II that were denied their benefits after fighting in the war. And for sure, the Tulsa, Oklahoma victims as well. As far as like the Black buying power, I don't know how strong or how they're getting their numbers or anything like that. Are they looking at an average of what a black community makes versus
Yeah,
what they're
so they
spending? How are they
essentially
doing
take
that?
that median. Yeah, they essentially take the median household income and then they
Mm-hmm.
multiply that by the population of the white person or black person in the country to get that
Mm-hmm.
spending power.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Gidget,
Yeah.
one thing I wanted to point out when it comes to like restitution reparations, I want us to think about a whole like insulated bubble system for Black people, because when people talk about just the finances, I want more
Mm-hmm.
of the finances to this is just for thinking wise, so it becomes clear.
Okay.
Finances being said as resources, control of resources, resource allocation, because from resource allocation, you can direct the finances.
Got you. So you're looking at more of almost like separation, basically.
No, control over your own destiny. Pretty much, I'm not asking or wanting an understanding. I just want what was initially stolen,
Okay.
right? And I also want to not be infringed upon once we've established, again, Black people are really good at this, establishing their own community, establishing
Right.
their own system. the only request I have is like, yo, I just want to be left alone
Left alone.
once I know that I don't have a child, right? But I have godchildren, I have nieces and nephews. If I if I drop them off at school, I want to know that they're not going to be psychologically messed with or gaslit. For example, if they go
Yeah.
to a bank or a hospital, I want to know that the treatment is actually black centered rather than centered around somebody else that doesn't match who they are as a person. I don't want them to have to live on defense. So like it's not
That's
it's not separation. It's I don't mind what they do, but when they come home, I want them to be home. I want them to feel safe.
No, I totally
um
get you because my daughter, she had been misdiagnosed throughout her whole childhood years in school. Um, Said more like behavioral issues. Come to find out, now that she's 21, my baby's had autism. And they say that autism is hard to find or hard to detect in Black girls for whatever reason that is.
Wait, they told you that? They
Who
told
said
you it.
that?
Wait,
Gidget,
what?
that's like a thing I've heard as well. I
Yeah.
don't know that I've never heard it from a medical professional, but because of the symptoms, they're not screening Black girls for one because they're just assuming they don't have it. This is a white boy problem, right?
Gidget,
And
can
girls
you
in general and Black girls especially are not. They're either being misdiagnosed. Black children are often misdiagnosed as behavioral issues when it's not a behavioral issue. That's very common. And Black girls are often girls in general, and especially Black girls, are overlooked for autism and ADHD.
Yep.
And it's horrible. I'm
Okay.
so sorry you went through
Gidget,
that. I'm glad she got a proper diagnosis.
Me too. And it took, I mean, because she was getting like, I'm constantly getting called at school. They had to hold her back one year because of behavioral issues so it damaged her essentially. Luckily, I mean, she's still doing great and everything like that. She's a capable young lady. But through all that time, it was horrible to go through that because I'm punishing my daughter, right, for something that she can't control.
Gidget, excuse me. Can
Hi,
you tell me? Hi, baby. Can you tell me again who said that?
This was at the Southern Illinois Illinois Counseling Institute.
Have any reports or any lawful actions taken place with that, or just? And I'm not. This is not a negative thing if you haven't. I'm just asking myself for.
No, I haven't, because when I've told her like the brief history, like when we started seeing them, and I told her like she's been through this clinic, that clinic, all these down at Fort Bliss, like all this stuff. And come to find out that, she's had she's autistic through that whole time. And that's when the doctor told me that it was missed because for whatever reason, it is hard to diagnose it in Black girls. So I would have to trace back to all those different clinics if I were going to do something.
That's an extreme amount of labor, and like
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about specifically, where it's like benign neglect is it only shows up so visible when the aftermath has already taken place, and that's the unfortunate part.
Yeah.
So like this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying I want us to look at it as a whole system for us, like a tailor fit suit in a way, a tailor fit dress with like custom to what the community needs are. And that sounds extreme to some people, but the reality is in America everything is white centered,
Yeah.
and it works that way so well for the dominant society because it gets a chance to ignore everybody else. And I'm not even hating on that. What I'm saying is we can't present in an educational way, medical way, that we're trying to help everybody when a big demographic is being completely neglected. Right. And the whole idea, and Bill, I think this will really help you out in your own studies in the future. An oppression anywhere is an oppression everywhere. So if it's happening like most Black people would do, especially during election time or forecast, hey, this thing is coming if we vote this way as a collective, as a nation, and stuff like that. People who are affected by these things see it coming more often than not. So when it happens to us, essentially, we know it's going to happen to the poor people in the other communities as well. So like, I'm sorry that happened for sure, but all those other things about legal battle, I just hope that labor is that labor is accounted for. If anybody's like, oh man, we should do this or that, like that's a lot. It's a
It
lot
is a lot
already
for Gidget, but
yeah.
it wouldn't be a lot for it.
I'm sorry, I just got a little emotional because I mean, it's just like thinking back, because when your kid's acting up, you want to, you're going to punish them. You know what I mean? And so looking back at all of that, I'm like, dude, I was like punishing my kid for stuff that's not even her fault.
No, Gidget, first of all, like you did how you handled it is normal, and you give yourself grace. It was a learning experience, and your battle is not alone. So yeah, that battle may seem like like Marquet described. However, it's worth the battle in the long run to hold accountability. And I don't believe that that's the only institute that probably feels that way. So to Marquet's point, it's also a broader scale that needs to be done. But you're not in the fight alone on that. But I might reach out to get some additional information because I do feel that we need to hold people accountable.
Okay, thank you.
But of course, it doesn't have. If you feel uncomfortable, or if you are like, you know what, it's too much labor. It's too much labor because it can be, right, especially
Yeah.
mentally and emotionally. Then I would back down at any point.
Thank you so much, Tasha.
So what I'm feeling like y'all are getting at is that when reparations arrives, perhaps it should be modeled after I hate to say what was given, but I guess that's the most accurate. What was given to the indigenous folks as far as land and as far as autonomy, but we build it the way we want to. If we choose to build hospitals instead of casinos, if we choose to build farms instead of this, that, or the third, if we get in there and do what we're supposed to do, then we're able to do what we need to for us. And those of us that feel like they need that space to just breathe and feel a little bit better and relax, they have that space to do so. But those that want to venture out and intermingle, they still have the freedom to do so. Am I all the way off on that?
One
Just a
of the
little
things
off.
though, yeah, because one of the things that frustrates me about the conversation is even with that implementation and us getting some type of monetary value, we have to make sure that it's of substance and that it matters, right? I don't want to
Right.
put a dent in anything. I want to take that completely down because that competition factor is still there, right? So this is the reason that we only own one hospital by technicality, which is still owned by the government. Black hospitals have been sold, and the reason they've been sold is because they can't compete, and when they can't compete, they get bought out. So us
Right.
owning those things, we still have to compete against these giant monstrosities of fucking hospitals and corporations and insurance companies that have already been established for hundreds of years. You know what I mean?
And
That's where.
well,
Oh,
we
go
don't have
ahead.
to compete, T-Bone. We have to get rid of the concept of financial gain in medical practice. We have to take away like
That
literally.
fixes one portion.
Yeah. So like what I'm pointing out is competing in something like that leads back to the same result.
So when I'm thinking about what I'm thinking, I'm like, there's all these national forest lands that even in the big beautiful bill, they try to slip in there that they could sell those off if they wanted to. Okay, cool. Well, now those are ours now. Now that you've said that you can sell them off, now they belong to us. That's land that we can take. I'd also like to think that we can take some stuff that's established, say the Harlems, say maybe a little piece of the peach tree, and just the tax revenue that's generated off of those buildings. Not saying that we need to kick anybody out or anything like that, but the federal tax revenue that's generated off of those buildings goes into a pot that we are able to use as us for whatever.
choose it to be.
Yeah, T-Bone, can we block BGBs and I'll pay just for this conversation? Like he's not helping. He's not. He's not going to help Gidget. You know what I'm saying? He's speaking
That's
against.
It's
fine.
okay. He doesn't bother me. He's no one to me.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Just let me know if you want me to block him,
No, that was
or I
my
can mute
fault.
him.
I hate being. I'm so sorry.
No, I just don't read his comments.
No, he's
I'm
all
just
right.
trying to protect you. Like, sorry.
Thank you. No,
Well, go
he's just
ahead.
a
I didn't mean to
miserable
He's
human
interrupt.
being.
also he's. I'm not trying to be ableist when I say this, but he's not
Effective.
all the way there.
Well, he's not
If that
well.
makes sense.
He's competent enough to
Yeah,
know
he's not
better.
well. Yeah.
He exactly, Marque. He's definitely knows better. But as long as you're good, Gidget, I'm good.
Yeah, I am. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So we have space to build like a reservation. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying. I'm trying to be respectful when I'm trying to talk about these boundaries. But we have space to build like that. How we see that it needs to be built. If we decide to build hospitals to employ Black doctors that want to take care of Black women during their pregnancy, we have that. We don't have to worry about if we're going to have to figure that out. We know where we can go get that shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that we can't treat other people. That like not saying that we would well, maybe.
No white people.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
we do have to consider the mixed race, right? Like, I definitely.
No, it would still like medical itself is a thing that Black people have clearly provided for, not just themselves, right? We wouldn't be in the situation if Black people didn't help out white people in the first place. So
right.
it's never, no matter how much a guy like me would happily like straight up chest kick a white person out of the hospital, like the people that I'm around won't allow that. So as a community, that's just not a thing. A person who needs help is just going to get help.
Yeah.
But we will have a facility that will look at young Black girls and test them to see if they do have autism, so that somebody like Gidget doesn't have to go through what she went through anymore.
Like the
James, you'll
research.
be fine, James. They'll
We
have
have
plenty of
to-
other hospitals for white people, James. Stop
Yeah,
crying.
the research and the drive will be based off that being the priority, is what I understand.
To help,
Yeah.
and if that happens to help somebody else down the line, great. But we're making sure that we're taking care of ourselves. We
you.
are building entire cities, so we have a way to employ Black contractors, Black framers, Black cement folks, Black electricians, Black plumbers. Shut up, BGB.
He's muted.
We have the ability to do that for people that are having a hard time getting employment to do this in other directions. We're creating that space for us to be able to take care of us. We're creating spaces for us to be able to spend our dollars within ourselves. Even though me, myself, of the 3 that I own, 2 of my establishments are in predominantly white neighborhoods. And I do that and I'll do that moving forward because I'm able to take revenue from their community and apply it to my community.
Robin Hood.
Think about how we're re-spending our dollars amongst ourselves, but how are we collecting dollars from other communities? Because every other community that's re-spending it is collecting it from elsewhere, predominantly us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I'm just trying to talk. But I think that if we're looking at it, we need to look at the path that's already been laid. Japanese folks gave us a blueprint. We just haven't used it. This is what our government of our country did to them. And they applied it. I don't know that we've applied it the same way. And we have every bit of standing that they have. And if somebody else comes along and they figure out the blueprint that we've improved on and they're able to use it, so be it.
Well, Unc, they're in Japan, right? We're here, and
Right,
like
but I'm talking about
our only safe haven, honestly, would be, and the
I'm talking
Japanese
about
over here in America have a foothold because they have Japan, and that matters because it's like there's another nation that will at least speak up for you, right? So it's not that we don't have the blueprint or haven't taken the steps. the obvious thing is we need the ability to be left alone.
I get that. And that's ultimately what I'm trying to get to. But as far as claiming reparations, it was the Japanese that were put in internment camps here in America, the U.S. Japanese.
Yeah,
That's the
tracking.
blueprint that we haven't used.
What
This
blueprint
is
would
what
they?
this country did to us. And we don't need another country to support us because this is the country that did this to us. After the transatlantic slave trade was shut down, we still kept this business going because it profited Virginia. That's the only reason that I feel that we stepped out of it, is because those that had breeding plantations were not getting fair dollar because we were bringing people in across the ocean. That's why it continued for another 60 years afterwards. So our gripe is correct, and the country that we're coming at is correct. I just don't think that we've come at the government properly.
What way would be more appropriate than has been done in the past?
You mean like
Well,
going after Wells Fargo?
So going after private industry, that is definitely necessary.
part of it, but I still feel that the entirety of it belongs to the U.S. government. Yes, Haynes has only become as big as it's become because none of us were allowed to collectivize and get our cotton off. Tyson Chicken become as big as they become because none of us were allowed to collectivize and make sure that shit jumped off. MLB, NFL. Hell, we could take it to music. We could take it to a lot of spaces where we have been denied entry because of what this government did to us. And that's why I still feel like I don't blame every white cat. I blame our government, which happened to be white cats.
But I think that's where we start, right? We start with electing officials. We start by getting on the streets and talking to those that don't vote. And like, we have to build at the local, state levels and establish a better government, because under what this current administration, with the racial profiling that's going on, like we have a problem we have to solve before we can even get to that point,
No,
because
you're
we're being snatched off the streets already. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
right, but you're mixing social with a court proceeding. The Japanese Americans that were put in the internment camps, they didn't go through a social means. They went through court. They brought attorneys to the table. They sat down and said, this is the gripe. Maybe they did use the First Amendment, redress grievance.
Are you familiar with Neely Fuller Jr.?
Damn it. See, that's why I like being fucking around with you, because you give me new shit to put into my computer damn near every time we talk.
Yeah.
oh no,
I think the legal system, myself, you understand, I was a cop for over, like, in the Air Force specifically, for over a decade. So like,
Right.
I do want justice. I want people to feel safe. But when it comes to the court system, I refer to Neely Fuller Jr. and the concept of justice, him and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, because that concept, even though it's been addressed, and I don't think it should stop being addressed, we've seen the results of going through the court system when it comes to Black people getting justice, or Black
Will
people
you
even
spell? getting
equity for
Will you spell that? Will you
treatment.
spell that first one again? Neely.
Yep, I got you.
N-E-E or N-E-A?
Neely Fuller Jr. right there, and
Okay.
he
Hold on.
understands the concept of looking at these things from a warlike perspective.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And the reason why is because of his background, and also like you know what? Let me just pull up the book. I'll be right back.
hey Wawa, I just want to make something clear. I'm talking about racial profiling was already an existing issue. It's just now it's like they've made it even more acceptable, and less people are being held accountable. I didn't mean that it's new.
Yeah, they gave them the legal green light.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that if I said that wrong, Wawa, please forgive me. I just came out of
If
us.
I'm correct, what you're saying is that in present day time, and as far as it from the legal aspect of what's permissible. Is that what you
Exactly.
were saying?
Yeah, like it's extreme right now. Like they've taken it to a whole other a new level that we collectively you know, I've been talking about it and I know some people think I'm crazy, but you know, like we need to bring organizations back such as the White Panthers so we can get people on the streets fighting for this together. This is not a one-sided fight right now. This has become an every person's problem.
I
And
have
it
a question for. I'm so sorry. I thought you were done.
no, please go ahead, T-Bone. You know
Did you
me.
say White Panthers?
Yes.
Yes, that is what she said.
What the hell
Absolutely.
is a White Panther?
This
Rainbow
is how I know
Coalition.
you
Is that
don't
correct,
Yeah,
listen.
Atum?
it's
It's a
Rainbow
White
Yeah.
Panther
Coalition.
Party was an anti-racist political collective founded in 1968 to support the Black Panther Party and advocate for social change through cultural
I didn't
revolution
know about
activism.
that.
We've covered this multiple times before you read The Color of Law.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I
You
must not
weren't
have.
paying attention.
Autumn, can I ask, Color of Law? I've never read it. Is it a book you would recommend to like a high school level reader? We do a lot
Absolutely.
of, okay, because my daughter wants to go into like law possibly. So I have her doing Jim Crow, the new Jim Crow right now. So maybe that'll be next. Thank you.
Bell's kid read The Color of Law.
Daughter read it in what was it, Marque? 3 years ago?
Yeah.
2 years ago? She
Yeah.
would have been in 7th grade.
Hey girl,
I
hey
didn't know. I didn't know
Gidget.
she was reading it.
Okay,
Though. I
okay.
didn't
If
So
it's
know.
that, if it's digestible for a child of that reading level, then my daughter should be able to
And that's
digest
why
it.
I
For sure.
blame. This is one of the reasons why I blame Marque that my daughter switched up on me, and she's a liberal.
Belle, can we get
Oh,
good
she
get the big
learned
box?
history and
She
became
she is gifted.
correct.
She's a genius. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
IQ is up
Okay.
there. Um,
Can
question.
Gidget get the big box for a second with the shirt? Like what?
Oh yeah.
Gidget. What? Perfect timing. Exactly.
Now, quick question, right? There's been this thing going around. Um, essentially, people are saying Renee Good's name, right? And there has been a pushback against this. And I've kind of talked to you about this as far as the abolitionist side of things or whatever the case may be. But people have basically said that it is disgraceful that you would put Renee Good in the category of a individual that was unalived by police brutality in the sense of saying say her name so that we do not forget. Question to you, Atum, is do you feel the same way? Because my personal opinion on this may differ from yours. So
Are you talking about the woman that was like popped by ice with the vehicle?
yes.
Yes.
If there's people out there from her squad talking about say her name, they're valid. She was murdered, right? Like that's
No.
like that's valid. They deserve
Okay.
justice. You see what I'm saying?
Because
Like
yeah, the only reason I was saying that is because I know that there was a big movement on TikTok or a pushback on TikTok at least where people were saying that when you are saying say her name as it pertains to Renee Good, that it's kind of the spit in the face to black people, which I can understand that sentiment, but I definitely disagree. And this is the only reason I bring that up is because we talk about those people taking to the streets and whatnot. I just don't want for there to be any divide in that sense of those white people that could
No.
potentially help us to get to that point
Now
as
hold
well.
on a
You
minute,
know what I mean?
T-Bone.
Yeah, that's gonna be my question.
I've had this discussion with you and
no,
in
al-
Discord.
allow me to
I get
respond to him
pushed.
before we get
Oh,
too
I thought you
far
were
away.
done.
Yeah,
No,
Wawa
like
wants to say something too.
like specifically a T-bone. That is correct. Like there's a lot of times where people will co-opt what we say, and then a Tamir Rice gets forgotten about, for example,
Right.
right? So like although she deserves justice, I don't want the people who are on Randy Moss's tie, for example, when he's out there showing like, hey, I want us represented and the lives we lost should be acknowledged. That doesn't mean she doesn't deserve justice. Again, the co-opting, I think people naturally are just going to follow us hopefully they follow us in terms of humanity as well. That's where I get really bent out of shape. That's where like you will see like, oh, there's wrath coming because there will be copying of the culture, but no copying of the humanity.
Should we be standing with them?
If that's what people, if that's
Yes.
what your heart says, then
Yeah.
sure. I'm not going to because I'm going to be over here, right? But those people in that immediate area and that's what they feel their calling is, and it's not going to stop them from helping other Black people first and foremost. You're going to have my support. What I'm also pointing out is an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. I don't want bad things to
Yes.
happen to other people.
Right.
My
And,
only
and if
issue
they
though,
can go
and
out and
not to
pew pew
say
white
that
women,
there's
imagine how they feel about black
But
people
hold
if they
on
can.
though, because I want to
but
respond to
well, hold
this
on, hold
because
on,
this
because
is no, wait, wait,
hold on, because this is
Hold
very
on, Bill.
important. This is very important. My only issue with that is that I don't want there to be a divide that is created from that as well. If you get what I'm saying, because I'm not in the sense of what an abolitionist is. I would classify Renee Good as one for standing and fighting for those brown individuals, black individuals as well, right? At least from the side of humanity that you speak on. But when there's a drift that comes into play, whether it's through social media or in our everyday, person to person conversation, where you then get tagged as a disrespectful person for saying that, it's the it begs the question of, is this weaponizing black trauma for your own benefit of a white
Yes.
person, or is this a person who is being genuine, who is trying to magnify something and using a tool that black people have created to get that done,
it's
again,
not
in a genuine way?
genuine though, T-Bone, because then you would have to, if
Well, you
you're okay
wouldn't.
with, can I
All right.
please say something? Because if you're saying yes and back that up, for example, back this up, it's like saying all white lives matter or all lives matter. Like, are you kidding me?
No.
Do you
Or is it
understand
saying,
the hit back? It
or
was that
hold
it's
on.
a little weird.
But Bell, you can also look at it from the angle of we're sick and tired of the cops unaliving us. We are actually having to support. We are sick and tired of the cops unaliving anybody that is a citizen. You know what I mean? I understand we're still going to keep
I get
our
it. I
fight
just
going,
think that it's not
but
genuine, right?
our
I think
citizen.
just
How do we ignore part of our citizenry being unalived by cops and say that it's okay and it's not our business when I don't know. I don't
I
know.
just don't think it's genuine because I feel like it's the same shit that they pulled back in 2020 with all lives matter and white lives matter.
That's not the
Yeah,
same
but
No,
that's
thing.
no,
just
It
not the
It's not
same
the
is.
thing,
same
because
thing.
Okay.
no, because those people that would have said white lives matter would have voted for Donald Trump and said that Renee Good deserved what she got.
That's what
So
I
I'm
No,
keep
saying
saying.
that
Where
two
is
totally
all
separate
I'm
lives
not
sides.
saying
matter?
it
Where
doesn't you're making it
That is a
political,
good question.
T-Bone.
You guys,
You're
Wawa really
making it
wants to say
political. We're
something.
talking about
I'm
humanity.
Oh,
so
Tasha,
sorry,
you're good.
Wawa.
I can
I
speak.
totally forgot.
You're good. I don't need you to speak for me, baby.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
Um,
I
Wawa.
just
I'm
saw your
sorry.
microphone. I was
nah,
like,
because not me and Belle about to be on the same side. When it comes to this T-Bone, I don't understand why they need that phrase when we know her name.
Exactly.
The reason that we say her name is because we don't usually know the name of the black women that are unalive. And that is why black people are trying to gatekeep it. So we get the type of publicity that Renee Good gets.
fair enough.
So like they don't need the phrase say her name. Everybody knows her name.
Okay, so but in correcting that aspect of it, does that mean that we still shouldn't be supportive of?
That's not I've not seen
Okay.
any dialogue that says we shouldn't care about it because of it. I've seen all dialogue. Like the dialogue that I've seen on my For You page has been y'all that phrase we don't need. That phrase is exclusive to us and this is why. Please don't do that. But carry
I've been in
on.
some spaces that,
Yeah.
that are like that's white folks shit and we ain't got no business in that. I have been in some spaces that is a mentality. And
Oh,
full
well, I was just
panels.
coming for that portion. Like, I think
Okay.
police brutality is always bad, and black people have
Right.
always cared about police brutality, regardless of race. So, I don't think we're gonna change that.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Don't find it genuine. That's my I just don't see it being. It's like generalizing. It's like generalizing it when it's happening to black women, right? If we're gonna generalize this, say her name for white women too. I don't know. I don't see it.
What do you think
And
the motives
I
are?
get
If
you
not
that.
genuine, what do you think it is then, Val?
It's the
I
same
get
shit
not
that
using that
happened with
phrase.
white lives when they started pulling the shit with all lives matter or
Like
white
a
I think
lives
it's
But
co-op?
I
also
just, but
misguided.
I'm sorry, I just gave you the difference in the two statements.
You could give me the differences all you want. I'm speaking off of my opinion. This is how I see it.
I'm gonna be honest. I
And
just
All
think
it's
it's
the
lives
same
matter
thing.
misguided for
It's
being
some
like it's
people.
the same
protests.
thing.
I'm
It's
sorry.
like where white people. It's like white people always have to like tag along to something, and then it generalizes everything that actually means something. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're
It's like
saying.
that
Yes, but
one girl on
that's not
TikTok who was
tagging
like,
along. All lives matter is not tagging along. That is specifically protesting Black Lives Matter. It's not
You
tagging
really
along.
thought
There's a
that they were
complete difference.
But you
wait,
can.
I think it's a
I don't know.
Yes,
psyop
they
that
were
we're
saying,
discussing it.
damn you saying Black Lives Matter, all lives should matter. So your shit that you're doing in the streets and you're protesting and your messaging is all bullshit because your people are not oppressed. That's what all lives matter is.
You're talking to someone
Whereas
Oh,
that.
I thought it was like, oh, white people get pew pew too. Why aren't we worried
That's
about
what I
them? And
thought it
then
Yes,
it's
was.
like,
it's all of the
why aren't
yeah,
they
above.
again, saying that
protesting?
is that
Yeah.
literally what I'm saying, right?
Where is all
Discrimination and
lives
oppression does
matter?
not exist.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I get what you're saying now. So where are they? The people that said white people get pew pew too. All lives matter. Where are they for Renee Good?
Well,
Wait, I will say I think it's
I hope they
those
smartened up.
the people who would be saying that are definitely the ones on the side of the ICE agent.
Yeah.
However, some of the people who are saying say her name, I don't think that they're necessarily doing it to be harmful. They're just like, well, no, it's harmful. Being an ignorant person is harmful. I take that back. I'm gonna walk that one
The
back.
intent is, I
yeah,
guess,
that's
is
kind
what
of
you're
The
hard.
talking about.
intent isn't all the way harmful because they may not know the history of it, but the impact of it is still harmful because those Black women do remain nameless.
Yes, and that also is more problematic to me because this is the first time you care about something like this. You don't even understand what Say Her Name is for. You don't even understand it.
Fair, and I will meet you there 100% of the time. Definitely gonna
I will
meet you.
say though, I don't see anybody on the ground in Minneapolis doing that because they know better.
They probably
No,
ain't because
once
somebody
they,
done corrected them and they listen.
No,
once
they know
social
better
media
because
got
these
a whiff of
people.
it, it was over with from there.
I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
that's why I think that there's certain things that are like psyops. Like you can correct people, and then you kind of have to refocus on what the objective and the goal is, as long as this is still continuing, right? Because that 6-month-old child who was tear gassed at the end of the day was a Black baby, right? With its Black family, with like all of these people who are being slammed, the postal worker who is being harassed relentlessly by ICE, and then homie is just passing out the mail. What do you mean? He's in a post office car and you're gang stalking him, claiming that he's stalking you while he's just doing his job. So
And the
I think
irony
like,
is, he's a federal employee.
That's yeah.
well, you know,
Yeah.
they hate federal
They don't
employees that
care.
aren't unaliving people.
They don't care.
Yeah, the DEI stuff, they don't like that.
This White House is the most DEI White House, please.
Yes.
And
I'm
if it's
telling you,
merited,
Maduro's going to get off on all charges because this fucking White House is so inequipped, so inept, and so fucking such
I
DEI
mean, to be
bullshit.
fair, I read the indictment. It's shaky to begin with.
I
So,
Yes,
heard,
the
is it
weakest
Lala?
shit.
You would
yes, we
know.
read that shit on my live the day it happened.
I heard they had to restructure it. Is that true?
Oh, they probably did because the shit was a mess. It didn't.
Yeah, the
There
judge
were
sent
no
it back.
direct. There's no direct ties for him. Basically, they're saying you didn't do the shit you were supposed to do in your country, so you're
Exactly.
guilty, and that don't make no fucking
So
sense.
nothing he did
right?
here.
No, he doesn't
No,
have direct connections here. There's a couple of people that I guess made. There's like one direct in Florida and one in New York, but it doesn't. It's not him. He didn't do any actions there.
Yeah.
the only thing that I could say that they may try to pull out is the head of the Sinaloa cartel. Oh, I'm sorry, Schmarshmelt, whatever I'm supposed to say.
TikTok shop.
If they use him as a witness against Maduro, they would have to get the biggest of big dogs that are connected to all the C words and say, yeah, this is the dude that let us move our shit all the way through. And that is that. I mean, I don't know. They don't
They
know to
have.
drop.
I know they have an informant. They said they do, and they have people that have pled guilty. But I still don't think that they have the case that they made it seem. Especially a case that starting out from 90. What was it? 95. They were coming back from. That shit was wild. And
Well, and
honestly,
I
all of the connections are ancillary. They're not actual direct connections with the US. So you
right.
let this shit happen in your country, therefore you're guilty of something here. What? That ain't got shit to do with me. I didn't do the illegal shit there. Somebody else did.
I
Right.
also
I think
think
one
it's
of
going
the
to be
And
difficult
informants.
given, like,
doesn't
unless they
have.
charge him with some Mexican shit. And that has F all to do with him because he's not from Mexico. So that would also be confusing because I think they'd have a easier case against the president of Mexico than they would against him, to be honest.
How have they ever charged somebody from another country that hasn't done anything here with U.S. crimes? Like I forget the Mexican man. I can't remember his name, but he did go to U.S. prison, right? Was he doing stuff here? Was he on U.S. soil?
Are you talking about Noriega? Because I think that was probably.
There's Noriega. There was another one too recently, the one that escaped the cell in Mexico, and then when he was up here, he didn't escape.
Oh,
But I think one of the witnesses or whatever, what was the word? I forgot the word. Is the guy that he just pardoned, the president of Honduras. I think that he's a snitch.
Well, no. Well, and see, I believe differently on that one, but that's
It's a
just
possibility.
because I've gone
I
down
mean,
a
he got a
different
full
rabbit
pardon.
hole. When you have Peter Thiel who owns the
Well,
island,
well, well.
yeah.
and
You know,
guys
T-Bone, a
that
ridge mine.
No,
my bad.
look, he got a
Are
full
we going
pardon.
for round 3, Mr. Duran?
You gotta give something to get a full
Surely,
pardon.
surely we can. I don't.
Uh,
I really just think it
all you
speaks
got
to
to do
your
is
lack of
run.
integrity that you can't concede. It's just kind of cheap. But
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
I don't
There was
think we
nothing
need
for
a. I
me to
don't think we
concede
need
to,
a.
but okay.
We don't need a third round.
Oh, gotcha.
For anyone who
Another
doesn't
W for
know,
T-Bone yet
Robert.
again.
Yeah, now hold on, T-Bone. So for everyone that wasn't here, Robert accused, called T-Bone.
Not accused.
I'm
Successfully made
sorry.
the
She
case
was
that our
talking,
host
Robert. She was
No,
talking.
successfully made the case that our host is a white
is
supremacist.
yeah.
Damn, bro.
In live action, folks.
Yeah.
And not
Sorry.
only
And we
that,
all
My bad.
believe that.
really,
We'll believe your
but
rhetoric. Like,
really, the
go
headline.
go
Wait,
fucking
what did he
Are we
say?
literally
talking
I
about
missed that. I
T-Bone?
go
missed it.
talk to
Yeah, I
somebody.
missed it.
Go
What did he
talk to
say?
people.
But
Sorry,
the
T-Bone.
headline was that not only did I say it, but I made the case. I had the
Yeah.
panel
And no one fucking believes your rhetoric bullshit.
and the comments nodding along and agreeing that the case was made that
The comments agree with you too, bro.
our host
Come on.
is a white supremacist. Yep, he is.
Yeah.
He
Unicorn. This dude is
in fact
fucking
he acts
bad.
as an
I
agent.
know, Robert.
Go worry about your cases that you
Wait,
got going
In
on, like
fact,
in
he
real
acts
life.
as an
I want to
agent
say
of white
something. I
supremacy.
want Robert, please let me say something, and don't on mute, please. So T-Bone, it was a no yesterday. I absolutely disagreed with him. Today, I'm on the fence. Today, I'm on the fence with you, T-Bone, because you're over here trying to get reparations for white people with Liv. I'm like, what the hell's going on, T-Bone?
Well, I'm confused because the case has been made that
When Liv
T-Bone is a black
says that
supremacist. So can he
you
be
are
both?
not, hold on. When Liv says that you are not tracking conversations, he is absolutely right. Because if that's what you thought I was doing,
I'm
bell.
joking. I'm joking, but that's what it sounded like. It's like
Ah,
y'all want. Well, come on now.
no. People arguing,
I
like,
guess there's a time to play and there's a not time
oh
to
my God.
play. And I feel like you played too much, Bill, in conversations
Oh,
that, like,
please, he knows what I'm talking
I
about.
know, but right now, like, I mean, I don't know.
Right now,
Bad
what?
It
What's
timing.
going
wasn't,
on?
like, you got to understand that, like, the conversations take place for the sake of conversation, for exercise, right? So it's like, if you want to bring up that conversation again, because I know the rest of you whites are going to get a hold of this and try to use it, right? I know how other people can dismantle that argument. You see what I'm saying? And so we're on the same page there with me and Liv. So if a white person want to get up here and say, "Damn it, I deserve reparations," I know how to cook they shit. I was just confirming that I knew what I was doing. And that's all it was. I'm glad Robert wasn't here for that conversation, by the way, because I would have thrown everything.
Yeah, me
Fuck
too.
off.
Imagine if he was here, what he would have thought.
So are you trying to get me Grinched, Mr. White Supremacist host?
I don't I don't know what that guy's talking about, bro.
No, is
I'm a white
T-Bone,
supremacist for warning
is he a
people.
black supremacist or a white supremacist? Because I've seen the case made for the black supremacists.
Unicorn,
What do we
he
do?
is an agent of white supremacy in broad daylight. And here's what I mean. That he likes to go around to minority communities
T-Bone, I'm sending money.
despite the data.
Don't
Like,
do that. Wait, let him
are we
explain.
seriously entertaining this right now? Like, I mean, the conversation was
Tasha,
genuine.
everyone's interested in what
If
I'm
he
saying
didn't
except you,
want
so
to,
maybe you should leave.
hold on. If he
Maybe
didn't
you
want to
should leave.
entertain him, he wouldn't have let him up,
That's
Tasha.
true. You're right, Bo. You're right.
Precisely.
Please
So,
proceed.
Unicorn, he yesterday proved to us that despite the data, he will go to minority communities on the behest of the white man
Oh, like you have a fan.
and enforce their wants, their wills on minority communities. So, despite him agreeing that it is an extension of white supremacy if we have white women like Belle going into her server Discord and telling them, "Don't wear hoodies, everyone. That's going to get you in trouble," because that's a racist white supremacist position. He agreed with that. But when it got to the enforcement, same mechanism, same enforcer to Hispanics, other minorities, all of a sudden, this guy becomes an agent of white supremacy. All of a sudden, he can't detect what's right, what's wrong. All of a sudden, he will go against knowing that 99.97% sure that Hispanics are safe on the streets and that ICE will not interact with them. Only had 160 interactions last year total, not trending higher than any previous administration also. He wants to still tell Hispanics, on the behest of the white man, that they should be afraid. If you're brown, you better be afraid. A 99.97% chance you're safe, but T-Bone knows you gotta be afraid, brownie. Your brown ass better be afraid, according to T-Bone. And
On
so,
behalf of the white man, I think that would be on his own accord.
well, but I think that a black man, and this is where I brought him up, is a minority as well, should understand the position that if we told, and that's where I use the example, if Belle went into her Discord right now and told all the black men in her server, "Hey everyone, just a little PSA, I just a caring woman is all. Don't wear hoodies, black people, you're gonna get caught up, 0.03% chance you're gonna get caught up." So that's the excuse he's using. He's saying, "Well, I'm just concerned. I'm just trying to help out despite all the data." So he's white womaning. He's trying to help on the white narrative. Be afraid, minority, be afraid. That's the white woman's role. Now it's the black man's role.
Okay, should black people
Unicorn.
be? Go ahead.
Yeah.
What?
I have the clips. I have the whole live here.
I mean, we can have the conversation we're already doing.
No, we really shouldn't entertain.
Never
no,
can see
really.
it to that point.
Let me fucking
Never
tell
did.
you guys what happened to me, okay? Because this is some real fucking bullshit. I get ready to purchase Ulta World tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, there is fraud going on with the Ulta Corporation. Not a single bitch I know got Ulta World tickets. Apparently, you open it up to hundreds of thousands of people, and yet only 3,000 people get tickets. 3,000 people get tickets. I don't even get tickets. I managed to get tickets to 2 tour dates on the Eras tour, and yet I couldn't get Ulta World tickets. Make it make sense. There's insider trading going on. I better not see
You
any
got
fucking
tickets to the
bitch.
Eras tour?
2 nights in a row.
What? That was insane.
And I couldn't get Ulta World
I need your
tickets.
tricks. I need to know the tricks. I tried so hard.
I don't fucking know, but all I know is if I see a single bitch from the Trump administration at Ulta World, it's fucking mute, bitch.
Throw
I'm
your
about to
milkshake
live up to
at her.
I'm
Throw
about
a
to
drink
live up
at
to
her.
every stereotype they have of my people.
What
Just
about
fucking
me?
know
Where's my
it.
ticket? Where's my ticket?
Well, I'm more interested in the Ultra World shit than I ever
Because it's fucking insider trading.
Well, it's just more
For
interesting than
sure.
what Robert's mouth.
That's the fucking thing, Elko. If I see fucking Pam Bondi's Floridian bitch ass at fucking Ulta World and I'm not there, I'm gonna snatch her extension straight out of her head. I don't care. That's just the
Can we
fucking
just do it
truth.
anyways? Like, just for the fucking fun of it? Like, can we
No,
just snatch the bitches?
that would actually set me the fuck off. If I see Ivanka with her pumps walking around, click, click, click at Ulta World, collecting all the freebies when I fucking cut in, it's fucking over.
What about Erica Kirk though?
Oh.
Erica Kirk better be headlining. I want her to headline Coachella. I'm just gonna fucking say it.
Please put yourself in center stage, please.
Who reported me?
Yo, they just
How
gave
did
you a
I get
violation
reported?
for that.
What the
Swap
hell?
accounts.
I just said Erica Kirk should headline Coachella and I got reported.
Listen, I'm gonna
That's
type in the
ridiculous.
comments what I saw somebody go down for last
think it
night.
was
The Jays
snatch
don't
the
want us talking
weaves.
about Erica anymore.
No,
think it
but
was the
I fucking
weave.
love Erica. Everybody's mad at
extensions.
Erica, but when I found out her mom is part Lebanese, I was like, yes, this is why she's mourning this way.
You didn't know that?
I mean, I had an inkling when I saw her come out in a sparkly outfit after her husband passed away. I said, that's some Arab wife shit right there. That is
Yeah,
some...
but the thing I love the most about her, pay attention to her jewelry. Look at her rings.
Yes,
She
the
knows.
ring.
And her hair,
She
it's like
knows
nice,
what
thick, and
she's
blonde.
doing. She knows what she's doing.
I love Erica.
Did she
Seriously?
have Charlie taken out to take his
Yeah, like
position?
we are supporting a
Who
woman that
cares?
literally
Who
knows
cares?
that. Well,
Who
that's
cares?
true.
Even if she
Robert,
did,
do you like Erica?
y'all didn't like him, so
Yeah, that's what. If she
I
had
don't know if I
Charlie
mind
taken
her.
out,
I
I
don't know
might
if I
side
think
with her.
I don't
I
think
had
she should be
no
working.
problem with him.
No, I don't think she should be working either. I think it's pathetic that she's working. She could just be a hot socialite.
We have to call Erica an ally at some point.
And not only that, like something no one talks about is like
Right?
Charlie's and hers narrative before he passed was that a woman away from her family is
I
a
talk
woman
about it.
neglecting her obligations,
And
and
now
I
she's
keep
doing
saying
exactly
that. What is
that.
going
Now she's a
on? I don't
boss.
know.
But the thing is, Erica was raised by a single mother who was working, and we don't know what she was doing for the military, but she was doing something.
Exactly. We know what she was doing.
She was doing something.
Listen,
Erica,
if she had
Erica's a
Charlie
genius.
taken out, I will be a fan. I can commit to that.
Why? No, that's
No,
disgusting.
it's the opposite. Literally the opposite.
I think
No, she definitely knows.
That's what I'm saying. Then maybe she's an ally. Did she have him taken out?
no, Erica's not an ally. I haven't seen her kids ever since that man passed away. I'm just gonna be honest, that's suspicious.
Well, I mean,
Some say they're not existent. Nobody's ever seen their. Do they exist? We don't know.
they do. Absolutely.
It's a
They've got
conspiracy. It's a
videos.
conspiracy.
There's videos of him playing with his kids at the park.
But what if they weren't his?
What if they were? Yeah, JD rented a dog, so maybe he rented some kids.
JD
Vance
I'm not even
rented
trying.
a dog?
have we ever
That's
seen
the
them?
room. That is the rumor.
That's funny.
Have we ever seen them kids' faces?
I mean, both of
Never.
their makeup is done badly, so maybe they, you know.
Erica Kirk's makeup is not bad.
Are
To
you
the untrained
kidding?
eye, it's bad makeup. To
Oh,
the
no.
girls that get it, that is revenge makeup a la Sasha
is-
Fierce,
That is
a la old Middle Eastern, old Latin American, old European
Tammy Faye.
glam.
That is Tammy Faye Baker, 100%. And I know.
I personally don't understand her signature under eyeliner. Like,
I think it's a double. It's kajal, right? It's kahal.
well, it's like
Right?
she wears enough to make it like a blush, like just a black blush.
You agree
It's
with me,
the
Robert?
color
She's
flag
too
flag.
blonde.
I can't believe I'm fucking agreeing with Robert.
No, I agree with Robert.
No,
That's
I
too
fucking
much
love it. It's
eyeliner.
war paint.
No, it's too much eyeliner
war
for a
paint.
blonde. A blonde, blue-eyed woman.
full
That much
coverage.
eyeliner is too much.
Full coverage.
No, it's war
It
paint. It
does
makes
make
her
her
eyes
eyes
pop
pop.
even
I will
more.
say that. It
She
makes
looks
her
like
eyes
she
Exactly.
stepped out of the Amazon.
You could do a
She
bunch of
didn't
black.
step out of that. This is
Well,
You
and
have
then
to
it
do
makes
full layout.
what it also does is it no matter what, it makes her look bug-eyed. Like no matter what, no matter how sweet and soft her eyes are, because like I saw in her most recent interview that she was trying not to do that crazy eye thing that she did in that other interview, and it's like unless you change your makeup,
your eyes don't look soft. You look psychotic.
You have to do full glam if you're gonna be like fair skin, light eyed, light hair, full glam.
No,
Well,
that's
and what's
some
weird is if you go back
American
to
shit.
her
That
early
is
days, she's not terribly ugly. Like she actually can look nice if she.
I don't think she's ugly at all.
I
She's
think
got
she
the
is recently.
2000s. She's still in the 2000s when it comes to
no.
makeup
This
for
is like
blondes,
this is
but she needs to tone it down a little bit.
no.
She
She
needs to
doesn't
work
need
with
to
the
tone it down. She
neutral.
Well,
toned it
listen,
down
Hold
the whole
on.
time she was married to that man. She was wearing the
Okay, the
basic
black.
fucking pilgrim dresses,
No,
minimum
no.
blush, fucking chapsticks on the lips. She was phoning
No,
it
she's
in.
always been like
And
that. She needs to
that's where
do
we're
the
at now.
brown
No,
eyeliner, the
Yeah,
neutral
look.
tones.
no, Belle, pull up a picture of Haifa Wahbe, please. I wrote her name in the comments. Just look her up. This is Haifa.
I
This
know
is
who
her.
that is.
Yes, pull up a picture so I can show you guys. She's living up to her Lebanese I need a second husband ancestry.
Is that what that is? It
One
sounds
thing
like
that
it.
I agree with Candace on is that she made a joke the other day. She said, I think that Erica has, and she named like certain people in the room, just telling her all of the wrong things. Like, yeah, wear that after your husband's unaliving. Like, do certain things. And it just seems like everything that she could do to make herself look frumpier and uglier and weirder and like more of an unaliver. She always chooses worse.
No, the thing is, hiring her ex-boyfriend to work for Turning Point was diabolical.
Okay, but the thing is, though, wait, we dad.
Then the truth
The
comes
difference,
out.
the problem
Can the
with this.
cisgender male get a chance to speak, motherfuckers?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead on.
We're wait,
Look at
pull
that.
up the picture and somebody make her the big screen
Alco, I
because
don't
look,
think
this
people
is
can
what
hear
she's
you that
going
well.
for.
Okay, yeah, but she
Here's the
needs the
deal.
hair though. She can't be a blonde anymore. This works for this, but she can't be. She's gonna have to go a few shades darker.
Or do full glam makeup. She could do it with blonde. You got to do full glam makeup though. Full glam.
See, this is a Lebanese.
That's my girl.
JD's hitting it with the eyeliner just like that too.
That's what I'm
So
saying. She
I
spent the
think
night
a lot
at
of
JD's
people will
house,
shit bricks
and
if
she
she
didn't
dyed her
have
hair
no
brown.
choice but to get
they're
ready
sharing
for her
eyeliner.
debut
It's the
over at
24
JD's
hour
house. And she put too
24
much
hour
on.
waterproof.
From
That's
MAC.
JD shit.
I can't
I
wait to
think
see.
JD is stealing the nice, expensive Indian eyeliner from his wife. I've thought this for some time because his doesn't smudge, right?
I
And he
honestly
has
think
it
his
right.
Is
wife
it tattooed on?
doesn't get enough credit. Like
He's made
Damn,
her uglier though.
Marte,
Can
I
we
just need
acknowledge
T-Bone,
that,
get big, please.
Robert?
I think
Damn,
his wife is
Marte.
kind of cool.
His time in office, she's gotten uglier. She used to have a nice brown glow to her. She didn't used to phone it in, and she used to cover the grays. Now she's doing what Erica. She looks how Erica should look after your husband passes away.
I disagree because if you know her, she's not a woman of glamour. She's an academic, and he married an academic.
She's pregnant. Did y'all
No,
miss
you
that?
can be an academic and still not
He's
phone
You
it
could be
in.
both. You
No,
can be
but
both.
hold on, but I don't. One of the things I love, like as an example about Melania, is that despite me maybe not even liking her personality, I love that no matter what, she signed up to be a billionaire wife, and that's the life she's going to live, no matter what she's given.
Yeah.
Like she can be the first lady, and she's still going to be just a billionaire wife to her. And it's the same thing with other women that can be just if you honor who you are. I think that's more becoming than
the first lady. Come on,
like.
Robert.
And so like for her, Usha, she was like she's a nerdy woman, like, and she's not like a pretty girl. She's not the pretty girl. She's the really, really smart girl, beautiful, but she's not a glamour woman.
Whoa,
She's
of-
not
Erica is
pregnant.
smart.
I will
That was
say,
wrong.
you know who has their foot firmly on everyone's neck? Rama Duwaji. You can say what you want about Zohra Mamdani. That man's wife is fucking hot with a capital H.
Because I
She's
guess what I'm
serving
saying is
Princess
not every
Diana.
woman should be Kim Kardashian. I don't think.
No,
I
but
don't even
she's
like
serving
that. I don't
Robert.
want
Have
that.
you seen her? She's serving
Kim?
Princess Diana.
What's wrong with Kim Kardashian?
No,
Zohra
what I'm saying,
Mamdani's
Bal, what
wife.
I'm saying, Bal, is like me when I like in judging women as a man. I guess I think Usha is more beautiful than Kim Kardashian.
Oh, that's a lie. Kim is hot. Kim is hot.
Kim was hot.
Well, they're a
Kim
different
had
age,
potential to
but
be hot.
I'm saying like Usha
Plastic
maybe
was never hot.
No,
in
Usha's a
her.
brown woman. She needs to cut it out. I'm sick of her shit. If you're gonna be married to a chubby man who looks like he's like, I don't know what's going on with him, who's doing, honestly, quite frankly, I think he's Peter Thiel's lover secretly. Then the least you can do is cover up the grays, because I've seen her mother and her mother is not even phoning it in. So why is Usha phoning it in?
Because she's pregnant.
But
not
what I
pregnant.
don't understand too
She
is
is pregnant. What is wrong with
you're
y'all?
judging a woman, Epstein, that I think agrees with you on probably all political fronts, which is
I
that
don't
she's a
care if you agree
Democrat.
with me politically. If you walk outside with gray hair and no concealer and you're being photographed from every angle and everybody in the country hates you, at least look hot.
She's pregnant. She's
Who
gonna put her
hates
baby
her?
in jeopardy if she dyes
Oh,
her
we
hair.
all
What
hate
is wrong
her.
with y'all?
Wait, who are you saying is
I
pregnant?
hate her. I hate a woman who makes poor
Erica.
marriage decisions.
Oh,
That
I
Baby,
thought you were
she
talking
is
about
pregnant.
Erica.
I would think that
And
you. I
Erica,
would think
aren't
that
they
you.
both pregnant? Isn't
No,
Cyrus
Erica is
twins?
not
No.
pregnant.
Who is Erica pregnant for?
I would.
Usha's pregnant.
I
Oh
would
my
think
Usha's
that.
god.
pregnant.
I would think that you admire Usha because,
What is
like,
wrong with
out of
y'all?
all women
How
in
does
politics as the spouse,
wait a minute.
she's very proactive in telling him how wrong she thinks he is, how much she
She's
disagrees.
still letting him hit it from the back. So at the end of the day, I think
When I
fuck
found
her.
out she was
Like that's
pregnant with
like
the
I don't
fourth
like him,
child,
and so I don't like his bitch.
What's wrong with that? She's doing her job. What's wrong with
when
that?
when I
No,
found
it's
out she
not
was
her job. Her
pregnant,
job.
I
I mean,
said,
her parents immigrated from India, right? And they had high hopes, big dreams for her, big dreams. I
That
mean, she made it all the way to law
achieved.
school.
She
She was a
achieved.
corporate lawyer, and now all she is, quite frankly, a wife to a man who fucks couches.
You know what's
That's what they immigrated for. He's
That's
not
how she
even
got
hot.
pregnant.
But what I
She
don't
sat
think
on
you
the
should do is
definitely not
what I
hot.
don't think you should do is like, okay, so before he became a senator, I would say she was the breadwinner by far, if you know their history. And why invert because he now became vice president? I think this is like sexism that we're showing here.
No, I am
because
sexist. Yeah.
because we're inverting then her position to say, oh, this disgusting, pathetic woman. No, on her own
She's
merit alone,
pathetic.
as a human being and a wife, but just as a human being, a woman, she's an impressive figure. She really is.
Without him, she's impressive. With him, all of her accolades go out the window, and she's just another gray-haired, bitter woman with a couch fucking husband. Like, I mean,
I think
before
they're
when we
in.
would
I don't
discuss
like.
it, right? It
I
would be
hate.
Usha and JD power couple,
I hate
political
JD.
power couple, right?
No, I see
Potentially.
I see where
No,
you're
because he
coming
was
from.
never
I don't
powerful
think it's
politically.
where we're from. Like, if you're like, you got to fix the grays, man. Especially if you're like a public.
She's
figure
not even
now.
that old.
Yeah.
Belle,
It's just
how do you
lazy.
I
It's
hate
tacky.
I hate JD, but I think that I admire their relationship because they openly disagree, and he's the vice president. That's a kind of cool thing. It's a pro woman thing actually. Like she doesn't rob
Why?
herself of her opinion, even as the second lady.
I think she does actually. We barely hear from her.
Well, no, but if what I'm the insights I'm giving is because second lady doesn't really have a big platform, if I'm honest. But
What do you mean? We're always
the
hearing from
dialogues
Stephen
between
Miller's
them,
wife, and he's basically nothing
if you
compared
hear
to
the
her.
dialogues between the two and relayed over from them, it's always in really structural disagreements. She's mostly Democrat and openly.
Marquez.
You know who's also really disturbing? Katie Miller. Ugh, Katie Miller, shut up.
She's like Steven, like they just spaz out and say crazy shit.
Also, I think it's kind of disturbing how much she talks about her SE acts life with her husband. It's very uncouth.
Not very cutesy or demure.
Like, what kind of... Yeah, I don't like that she has a podcast. I don't like that she's like, oh my God, Steven hits it right. And it's like, okay, lady, what? Your husband just gave us a global speech. Like, yeah, literally, that's what her whole podcast is. Don't look at my
Such a
husband's
dork.
height.
That's like saying Ben Shapiro hits it right. Like you. No.
I agree, Wawa. He is dating up. I think Usha's more attractive than JD. But as of late, I think she's depressed. And I want to go, Usha, honey.
I agree. She could be like a
Her
power wife
man
with a
literally.
billionaire.
I think
He insulted her freaking religion
publicly.
Also, he thinks his kids are white. That's another thing.
Does he not know?
I mean, I think he knows, but whiteness is like DEI as fuck now.
Doesn't JD Vance remind you of like Spanky from The Little Rascals? I don't know why every time I see him, I think of Spanky from The Little Rascals.
I don't know, but God forbid if we get stuck with that shit. Like, I don't even know which is evil. which
Well,
is
no,
more.
if they
He
impeach
doesn't
Trump,
have
JD he's a bitch. He has no power. Like he's no ability to lead. He's a lame duck president.
Yeah,
He
but that
is just a
I mean,
dork.
he has no
Trump's not really
he
leading
has no
anyways.
charisma at all. No.
I
No
don't think they would
charisma.
get anything accomplished with him in power. I mean, Project 2025 would take over, sure, but they're already taking over. So, like, as far as like everything else, like legislative wise, I don't think he would get much done because he's not like a leader. He's a bitch.
Wait, to the bear person user, no, Usha, after being insulted, should triple down. She should be hotter, right? She needs to go contact Nick Jonas's wife, Priyanka Chopra. She needs to say, hey, bitch, who does your hair? Get in touch with them. You know, I'm talking a little dye, a little hair gloss, a little eyeliner, right? A little fucking concealer, right? A little fucking hyaluronic acid to the lip, to the cheek, a little filler, not too much, just something slight, okay? And then Ozempic. You can never go wrong with Ozempic, right? A little Ozempic, you slim it out, and then, hear me out. You pop out you get a local Indian designer, or at least like an
Get her own New
Indian.
York City,
Yeah, get whoever's
apartment.
dressing Zoran Mamdani's wife to dress you. Because whoever's fucking dressing her is absolutely knocking it out of the park every single time.
Can you tag me in once you guys are done with this conversation? I got something to ask.
Oh, sorry, Autumn, go ahead.
No,
Oh my
go ahead,
God, yes,
continue.
Tamara, it is I.
It is I.
Okay, all right, cool. So yeah, I'm with the T, right? I like gossip, and Bushmaster really has a warrant out for his arrest.
In Colorado, yes. And like if it's I don't know
No
what the charges
way.
are. If it's serious, Alabama will definitely they'll pick him up. They'll hold him for 3 days waiting for Colorado to come get him. Colorado will spend the money to go get him if it's serious enough. He was like, Alabama won't cooperate. The fuck they won't. 25% of their budget is spent on incarceration. Alabama absolutely wants to lock your ass up.
Yeah.
With the PO.
He has a PO. He's on probation. Oh, he's getting a detainer.
No.
Protective order.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's another. Yeah, they'll definitely extradite him to Colorado if the charge is like felony. If it's a felony, they'll extradite. If not, like, what, Val?
How do you guys
Ask
know?
no
Like, if there's a
questions. I'll tell
warrant?
you no lies.
You can look it up.
Well, apparently the victim, Tasha, knows the victim that has pressed the charges. I don't know what the charge is, though. Is it felony?
No.
Okay, they might not come for him. Is it SA related? No, it's not SA related. So they might not come for him for that. Because I've seen people picked up in other states. Like, for example, I saw
They will
somebody
not
pick up.
extradite him. It basically, it's just all it is just a PO. You know.
Yeah, because I've seen people arrested
Misdemeanor
for like
PO.
even I've
with
seen
a
people
PO.
arrested for they had felony charges in one state and another state was arrested them, but it was like a dumb felony charge. So like that original state, Pennsylvania, didn't come get them because they're like,
Yeah,
we're
let me
gonna
just clarify
waste the
something
money.
really quick. With all of this is the intention of someone find. That's so annoying.
Sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
Beautiful music box. I have music boxes too, a bunch of music boxes.
All of the intention comes with the hope of someone healing from a very serious mental illness and damage that has been done by our military by being in the military. So just want to say
PTSD
that.
is a bit.
So even though it's tea for some, it's also a very serious matter, if you ask me.
Yeah. Bush, if you're listening, what the fuck? Like, I get Tasha, you're going with that coddle shit, but grown man shit is grown man shit. So
And I would never
He
stop you.
assaulted some. He assaulted a
yeah,
woman.
exactly. PTSD or not, bro. Like, we
Oh,
also
no.
are
I don't
trained
excuse it. I'm
in a
just
very
saying.
literal way to
There's TV
turn
on it.
ourselves in. Right? So like I understand why he was ducking in Bold's area now. I get it.
Y'all crazy.
What's true is true.
I hope she has some stuff going on. She took those kids down to Alabama to be with Bushmaster. You could have paid me $10,000 if it's at
There are
Alabama. Another
children
10 to visit
involved.
Bushmaster. So
One
I hope she
child.
gets whatever peace she needs in her life. That convinced her to do that. I don't know, but I hope she gets whatever peace she needs in her life. That she will never be convinced to go to Alabama to meet a man like Bushmaster alone, let alone with your kids. Oh my God, you couldn't
Not
pay me.
kids. There's only one kid.
Okay,
Oh,
well, you couldn't pay me.
This is horrible.
So I do hope she I'm not blaming her at all. I just
Marte, you know what's
I hope she
horrible?
gets that. That was obviously a
The
traumatic
state
event
of
for her.
Alabama. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
the state of Alabama should be non-existent.
Fucking trade it for Canada. I'll take Canada for Alabama.
Like, can we
Did you
just
watch the
cut?
documentary, The Alabama Solution?
Dude, I was so sick about it. I made OG. Where'd Unc go? I
Did
made
you watch
OG
it too?
Unc. He tried. He couldn't finish it.
Yeah, that's real stuff. And there's
I
people on
was
What is
TikTok
it?
right now.
Alabama Solution.
Yeah, there's
What's
people
it
on Tik.
about?
It's about
The
the
state of
corruption of the state and unaliving prisoners who
Oh yeah.
essentially try to fight for their own rights.
Exactly.
And
And
then the
not
The
just
CEO getting
incarceration system is like the fucking worst.
But
It's disgusting.
Unicorn, the most important part that I want to be heard, that I want to people to get out of that documentary, it's not just Alabama. That's the name of it, but at the
Mhm.
end, it does call out this is in the South. Period. This is not just the
Oh
South,
yeah.
but it is mainly in the South, and this is the problem with private. Yeah,
They have the
having
names of the
private.
organizations in the
Well,
South that
what
are
I'm
supporting
hoping
it.
is
Exactly.
the way we're seeing immigrants
And the federal government covering it up.
the way we're seeing immigrants treated in detention is nothing like we have always treated Americans like this in detention, denying them meds, abusive, fucking them up. So I'm hoping this gets us some criminal justice reform. Like, I can't tell you how many people have unalived in Pittsburgh County Jail because they didn't have access to like meds, food, whatever the case may be. So I am hoping that like these cases bring light to that and we get
Yeah,
some
the
sort of
federal
criminal justice
government has
reform with
already
detainment.
assessed it and already walked away and did nothing. If you just watch Alabama Solution and you'll see what was already like a problem, right?
Well,
Now we
it's going to
have,
come down to us. It's going to come down to
it's
us
got to come
pushing
down
for
to
this
us.
reform.
Absolutely.
We have to push our legislators for reform.
Exactly. And that's why I can't say anything about Kim Kardashian and Gavin Newsom, because I do think that they are doing some of this prison reform. They're starting this in California.
Oh, of course
And
they are. I mean, Kamala Harris did a lot for recidivism and prison reform, letting first-time offenders go if they complete the program. Like it's
the privatized prisons that it's the problem, and no accountability from our federal government, even when they are involved. But there is a I don't know who it is. I can't remember his name, but he is going to the camp, if you will, for immigration, the immigration holding place in San Antonio, where
they won't let anybody in.
Where the
That's the
gentleman was
issue.
unalived. No, he is going to do.
They're saying he can go in.
Yeah, they're saying he said this is literally his job. He's on his way. That was this morning. I can't remember his name. Yeah, I don't know, but again, there was a man unalived. So, but this is nothing new, right? Like I say this and I hear myself and I'm like, what the fuck? This is nothing new. But I still want to just
numbers are
remind
new.
people.
Like we're not used to seeing 40 people a month.
Just keep
That's
reminding
typically
people.
20 a year. We're not used to seeing 40 a month. Like that's
It's 40.
outrageous.
You need it's 40 for the year. It's usually 4 or 5 a year.
Okay.
In ICE, yeah.
It's exponentially higher than
Yeah,
what it should
way
be.
higher.
Let's not
Hundreds of
forget that this
percent.
is happening in our prisons. So why would we expect anything different?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Other
And
than
that's
there's
my case,
less.
and I'm hoping we get like some real
There's
legislative
less
when
oversight.
we take control again, when Democrats take control again. I hope we get real legislation at a federal and state level that prevent people from being like incarcerated individuals from being treated like fucking animals. It's disgusting how they
If
treat
we can
people.
get Texas purple, I would fucking just be.
Texas is purple. That's the thing. They have more registered Dems than Republicans. I think it's just the
but it's
gerrymandering
not.
and it's
exactly.
the voter
So,
suppression.
but trust and believe when I say that I am rising. Like the fight or flight that's been inside me. I'm on the fight side. now, and I'm dead ass serious with these fucking white ass racists in Texas. Like it will be like I'm not alone on this mission, and I think that's why it's so important for us to put our foot on the necks of those that are in the political stance right now on the Democrat side. It's like we are holding you accountable 100%. Like it's not, we're not, you need to come hard. Like Gavin Newsom is petty as shit. Love it. That's what we
If when
need.
they get power, if they don't do total reform, like that's gonna be a big fucking L they're gonna take. They like total reform, total defunding.
Did you see
They're never
Gavin
going to
Newsom
totally
at the
defund ICE, but like adjusting this budget, adjusting the protocols, the tactics used by ICE and police in general, adjusting 70 to 80% of ICE detention is privatized, adjusting that number, adjusting the way people are treated while they're incarcerated. Like we need total reform in criminal justice reform. I guess that would be ICE reform to total reform. And if they don't do that, like,
there was a
and we need to
message
be holding these fucking people accountable. Like,
there was
Thank
a
you,
message
Adams.
a memo sent out this week to all border, what is it called, border what is it called,
border controls.
yes, all employees, whether it was on the shore, right, they do customs for the cruises and stuff like that, all the way down, any kind of border employee will have full training on what is it called when you not on rioting, sorry, I couldn't think of the term, rioting. They're getting rioting training right now. What?
Did you see the USPS letter sent out that hasn't been sent out since C-19?
Yeah, my brother
The
actually
USPS
works.
letter.
I have the letter.
Well,
Yeah.
what it said is essentially like if we go into martial law due to
Yep.
civil unrest or extenuating circumstances, I guess like C-19. If we are under this
Curfew.
issue,
Any
you
kind of
still work.
curfew.
You will still work. Just so you know,
You
if
just
it
have to
comes down
carry
to
this letter around that gives you a hall pass to work. Basically, you'll have, if you leave your house past a
in
certain
preparation
time.
for some shit, a national emergency. I don't know.
Why do you think we all got that text message? Like this has been, they've been in the works. Remember the text message that we all got? They tested
Emergency
it.
alert
Yeah,
one?
when they started doing that.
Oh.
Shellbell, your little thing needs to go back to
Oh.
COVID. You got to go.
Oh,
We
yeah.
need like 10 poster boards. Okay.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Like I
The
pictured a
strings are
whole
going
wall.
everywhere right now because I got on the DOW website again today and started looking at contracts. Oh my gosh. I got to quit doing that. It takes me down so many rabbit holes. I got a bunch of companies to look up.
The fact these motherfuckers protested masks as being like an infringement, but like not protesting the fact people are violating Fourth Amendment rights and running up in people's houses without judicial search warrants, that's okay. But don't you ever make me wear a mask.
By the way, Travis and I have we're spreading the word that if you are in a stand your ground state or in the print the castle laws and put them on your front door. Like I'm laminating it and putting it on my front door. So the warning is there. Can't say that I didn't give a warning. No trespassing, be aware, the dogs, the 2A, and the laws of Texas castle, protect your castle or whatever the fuck it's called right now. And stand your ground.
In here actually get involved with doing like police brutality cases?
I'm telling you, we need to be signing up for ICE. Us, maybe not us, maybe white men on the left, because I don't see many women in there and going undercover and fucking shit up.
Well, let's answer Renee's question. Do we have anybody in here that does what?
That does any advocating or following up or paperwork
for what?
For police brutality?
For what?
For police brutality.
I do.
No, I support a rehabilitation center that when prisoners get out, especially felons, that I educate them on their right to vote, Once they're finished with their punishment, they do have a right to vote. They also can get their 2A rights back.
Yes, if
In
they
certain
have in the
cases.
certain cases, if they get
In
approval.
certain cases.
My Pennsylvania's
So
like that too now.
yeah.
Voting rights as long as they pay the restoration. I do groundwork for like criminal justice reform, like how people are treated in incarceration.
So you're talking about police brutality, Renee?
Yeah. That's what her question was.
Yeah.
I mean, we're beyond police brutality at this point.
Well, with ICE.
Yeah, we're like all brutality, right?
And I'm getting really worried about that
ICE is
whole
brutalizing the police real quick. The police are getting brutalized now by ICE.
So Unicorn, check this out.
I'm
Yesterday,
getting
T-Bone had some people. Some of them are mods. I don't remember exactly who they are, but that young lady, Epstein.
That was
I
just
forget
up
her.
here.
Yeah. She
Yeah.
actually gave me a story regarding a 6-month-old child she referenced. That was
Yes.
news to me. But we also showed the police chiefs in Minnesota speaking out, talking to the media, talking to the public, specifically talking about how they are being targeted as well. I
Yeah,
just
their
let it
brown
rock your mouth.
officers had weapons
Yeah.
pulled
off
on them.
duty.
Off
Off duty ones.
And
Yeah.
then there was a CO in Cumberland County, Georgia. They picked him up. He was an immigrant, but he had work visa, all rights to be here. You know, when you work for the government, they run your name back and forth 20 times, make sure you're legal. So there was like some sergeant saying, hey, we hired this guy. I don't know if he was like the warden or a sergeant of police. He had a police outfit on, saying, we hired this guy. He's completely legal. Why did they take him?
Marquez, they
that's what's
used a
worrying
5-year-old
me.
to bait parents out.
Right.
Like they
And what's
found an infant. The only reason why the infant was found in the vehicle is because after the mother was detained, they went to look for her ID or purse or anything she left behind to notify the family and looked in the back seat and found the infant.
Oh my goodness. And I'm really worried. What I was going to bring up was the 287G, where, you've got some of the police departments, like the county one in Minnesota, that works with ICE, right? They've opted in, but many that don't. So you're mixing in police departments within a state that are working with ICE with
The
ones
cops
that
are
don't.
ICE. Michelle's saying the cops are ICE in a lot of
Yes,
counties.
if
Look
they
it up.
opt in,
If
the
they my
task
county
force.
opted in, they got me. Those fuckers. They're running every tag looking for Lopez and Gonzalez. Our county jail. I have 2,000 people in my town. We got a whole ICE floor now. They got all the gear to scan your eyes at the county jail. They get all this gear, all this shit for opting in, and they scan every plate. And they get money per immigrant. They get up to 50% of their salary and OT pay from the feds. Like, so if they make 30, or say they make 70 grand, they can get like 35 grand from the feds in overtime for hunting
Let's not
immigrants.
forget.
But the thing is, they're scanning all the plates looking for Lopez. They scan your plate, it comes back bad. Like, that's how I got caught up.
Yeah, don't get it twisted though. Remember, there is a right now if you speak against anything that the current administration has said, you as a US citizen can also be detained. If you right? Like we've crossed that line. So it doesn't matter anymore. Like what is it? How do you say it? There's no boundaries anymore. So
Well,
we
I
might
will
as well
say,
call it.
Rocky,
yeah,
what did
so
you
I
want to
will
say?
say in December, they added, so there's 4 task models now. And the last was this affects the indigenous people because they did the tribal task force. So now there's the task force model, which over 60% of the 1,300 police departments have opted into in the United States. There's 44 states that have some police departments opted in. And again, you have task force, which is the most aggressive, where you can be in your patrol car, in your police uniform, and you can operate along with ICE and perform ICE duties while you're on patrol. You can do the checkpoints with ICE. And then you also have the jail enforcement model. And then you have the warrant serving model. And again, they just added the tribal nation model to work with tribal police. So some have opted out. I just saw that there was, I do not remember the tribe's name, but they were opted in. and they got really upset because they detained a couple of their indigenous tribal members, and so then they just recently opted back out of it. But it just started in December for the tribal.
Rocky, what did you want?
Yeah, I was asking about the what happened
The
to
infant?
the infant, and the fact that there's no information. That is so inhumane. I guess he's living up to, I guess his the arm of the art of the executive branch is actually accomplishing his immigration policy, which is to make America great again. I just want to throw up.
Well, I'm confused. What happened with what?
The infant that was in the back seat of the woman that was unlawfully detained.
Are you talking about the tear gas?
No, he's talking about there was an infant left in the car. ICE detained a woman, took her in custody, left the car behind, and an infant in the car. A stranger found the infant in the car.
Are you serious?
Because
Yeah,
they were
they're
that's what I was
yeah.
just saying, because they were looking for the woman's ID so they could identify her, so they could tell her family that she was detained.
So
So
there
they accidentally come across the infant that was in the back seat.
there are
Um,
so there are laws against child endangerment, and it's felonious. So why aren't they? Well, we know why they aren't pressing charges, but
right.
this is sickening. I just want to throw up.
It
Wait,
is.
Yeah.
they left the
But
baby alone?
we don't have time to
Yeah.
throw up. We have to act up. Like, you know what I'm saying? At this point, like, I'm not saying become desensitized, but at the same time, it needs to make you mad, right? Like,
Well,
it's time to piss people the fuck off.
Like
Vera,
I do tear up, but then I get really angry. You know, I do.
The
I get really
story.
upset, but then it turns into something has to be
I
done about
was so
this.
upset hearing that story yesterday about that little kid. They fucking took a preschooler and his dad to ICE detention in Texas. He was bringing his kid home, and JD was like, "Well, what did you want them to do?" The father ran. Did you want them to leave the kid in the cold? No, you don't leave the kid in the cold. This is what you do when cops take a parent. Typically, the procedure is they call CYF. Or if there is somebody in the area that is saying, "I'll take the kid," as long as the parent's cool with it, they give him to that kid. Now, somebody came into the house, said, "I'll take the kid." Dad says, "Yeah," like they begged for the kid, and the cops were like, "No, we're taking him to jail, taking this baby to jail." These sick fucking freaks. Because I've seen this happen where my uncle got arrested due to smugs, and his kids, they gave the kids to the neighbor for the night. And CYF comes and says they can stay here permanently, or we'll take them. But it's like a temporarily one night thing until CYF approves them permanently. Regardless.
Well,
Anyways, they did not need to take that kid. They should have given that kid to CYF or a neighbor or whoever was asking for the kid. They took this fucking baby. Can you imagine his older brother came home?
Of anybody doing that in Minnesota, though. Like, so
the principal,
you have to look up the laws in Minnesota when that happens.
Well, the principal.
Oh my God.
Renee,
they
I
don't
was
take the
starting
kid to jail. They'd call CYF then, Renee.
Well,
Worst
no,
case
hang on a
scenario, they call
second.
No, and
CYF.
I'm telling you, not
And
in
I'm
Minnesota.
telling you,
'cause
laws
they
are off
say,
the fucking
we're
table.
too busy right now. That's
The
what
laws
they
are
tell
off
you.
the
We're
table.
too busy right now.
Every state has
Nobody
different
will
laws.
show up.
She's right.
The
Renee is right.
principal was.
She
I
is
know.
right. But
I
laws
understand
are
that,
off the
but the
table.
principal this morning it was interviewed of that school, and they're a block down the street, and they were down there, and they are mandatory reporter, and they were down there and told them that we can take the child because we are mandatory reporters, and they are allowed to. They are allowed to take their
This is
student.
not a Minnesota only issue. This is happening everywhere.
I'm gonna look it up right now, Renee.
Right.
Give
So
us the
that's
neighborhood.
Look it up
Either way,
because
either way, they call CYF.
I've never
Renee.
heard. Okay.
Either way, they would call
children
CYF. They
is
wouldn't take the kid to
illegal.
jail with
Hey,
you. They
forget
wouldn't
the
be like,
kids for
"Kid's
a
going to
second.
jail with you,
Listen
Renee."
what I'm saying, Unicorn. She's looking at this as a Minnesota issue. This is not. You guys kicked it off. Don't get me wrong.
In Minnesota, right? I looked it up. In Minnesota, you can designate a safe adult. You could say